Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our commission meeting of March 18th, 2026. Thanks everyone for being here, and I'll turn it to our city clerk, Rafael Granado, to give us any instructions.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. Members of the public are invited to attend either in person or virtually. If you're joining us virtually, you can log in using the Zoom app or visit the zoom.us on your browser. You can also phone in at 305-224-1968. That's 305-224-1968. Or toll free 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71 #. Again, 813-928-576-71 #. If you would like to speak virtually on an item during the meeting, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone. The Zoom link, webinar ID, and phone number stay the same for every commission meeting. All lobbyists must register with the office of the city clerk located on the 1st floor of City Hall. You do not need to register if you're an expert witness giving only technical or specialized testimony, a representative of a neighborhood association or nonprofit speaking without pay, or a private citizen speaking on your own behalf without compensation. However, if you're an expert witness or a nonprofit or a neighborhood rep, you do need to submit a written disclosure form to the office of the city clerk before speaking with the commission or staff. Forms are available at the office of the city clerk. If a lobbyist gives or agrees to give $1,000 or more to a neighborhood association or its representative regarding a city matter, that must be disclosed in writing to the clerk. Note that contingency fees are not permitted to compensate lobbyists. If you plan to speak during the public comment today, please sign in. You can use the sign-in sheets at the podium or scan the QR code also located there to sign in electronically. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ralph. It's my honor to introduce Rabbi Shalom Korf of the Chabad of Lakeview to give our invocation. I will say it's a fairly new synagogue to the Miami Beach community, and it already has a tremendous, profound impact on the Lakeview and surrounding areas. I actually visited not too long ago on a Shabbat, and you were packed.
Yeah.
Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, commissioners, city staff, and all members of the community here today. We gather with the shared purpose to serve, to lead, and to strengthen the community of Miami Beach with the help of God. As we approach the holiday of Passover, where we tell the story of the Exodus of Egypt, the Jewish sages teach that a name actually holds within its essential meaning. The name Egypt in Hebrew means limitations. So the Exodus of Egypt doesn't just mean a story of physical freedom from bondage, but actually traversing beyond our limitations, going out of our comfort zone, and leaving perhaps what we're comfortable doing to go a bit greater, more beyond, to do a little more. Each of us faces moments when we're called to rise beyond what is easy and beyond what is known. Leadership at its core means exactly that. To be able to do beyond what is your comfort zone, to rise beyond what is the usual, what's easy, and to go a bit above the call of duty. With the help of God, may the work here done today be guided by wisdom, clarity, and compassion. May there be an openness to new ideas, courage in the face of challenge, and a shared commitment to progress that benefits all those that call this city their home. Just as the journey of Passover reminds us that growth begins when we step beyond our boundaries, may this gathering be a place where meaningful steps are taken towards growth, towards unity, and towards purpose that benefit the city of Miami Beach. May this meeting, with the help of God, bring about outcomes that promote opportunity, growth, joy, and well-being for all the residents of this city. May we merit the coming of the Mashiach where there will be peace and harmony amongst all nations, people, and creation. And let us say Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Korf. You had the room mesmerized. Thank you. So as I look around the room for our Pledge of Allegiance, I will say we're in the middle of spring break, getting toward the end, and for the third consecutive year so far, tremendous success. I don't want to jinx it, but really congratulations to everyone up here, to our city manager, our police department so far. Great. But we also have to thank our marketing department and the great marketing campaigns that you continue to roll out. So I'm going to ask Melissa Berthier, our Director of Marketing, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Mayor, as a fellow baseball fan and a superstitious baseball fan, what do you never do? You never call a no-hitter before it's over.
Fair enough.
All right, everyone please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So Commissioner Bott, you actually teed it up perfectly, because I was going to wish congratulations to the country and the people of Venezuela who beat the United States in the World Baseball Classic last night. It was an incredible, incredible game. The dedication, the love of country, but really what I saw was the love of people. And that's really what sports brings out. It's what the arts and culture it brings out. We just had the Olympics. It's really great when you see people come together and you support one team, but then you literally high five the opponent next to you and just wish them congratulations. So it was a great moment for our country and for the world last night to see and witness the competitiveness and the spirit of togetherness. We're going to start the Sutnick Hour, our open forum, so thank you everyone for coming and speaking.
Good morning, everyone. If you're going to speak, please approach the podium, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kirsa Raffo. I'm part of the Seniors Committee representing 4 Freedoms Tower. And these are all my friends and neighbors from 4 Freedom. We're here because we're a little bit concerned about the cuts, donation cut regarding our the senior programs or classes. I understand that there might be funds allocated for bingo in several buildings, and we play bingo in our building every Friday and Saturday. And God forbid, you cancel you probably cancel Christmas before you can cancel bingo. But the thing is that we do it on our own. We don't need city money for that. People can bring chips, somebody brings soda, the other one brings paper, the other one brings cups. What we do need are the classes that we have, because we have yoga, which helps with balance, which helps our muscles. We have dance, which she also gives exercises that will helps our hips. She does exercises for hips and bones. We have Zumba, which is for seniors, and we do sit it down. Even our 94-year-old does the Zumba sitting down because she exercises. And we have painting, which is the only class where we're not exercising our bodies, but then we're using our minds. And all those classes we consider are very important. They have been growing. It took a while for people. Well, the classes not only help physically, but also mentally. A lot of people are inside their apartments alone. Some of them have family that are very far, and they're alone all the time. Like our 94-year-old, she participates in everything. And she goes in a walker because she wants to get out of the house. And even though she doesn't exercise her legs, she exercises her arms. And it gives her muscle strength. They teach us how to fall. If you're going to fall, how to say, be safer. So to us, all those classes are really important, just as well as transportation and the activities. Actually, instead of less, we need more. There's places where, like the extravaganza, at the Scott Center. Most people don't come because there's no transportation. For some of them, they have to cross the street, they have to, and I understand you don't put a bus for some of the things, but maybe Ubers? 6 people in an Uber. So instead of less, what we really need is more.
Thank you, ma'am.
We paid our dues, we pay taxes, we put you guys, our children to college, and now that we are seniors, Miami Beach has always been known for having so many programs for seniors. I hope that doesn't change. Actually,
thank you very much.
if you can improve
Thank you.
it, it would be better.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez asked to speak.
Thank you. I just want to change and clarify the narrative. You were given misinformation. I'm sure it's coming from the mayor's office because several seniors called me saying that Gloria told them to come in today and to call me. I have an item to add more, not to take away from your services. That's first and foremost. I've been working very hard to get things additional things for you. As a matter of fact, one of the buildings that asked for bingo was Federation, and Vicki Lopez is going to pay for it. So when this item gets called, I'm going to make an amendment. Your building specifically did not ask for bingo, but Rebecca Towers did. So that's another amendment that I'll make that I won't be asking for. We spend a lot of money with the seniors, and we're always looking to help and spend more, whether it's the senior meals at the different comedores, but also through the Parks Department. Do you know that our parks funding is about $193,000 for the seniors? Mm-hmm. You mentioned buses. We spend about $37,000 in bus services for the seniors for the different events. And we're looking to spend more on that. Part of that $193,000 also includes senior classes, our contractors for yoga, Tai Chi, and all of those different things. Good. So we are looking to add and help more. The Housing Authority asked us for that additional funding, and as I mentioned, the county is going to help with some. So in my amended item, when it's called later, it'll be $3,000 as opposed, but it's not for any cuts whatsoever. And I'm so sorry that you were given misinformation.
Right.
Because that was not at all what's happening with this item. I always want to try to give you more.
No, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I have no problem with your response, and I take it in good faith that what you're trying to do, Commissioner Dominguez, but since you invoked my office, I have not directed anyone to make those calls. I just asked my chief of staff, who said that she has not made any calls, and Gloria Campus, I'm being told, is on vacation this week. I'm just saying you directly pointed at me as saying that I was directing these calls from my office, and I
didn't say you, I said the mayor's office. I didn't say
Well, it's
the
my
mayor
office.
directed his office.
It's my office.
For clarification, your office was calling seniors to call me, and that's what I wanted to clarify the narrative. That's not at all what this is.
Okay. Can you come up here? Did you get a call from anyone from my office?
No, I got an email.
Come up to the... I'd like to know.
Okay. No, I did get an email.
From?
From Gloria Campos, and it wasn't just directed to me, it was directed to Estrella, which is our administrator, our social worker, and a few other people. And it was in regards to that, And she said that the donations were, the person or the company that was donating was cutting the funding in half. And that's where the worry came.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
But she didn't say to call you, Laura.
Well,
The letter
you
say
didn't
to
call me,
you.
but I did get calls from
Okay.
somebody, other people in Rebecca Towers. And I know that you guys are so busy, you don't read the agendas. Like, how would this even come up? And then they told me that Gloria had been calling and
Oh. In my case, she didn't call and she didn't, and her
Thank you
email
for the
didn't say to
clarification,
call you.
Gibsa.
Didn't even mention your name, though, okay?
Thank you. Next call, next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, neighbors. My name is Alina Valdez, and I'm here at the invitation of Kirsa. She already went over basically what I was going to talk about also. So I'm just going to make it very short. I just want to remind everyone, Commissioners and the Mayor, that when election time was here, you all approach us and promise us that we will always be taken care of. And I just want to remind you all of that we have given you our trust, and we're very happy living in Miami Beach, very grateful for all the services, and just please don't forget us. We count on you all. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. We as a commission, and I have certainly made a strong effort to increase the amount of services that we provide to our seniors, and I'm confident that will only continue.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Fernandez.
thank you, and I just want to thank all of you because you all have always, the entire commission, you, Mr. Mayor, each one of the commissioners have always looked out for the seniors in our community with great passion, and I think it's one of those things that unite us not only as a community, but as elected officials, how much we value the senior community, how much we owe to you, how much we respect you, and most importantly, how much we love you. We serve you with love. And this entire commission has always been unified in that. And in a matter of fact, because of a political matter, one point was saying, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing this certain event. And the entire commission was like, oh, no. Each one of my colleagues, actually, I was the only person I think that ever in the history of the city that said, maybe we should do something a little bit differently. And the entire body was so united and continues to be so united. And that is the beautiful part of the city of Miami Beach, that we really care for each other as neighbors. And so I just wanted to put that on the record, because sometimes things can get tense, but there's beautiful stuff happening beyond that.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Meg Lusto. I'm the Executive Director of the Miami Design Preservation League, and I'm here to speak in strong support of Commissioner Fernandez's resolution R7AH, which will be coming up later today. This would authorize the city attorney to explore legal action regarding House Bill 399, which was passed by the legislature last week, which takes away the rights of Miami Beach residents, as well as your rights as our elected representatives, to make decisions about the development of our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good morning, everyone. Mitch Novick, to piggyback on to what Meg stated. House and Senate approved Live Local 4.0 last week. I hope you guys consider discussing that at some point. On another note, I want to say my numbers for March have been fantastic. There's no longer utter chaos or a police lockdown outside of my home and business. I have to admit, I never heard of Whatappalooza or Hydrox or any of those other fitness events until last year. And many of my guests from this past weekend were in town from Switzerland, Germany, Brazil, Uruguay, to attend these events. So you're on a good track, and thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Brenda Jordan. I've lived here in Miami Beach for over 35 years. And, you know, when I came to Miami Beach, it was not a diverse community. As a matter of fact, I was appointed to the Housing Commission and denied because I don't speak Spanish. And the first thing that people would say, get a lawyer. A lot of people did, and I didn't. I gave the city a chance. As an artist, I brought my culture, my diversity to this city. And as an artist, I'm being discriminated against because they set up a program without any input of artists. It was set up maybe with good intentions, but it totally left the artists away from the table. And it was set up by people who know nothing about art, have no degree in art, probably don't even have arts tag on their car, which I do. I pay extra money. And the problem is that I had a non-for-profit. They cut me out of the grants. I worked at the Art Center of South Florida. I've worked with the county, countywide, and the perception of the city, people don't know what the city is perceived of. I taught children in the inner city, and one girl asked me, "Where do you live?" I said, "Miami Beach." She said, only white people live there." And I said, "No, you can live wherever you want. Even though I've been discriminated against, I will not be discriminated against in the arts." The program that was set up recently, revised, made it worse. I'm paying double the fees. I get nothing in return. There's no website, there's no updates, and people who are real artists are being discriminated against. They can't even sell in the city again. And dictating that jewelry is not art. I sent numerous emails, and Mr. Mayor, last meeting, you promised to have a meeting with me. I went to the office and tried to set up one. I got no response. Luckily, some people who promised during the election that they would be there for me, like, the vice mayor here, Monica, she promised, and she called me. Mr. Alex Hernandez, and I also spoke to David Suarez, even though we were on different pages, because he already had a program in his mind and wasn't open his heart or his ears.
Thank you, Ms.
He
Jordan.
listened, but he was limited to, because I think he had a program already dictated. It's not fair. It's not fair to elderly people who lived in the city, who can't afford to live in the city. They moved out, and now they're discarded.
Thank you so much.
That's not fair. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I will. So I do get a lot of requests for meetings. I try to accommodate all of them. If you did reach out, I apologize that we didn't do it. We
Because you
will.
promised, and this has
I
been
make a
going
promise.
on before you were reelected. I vote.
It's not a matter of voting. If you ask to talk, we will talk.
You
So
told
let's-
me
let's-
we would, last meeting.
Okay,
That was a month ago.
I was not aware that you had reached out. I am giving you my commitment that we will talk before the next meeting.
Again, and I hope this time you
Well, now
honor
I'm saying
your
in front of a
word.
lot of people.
Well, you did last time. I hope you honor your word, because words are sacred.
You and I have spoken. We may not have spoken since the last meeting, but we have talked about this issue.
No, I've sent you emails, but we have not individually spoken, no.
So I'm giving you
That never
I'm giving you my commitment that we will have that conversation.
Okay, I hope you honor your word.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas.
Ms. Jordan and other artists, I think that you're aware that I do have an item, a referral to the Neighborhoods Committee to discuss the Artist Vendors Program. So that way we can, at committee, talk about how we can improve the program, and we can have further discussions about this to see
But
what
I
can improve the
hope all
program.
Commissioners, because I have emailed like a ridiculous amount of time.
Yes.
Even giving you like a blueprint
Yes.
on how to set up.
Yes.
An artist program.
And this was the first
I'm
step in
not-
that process. So
Thank
we are definitely,
Thank
I'm
you.
definitely trying to help,
I
so
appreciate it.
you're welcome, we
And
are.
Commissioner Suarez, I know you had good intentions. And, art is inclusive. It's not just painting.
I'm sure we'll come to a good place here.
I hope so.
We
I
will.
hope so.
We will. I'm optimistic. Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Yeah, because I'm not against anyone. I just want to be at the table when you're setting up something and you know nothing about. It's not your field, it's not your lane. Bring someone in. I'm not even asking for pay. I'm a cultural ambassador for this city, bringing diversity. I'm not trying to take away, I'm trying to build. So
Thank you.
I appreciate all the help.
Yes, we will have further conversations. Thank you, with all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, please.
You can say it in Spanish, no problem. No problem.
Buenos días. No, yo solo venía para apoyar a mis...
Su nombre, por favor.
Alberto Galván. A apoyar a mis amigos acá, vendedores, y porque yo no vivo en Miami Beach, porque no tengo dinero para vivir en Miami Beach. Vivo en un lugar de bajo recurso en Miami. Y bueno, necesito renovar el permiso para seguir vendiendo y dicen que no me lo quieren dar. No sé por qué.
Vamos a tratar de ayudarse, señor. Espera un momentito porque tenemos un item que se va a committee y vamos a hablar para mejorar el programa de
Bueno.
artistas. ¿Ok?
Bueno, muchas
Muchísimas
gracias.
gracias.
Hi, you all know me already. My name is Janet Figueroa. I'm one of the artist vendors. I've been here some of the meetings with Ms. Mateo, with Mr. Fernandez. I have talked to the mayor, I have talked to Ms. Tanya on the sidelines. And I'm very grateful that you all have taken out the time to talk to us. And we're trying our hardest to be patient, but some of these people, they are elderly. We are already more than 55 and older in this program. I'm 61 this year. So we're all struggling to try to make it. And it's very difficult when you're a person that been injured in a car accident like me. And I was hurt here in the MacArthur. My car was totaled. My neck and my back is damaged. I cannot proceed with a surgery because I will not be able to work ever. So this is all I have. And this is how I keep my home. And I live out of Miami Beach because I don't live here because I cannot afford to live here. You cannot tell me that I'm paying for 1,300 square feet for $957 is my mortgage, my taxes, and my insurance. To trade that to come live in Miami Beach to keep a job, it's insane. None of you would do that. So you have to understand, I'm keeping my budget among my needs, what I could afford. I am not exceeding my budget because I know that I can't exceed my budget. So this is very important to me and my family because I don't want my children to have to take care of me. I chose this place and I could afford this place that's $957 for a reason. I went through this, I planned my life. For like that, I won't be a burden to my children. You understand? This is so important to me. As a senior, I don't want my kids to have to take care of me. I want to be able to take care of myself. And program is all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. I see no one else in the audience requesting to speak. Therefore, I'm going to go to Zoom. First caller, Alicia Casanova. Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alicia Casanova. I'm here this morning as Vice President of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, as President of the Blue and Green Diamond Condominiums, representing over 2,000 residents, and as a lifelong Miami Beach resident. We hope that Commissioner Fernandez's resolution R7AH is heard today. We fully support it and hope that it's voted on favorably. We heard the mayor's virtual town hall and fully understand the concerns about Miami Beach potentially losing millions of dollars in state grant funding if the city uses its legal resources on House Bill 399. But this is about protecting the rights of Miami Beach residents and ensuring that we are not silenced by decisions made in Tallahassee like the one made last minute in the Senate last Friday. Our city cannot be intimidated. No amount of grant money can justify giving up our city's rights, our home rule, or our voice as residents to be heard before our Historic Preservation Board. Commissioner Fernandez's resolution is not about starting a lawsuit next week. The resolution will serve to preserve the city's ability to explore legal action if and when it becomes necessary, following all legal advice available. To defend its rights, it's also about our elected officials making a statement in support of its residents who will be severely impacted by this bill. Governor DeSantis will be leaving office in a few months, and while we cannot predict what will happen, we hope integrity and honor will prevail with the next governor. We know this is a difficult decision for all of you, but please listen to the voices of the residents who voted for you, who will suffer the consequences of what the state just voted on, and who strongly support this resolution R7AH. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Vasquez. I am also with the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, where I chair the Beach and Water Quality Working Group. MBNA recently attended a meeting of the beachfront management plan. And we appreciate the opportunity the city provided the community feedback. We also want to thank Commissioner Fernandez, who served on that ad hoc committee, and for his support during that meeting. MBNA has submitted public comments on roughly 10 areas of concern. Our overreaching concern is that the draft plan lacks vision. It does a reasonable job of describing current conditions, but it does not go far enough in setting a forward-looking strategy for the environmental challenges that could make our beaches unusable in the short term and over time. As you know, our beach is one of our most valuable public assets, and this plan should do more to bind the county to prioritizing and preserving this asset. In our view, this is an important opportunity to create a stronger accountability and ensure that beach management decisions match the value of the resource being protected. Our top concern is sargassum. The plan needs a stronger strategy for surge response, operational scaling during peak periods, and long-term adaptation if conditions worsen. A second major concern is water quality, including recurring bacteria issues and a need for stronger integration between beach operations and public health protection. We also submitted comments on additional issues, including concession enforcement, breakwater performance, special
Mr.
events.
Vasquez, I need you to start wrapping up, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm done. Dune protections and water sports channels. This item is coming before the commission in the coming months, and we remain available to discuss concerns with any commissioner or their staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I'm calling to oppose, as you might assume, item R7A, which would authorize the demolition of the South Shore Community Center. I would remind that the Planning Board, Historic Preservation Board, declined to support that demolition. We continue to believe it is a bad idea and that this infrastructure should not be forced into our residential neighborhood when other neighborhoods fail to carry their fair share of heavy urban infrastructure. I also object to our item R5T, R5U, and I'm not sure whom Commissioner Fernandez was intending to benefit with the suspension of the color review requirements for the exterior of buildings. But speaking in echo of what many of my neighbors have said to me over the years, I believe that many of us who live in the historic district very strongly support continuing outdoor color review requirements for paint on the outside of buildings. I am supportive of R7AH and in fact would echo Mitch's useful language. Rather than getting caught up in the weeds, it really is difficult for the public to keep track of all the negative legislation coming out of Tallahassee, but I think it's a useful shorthand to refer to it as Live Local 4.0. And finally, in light of the focus on the beachfront and the dunes, I would encourage the commission to fill the vacant position formerly held by Juanita Ballesteros in the Environment and Sustainability Department in order to further that work. Thank you.
Our next caller is Judy Smigel. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Judy, unmute yourself. PJ, I think they may have a double caller because we also have Judith Smigel. So let's try that. Judith, please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you for waiting. You hear me, right?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
I am very happy to praise so many important people and bodies in this area for their advocacy, trying to balance our interest with Tallahassee, the extraordinary efforts of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, the Miami Design Preservation League, the advocacy of Commissioner Fernandez, the mayor, other people. We're certainly in an uneven battle to keep local control, and I just wish you all the strength to go up against Tallahassee, which is very difficult. I would love that more and more our community be a beacon of free speech, diversity embraced, and a balance of interest between residents and wise development. And I thank you all. These are not easy times. That's it.
Thank you so much. Our next caller is Patrick Breschike. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Patrick Breschik. I live at 1754 Meridian Avenue, across from Pride Park. I'm calling to thank Commissioner Dominguez for item C4M to discuss moving the swim buoys further east to include the nearshore reef and the reef line. And thank you, Commissioner Bott, for co-sponsoring this item. And really all the commissioners and the mayor for supporting the safety initiative in the past and hopefully in the future so that people can enjoy the ocean safely without having to worry about getting hit by a boat. The reef line was just listed as one of the new great places in the world by Time, so we know there's going to be more people going out there to swim. So it's important that we keep this safety initiative moving forward as more and more people are going to be going out there to visit it. And speaking of safety, I also noticed there's an item to discuss the Jefferson bike lanes, and I want to say how wonderful these bike lanes are. They are the highest standard of bike lane safety and support both bikers and people using e-mobility and giving everyone safe space, including pedestrians, bikers, and cars alike by creating separate zones for each of them. I hope the city continues to invest in these high quality infrastructure projects that prioritize safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next caller has a screen name of Vashiva's iPhone. Please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to the next. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, this is Batsheva Katz. I live at 4747 Collins Avenue. I'd like to request that the commission please support item R7AH, sponsored by Commissioner Alex Fernandez, which will authorize the city attorney to challenge HB 399 if it is signed into law and if it is deemed necessary by all legal committees. This bill interferes with Miami Beach's local zoning authority and strips residents of their voices in decisions that directly impact our neighborhoods. Our community deserves to be heard. Please vote yes on R7AH to protect Miami Beach and its residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Susanna. Susanna, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Susanna, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go then next to Dave.
Okay, hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. My name is Susanna Santoro. I'm the president of 5600 Condominium Association and a proud resident of Miami Beach for the past 30 years. I respectfully urge you to vote yes on R7AH. This resolution is not about filing lawsuit tomorrow. It's about preserving our right to act, our home rule, and ensuring that if and when the time comes, the city has the ability to defend itself and its residents. Commissioner, Mayor, you're entrusted with safeguarding critical elements of this community, our infrastructure, emergency response, traffic management, and budget. Those responsibilities do not exist in a vacuum. They require authority. Because responsibility without authority is not governance, it's exposure. And today, the risk is real. Increased density, traffic congestion, strain on emergency services, and pressure on already limited infrastructure are not abstract concerns. They are daily reality your residents are asking you to address. This resolution is about standing up for your residents ensuring that their voices are not overridden and that the city retains the ability to act in their best interest. This is your opportunity to make a clear statement that the city of Miami Beach will not relinquish its responsibility, its authority, or its commitment to the people it serves. Stand with your residents, protect your city, vote yes on R7AH, and thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, the mayor, and all the commissioners who have stood with residents in opposing HB 399 and defending our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Dave Dobler. Mr. Dobler, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dave Dobler, living at 8000 West Drive, and I'm the chair of the Sanitation Committee and former chair of the Sustainability Committee. I'm here to support C7L, the updated special event permit requirements that enhance sustainability and sanitation plan guidelines that reduce waste and improve diversion from landfills. Miami-Dade County and Miami Beach has a waste crisis. We are almost out of landfill space and are already putting our trash on trains, shipping it to landfills in Central Florida. Reducing and diverting waste from landfills is not just an environmental priority, it's a fiscal one. If we don't reduce and divert waste now, those rising landfill costs will ultimately fall on our residents and businesses. Special events can generate tremendous volumes of waste, but are one of the few places where we can actually control both the input and the output, what material comes in and what happens to them afterward. That makes them a powerful opportunity to reduce waste, improve recycling, and keep plastic out of our waterways. We know this can be done. Ultra Music Festival at Bayfront Park has shown that with the right planning, execution, and engaging of vendors, large-scale events can dramatically improve waste diversion, and they've won worldwide awards for their sustainability programs. After you vote to implement these new guidelines, it is important for staff to develop the support systems to help event producers succeed and strong compliance oversight to ensure accountability. I specifically want to recognize the city staff who led this effort, particularly Chief Resilience Officer Amy Knowles and our new Sustainability Coordinator, Emily Milton. Emily has hit the ground running, delivering exceptional work. This is exactly the kind of leadership we need right now, and I'd like to tell the Environment and Sustainability Department, good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mark. Mark, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mark Weiss. I'm the founder of Stop Six Flags. I founded Blue, the viral resident movement, representing over 4,500 residents. The biggest threat to Miami Beach today, and the biggest story on Miami Beach today, according to every news article, is the destruction of our beaches with the Fountain Blue Water Park. Let's be very clear. What happened at Tallahassee was not preemption. It was a bill paid for by a single developer with a representative who doesn't live in Miami, who openly admitted that he worked with the Fountain Blue to draft a bill that overrides all of our local zoning control. And commissioners and mayor, when this gets built, the complaints are going to be much worse than we don't have bingo. This is going to be absolute gridlock on our Miami Beach. The traffic is going to be a disaster. The environmental impact will be a disaster. We got gut punched. Let's be real. We got punched in the gut by Tallahassee, by Jeffrey Sofer, and by the Hotel Borrero handout. I'm calling to support R7AH because it's the bare minimum. A city has the right to control its zoning, its planning board, its environmental protections, its coastal lines, its historic preservation. This is basic. We have to defend our home rule. We have to protect our local zoning, and we have to put our foot down and say, Miami Beach is beautiful because we know what we're doing. And Tallahassee, from 500 miles away, should not be barreling down legislation paid for by billionaires. It sets an awful precedent. And I want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for taking lead here and fighting so hard. I want to thank Mayor Minor for fighting so hard. And we must fight with resolve, because it will send a message the next time. You think this is bad? There's much more coming. Every developer is watching with drool coming out of the side of their mouth saying, wow, I don't even have to go to those annoying commissioners and mayor and talk to those pesky residents. I can go right to the top. Thank you very much.
Our next, excuse me, our next caller has a screen name of Zoom user. Please state your name and address, please. You have 2 minutes. Zoom user, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Carol Ann Alt at 408 West 25th Street. I'm also a member of the Sustainability Committee. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm calling in to give my full support to C7L, Special Events Requirements and Guidelines. I support the updates, particularly creating the standardized template for sanitation plan process. I also would like to draw attention to be mindful of the language that suggests the applicants with 1,000+ participants must assign a paid sustainability coordinator. I suggest that applicant fees compensate for a designated code compliance field inspector that will monitor and evaluate events to adhere to sanitation plans during events so any infractions can be corrected in real time. Additionally, I did not see on the agenda an item for the new commission committee work, Water, Environment, Resource Committee, but I do give my full support of that as well. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Miriam's iPhone. Please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Miriam Weiss. I am the co-founder with Mark Weiss of Stop Six Flags at Fontainebleau. My address is 4779 in the Blue Diamond. The residents have been working to fight this monstrosity for 6 months. It has unanimous opposition from everyone that lives in the community. There is no one that wants it on our beachfront. When you walk on the boardwalk, you are going to see this 120 feet towering in the air, coming all the way wrapping around the building, right into the setback lines, because now Jeffrey Sofer does not have to follow any of the basic rules that the city sets out for planning. Even if you wanted a water park, you now even have no say where that water park is going to be, how it's going to be constructed. It's going to come all the way up to the beachfront. It's going to be tremendous noise. It is up to you. You are the city. You have to lead the way and show the residents that Jeffrey Sofer cannot buy whatever he wants on our beachfront, that democracy still exists, the residents still have a voice in what happens, and our local leaders and officials get to lead us and decide what should be done in Miami Beach, and if it's appropriate, and if it's compatible. Please vote for R7AH, and please, as a city, consider all the possibilities, whether this is actually a water park and therefore is not permitted by zoning, because Jeffrey Sofer is going to sell day passes, and that is not a permitted use. The city should be evaluating all the possible avenues to stop this train that's coming down the tracks, and then the next thing that he's going to go for is going to be gambling.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Weiss.
you. Thank you.
Our next caller is Vincent. Vincent, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Vincent.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Vincent Maffei. I'm a condo owner at the Sorrento, right in 15 feet away from the proposed water slide. I'm calling in support of R7AH, and I have to thank the mayor and commissioners keep opposing this situation. And I want to give you guys just an idea and turn this thing, flip it over and turn it on its other side. I think this bill, this carve-out is discriminatory. Just think if you owned a hotel that only had 499 rooms, or you had 4.8 acres, or whatever the arbitrary cutoffs were that were conveniently fit the Fontainebleau. You're going to have to play by a different set of rules. I believe this bill was discriminatory. And it was so bad they had to put a 5-year limit on it. So we hope you guys don't throw up the white flag and keep doing what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller has a screen name of iPhone 275. Please state your name. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name.
Hi, this is Chris Carney from the Fontainebleau Tracer Tower and Sorrento Tower. Along with everybody else who's already spoken, I totally support Resolution R7AH. And if we allow Tallahassee to do this to us now, what's going to be next? Is the Eden Rock going to have a water park as well? They're going to have a Ferris wheel. It's just going to turn Miami Beach into a monstrosity. So please consider Resolution R7AH, and let's try to stand up for our rights.
Thank you. Our next caller is Anna Marie. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Anna Marie Ferreira de Mello, and I'm the president of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, and I reside at 4779 Collins Avenue. I'm here today in support of Resolution R7AH, and thank Commissioner Fernandez for putting this forward, and Commissioner Bott and others that have co-sponsored this item. What happened last Friday in Tallahassee, where the state stripped local authority and disregarded the voice of our community, is not proper business, and exploring all possibilities is essential to protecting our city and upholding our principles. I thank you for your consideration of this item today.
Thank you so much. Our final caller is Andres Acion. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I hear how upset our residents are regarding the water park and the traffic nightmare that's going to be coming. Having a mini Six Flags on Collins Avenue is going to be a nightmare for everybody in that area. But we're fighting to have Historic Preservation Board have a say. But when the Historic Preservation Board had a say to try to keep the Morris Lapis building alive, and the county voted to place the fire station on Alton Road and 11th, that sort of feels like it got vetoed. Even though they had a say on that. And it hurts to think that we are going to destroy that Morris Lapidus building. I am on the board of OIC Miami, which I know you came by, Commissioner Bott, you came by, Commissioner Dominguez, you came by. That was a $22 million facility that we built for the community to be able to have after-school programming and programming for the seniors. As a matter of fact, we have Pam Brutner himself doing a Blue Zone class in the building. And now we have a building that's with that and more. We're going to take that building and we're going to tear it apart instead of building on a site that is not used now simply by a bathroom and a locker room on Alton Road, where the where the firefighters actually preferred that site because it's 1 block away from their current site, and they're going to continue to be able to use Flamingo Park for training, the track, the field, the pool, and everything else. So it really does hurt.
Mr. Acion, you're breaking up, but your time is up. Thank you so much. Mr. Acion was the last caller originally in line, so we can conclude Sutnick at this time.
Okay, let's go over the consent agenda. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. Mayor Minor is separating items C7T and C7U. Again, Mayor Minor is separating C7T and C7U. Commissioner Dominguez is separating C7J. So Commissioner Dominguez, C7J. Commissioner Suarez is separating C4P as in Paul, C7AF, and C7AG. Again, Commissioner Suarez is separating C4P, C7AF, C7AG. The mayor has not approved the inclusion of any addendum item, therefore they will be heard after 5 o'clock. And just for the record, the consent agenda, these items have, the following items: the City Commission must waive by a 6/7 vote the requirement for the Land Use and Sustainability Committee to review and transmit its recommendation before reaching before referring each of the following items to the planning board. That would be C4B, C4C, and C4D, and C4E. Again, C4B, C4C, C4D, and C4E. So any motion on the consent agenda would include that.
Motion to set the consent agenda.
Second.
Call the vote.
So this is to set or to approve?
To approve the consent agenda except for those items that have been separated as announced by the city clerk,
Thank you.
Rafael Granado.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas. All in favor of the consent agenda as set, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing no, 7-0 approved.
Thank you, everyone, for calling in, and we'll get started with our business. Hopefully, we can get through a lot of items today. I think we can. R7L.
R7L is regularly monitor beach walk camera feeds to ID address visibility issues.
I'm sponsoring. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for co-sponsoring with me. Who's going to be speaking on this? Eric from the administration?
This would be our police department.
All right. Thank you, Chief. And so far, so good. As we mentioned on spring breaks, I'll give you kudos for that. And obviously, with geopolitical issues going on around the world in the Middle East, really we've all seen the stepped up presence from our police department. So,
Yeah.
again, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commission. I appreciate the comments. As you know, we've got a robust camera system covering much of the city, particularly along the beach and boardwalk. Total of almost 1,000 cameras and almost 2,000 camera views. Much of those cameras are monitored in real time through our RTIC, our Real-Time Intelligence Center. But there are times, obviously, when those cameras are used retroactively to help us mitigate crimes that may occur in and around those camera coverage areas. But, you know, it's something that we do regularly and will continue to do.
I mean, how do you monitor, for example, that there's no obstructions of cameras?
So there's a maintenance program that we have, and on a regular basis, we have people that go out, survey the areas where cameras are installed, particularly on the beach and boardwalk, where it's really problematic at times, because trees grow, need to be trimmed back to make sure they're not obstructed.
Okay. Are you comfortable that that is being done and we have enough resources to ensure the cameras are operational and not being obstructed?
Yes, we do have a line item in our budget for camera maintenance, and those funds are used to do just that.
How are we with a full operational camera system throughout the beach walk?
I think there are some gaps still, not because there's not a wish to get it done or desire to get it done. The project has been fully funded, but it's going on in stages. I don't have a timeline as to when that's going to be fully completed, but I can get that for you.
Okay, yeah, let's follow up on that. And I guess it came to mind as we heard a number of members of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. I know they've often championed the completion of the cameras throughout the beach walk. So we'll follow up on that.
We are eager to get it done, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Chief, have we considered using possible AI solutions to detect when a crime might be happening, that you can send an alert to the department? I mean, because you can't cover a whole beach walk unless you have dozens of officers looking at the cameras.
Yeah, so we are constantly looking for new technology, emerging technology to help us be smarter in how we approach, predict, prevent crime. And so we do look at this on a regular basis.
But are we using AI to do that? Or are you looking into AI solutions?
We are.
We are what?
Looking into AI solutions.
Okay. All right. Are you getting close? I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I can give you an update as to where we are next time we have this conversation, but we are.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like an update next commission meeting.
Absolutely.
My fellow co-sponsor, Commissioner Fernandez, anything?
Just, it's impressive the work that we're doing with the cameras. I know that there's a lot of different areas where we want to expand into parks, for example, like Bayshore Park. And the police department has done its part in making sure that the technology was implemented as part of the park design. The technology, I guess the infrastructure that's necessary for other areas of the beach walk is there. It's just a matter of getting the technology in.
That's correct. Bayshore Park is one of the places that's a high priority for us to get cameras in there. I mean, it's such a large real estate, if you will, and we like to be able to see what's going on there at any given time.
You know, one of the things that I appreciate, Chief, that I see our city doing now more frequently than what we did years before is that as we're looking at new spaces, you know, whether it be the Bay Walk that we're hoping to complete at some point, or whether it be a completed project like Bayshore Park, this department has been very forward-thinking. Instead of having to come in after the fact and run the infrastructure and think about how are we going to keep this safe, this department is planning together with a planning process of whether it be our Public Works Department or our Capital Improvement Departments or our Parks Department. You're working side by side with them to ensure that as we envision new public facilities and new public areas, the department is up to speed with the safety resources that the users of those facilities are going to need. And so for that, I'm very grateful for this item. I'm proud to support it. I'm happy to co-sponsor it. But most importantly, you know, truly, you know, thank you for being very thoughtful and making sure that as other departments are planning the future of the city, our police department is working on a parallel path to ensure that at completion, you're able to implement the necessary resources.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I wish we, the police department, could take full credit for it. The truth is, we've been in collaboration with all the departments you just mentioned. We're brought in at the very ground floor to make sure that we're being smart about how we think about crime prevention when these projects are done.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bott.
So we're heading into our budget planning process, which seems like we just finished one and started another. We know that we're likely going to be facing some hardship imposed by the state. Completing this, expanding it, maintaining it, is this, I guess let's start with completing it. Is this a function of not enough money to complete it, or it just takes, even if it's fully funded, it takes X amount of time and we just don't have that yet?
It's really a time and resource capacity issue we're dealing with, more so than I think the funding's been funded for quite some time.
So is there an opportunity to expedite the implementation if we bring in outside help to subcontract out the installation, for instance?
That's actually part of the process as it stands today. Much of the installation and maintenance is subcontracted out.
So how do we expedite it if that's already happening? I guess what I'm getting at is, what do you need from us to get this finished this year, let's say, hypothetically speaking?
I'm not sure we need anything at this time. I'd have to go back and speak to the folks that overseeing the deployment of the cameras. I'm not sure we need anything at this time.
Okay. Can you come back next month and let us know if you don't come back, we'll presume everything's fine, but if there is something, let's have that conversation.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Well,
let's call R7D.
I need a motion and a second on.
I'll move the item.
Seconded by the mayor. All in favor of R7L, please say aye.
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 The item is approved 7-0, R7L.
R7D.
I'm sorry, Mary, what letter?
D as in David.
D.
R7D is restoration of Star Island Water Tower as a fiscal year 27 budget priority. R7D.
Commissioner Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
I think this item was was on consent. I had put it on for it to be a priority in discussions for the upcoming budget. It was not anything to approve it outright. I had a visit with the Palm Hibiscus Star Neighborhood Association, and in going through this and having discussions with the city manager and others in the city administration, the water tower is over 100 years old, and it has been on the to be determined when we're going to fund fixing it since 2019. And each year it gets pushed to the side and the cost to repair it get increased. It is historic, and it means a lot to the neighbors in the neighborhood. I even threw out there if they wanted to tax themselves to pay to fix it themselves, and they do not. They feel strongly that the city should. So this item is simply to put it on the list so that when we go through our budget workshops, we can discuss it and decide as a whole if we'd like to have it as a priority for 2027.
Commissioner, is that a motion? Yes. So a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. If no discussion, all in favor of R7D, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, R7D is approved 7-0.
R7E.
R7E is implement comprehensive and regulatory schedule sea grape management plan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to open and continue this for another month. Is John here, John Norris? Hi, is a month enough time? So this is something we've been working on internally as well as legislatively with Amy Knowles and John Norris and the chief to really address the fact that the sea grapes along our beach walk are an area that becomes a repository for people doing unsavory things, whether they commit crimes, then run in there, or they're camping out there. This is not an effort, and I know there's been misinformation out in the community. This is not an effort to chop everything back and make it look like a pile of twigs. This is a public safety issue and ensuring that the plants grow in a healthy manner. So we've had a lot of internal conversations, most recently earlier this week, and what we're going to be doing is having the police identify the hot spots along the beach walk and then go out and visibly investigate. And we are going to determine if we actually can fix the issues within the budget that we have currently for these departments versus the original thought, which was we were going to need to hire somebody outside to do something. So with the clerk's permission, or whatever the right procedure is to open and continue.
So I have a motion to open and continue R7E to April 22nd by Commissioner Bott.
Second.
Okay.
Can I just
Great, thanks.
May I say a few
Commissioner
words?
Suarez.
Yeah, I'm not totally okay with open and continued, but, I just want to make sure, because I spoke with Amy about, my biggest issue with this, and I think Amy actually came back with something reasonable, was for sea turtles and nesting season, because a lot of these sea grapes do block the light from the street and from the street lamps, cars, and I want to make sure that that isn't affected.
That's correct. We've had those conversations, and that is a top priority as well.
Okay, great.
So I have a motion to open and continue to April 22nd by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas. All in favor, please say aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not going to change the vote. Is a month enough time, or do you need 2 months?
I think 2 months would be helpful to us to do the inspection and then get any quotes that we need to address the issues. I think that'd be important.
Okay, so to May would be, is that okay, Ralph? You got
So
that?
that would be May 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you. R7G.
R7G, install traffic delineators.
I just want to confirm, we took the vote on R7E?
We were, it was a Commissioner Bott, Mateo Salinas, open and continue to May 20th.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Because we had a motion and a second to do that. I didn't know if we actually voted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just want to confirm.
R7G is install traffic delineators on Alton Road between 5th and 6th Street. R7G.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all of us have gotten almost like a dozen emails of pictures where you have these loading trucks that are parking on the side of the road where you're not supposed to park, and it's causing huge traffic jams along Alton Road, just as you get onto the overpass for 395. And I believe parking enforcement has gone out there multiple times. And I mean, every time I go by there, there's always a delivery truck or, you know, there's hundreds of residents there. So you can imagine all the hundreds of deliveries that go to that place, and they think that that's okay. So I would like to see if the city can put delineators there to expressly and explicitly show that you cannot park here. So, I mean, well, let me know what you think about that, but right now, enforcement doesn't seem to be working.
Will McDonald, Director of Parking, City of Miami Beach. You are correct, Commissioner. It's, I will say, that particular property creates a game of whack-a-mole. So as soon as we send a detail through there and we clear it out, I'll be honest with you, some of the delivery truck drivers who don't deliver there every day just say, hey, I'll take the fine. They take the fine. It would be almost impossible for us to actually move them, because by the time we get a tow truck large enough to move them, they're going to be long gone. The barricades, you know, I'll say it's...
I wouldn't say they're barricades, they're
my apologies,
delineators.
yes. The delineator post will absolutely be a deterrent. We can, I mean, obviously, from my understanding, and I'll kind of defer to our transportation director, I believe that is an FDOT road, so we do just have to get permission to be able to do that. We have been working with the dock master at the property with mixed results. It started off amazingly. They even called parking enforcement a few times when they told trucks to leave and they would not. So there began a great relationship, but I believe, as you stated, Commissioner, that is a very dense property, and there are a lot of untimed deliveries there. So it will continue to be a challenge moving forward.
So what do we need to do to put delineators there?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. As Director McDonald mentioned, because Alton Road is a state road, to place delineators would require a maintenance agreement, an installation and maintenance agreement with them. We do those all the time. We would negotiate with them, and it would need to come before this body for execution. And I think that's all we would need, be able to install and maintain them.
Commissioner Monica Mateos Salinas, Oh, sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Monica Mateos Salinas, and Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioner Suarez, thank you for bringing this item. I'd love to join as a co-sponsor. I know back in December and January, we were getting emails from David Martinez, who lives in the building 5th and Alton. I welcome the change of position from the administration. I know that when I reached out to the city administration specifically about placing delineators there, I was told, and I relayed to my constituent at the time, that the city administration believed that it would make situations worse by having cars, instead of parking in that striped area, they would then park on Alton Road, and that would create a parking situation on Alton Road with cars. Given that the administration now seems to have a different position on what could have been done administratively, I'm going to join as a co-sponsor with Commissioner Suarez on this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Mateos Salinas, and Commissioner Bott.
I have concerns because, you know, I don't mind the delineators, but again, like Commissioner Fernandez said, and what everyone kind of knows what will happen is that lane going onto the causeway will be blocked. So I'll support this today, but if that does end up happening and we can't figure out a better way for them to unload and load and whatever they need to do, and it does block that lane, then I'll bring an item to remove the delineators, because that would be awful. That's the entrance onto the causeway, and it'll be a mess. It'll be a mess, so.
Commissioner Bott.
So the last time I checked on this, the administration was not supportive of this because of the concern about traffic impacts. So can you guys explain to me, maybe Eric, can you explain to me how this changed, why it changed?
I don't believe that it necessarily has changed. I, as the administration, have concerns that if we take away the parking spaces adjacent to the loading dock area, where are those vehicles going to go?
I'd like to show a picture of what happens. I think it'll give a lot of context. to.
When was that submitted?
PJ, can you put up some of the pictures I sent? I mean, everyone has seen it from David Martinez, and I think it's important for the public to see it.
Just give me 1 second.
Sure. And I think the way it's situated is, if there's delineators there, there's no way that a truck or, I mean, sometimes there's these semi-trucks that
Well, we
park
know
there.
what happens, but where are they gonna
And
go
that-
now?
Well, where they're supposed to.
Which is where?
I think the south side of Five Park.
So if I can
They're not
continue.
supposed to be there.
Commissioner Bott.
So I think we have delineators or no, that's regardless. We have a bigger issue. We see it with trucks doing deliveries on main thoroughfares during rush hour who choose to not pull into their designated loading spots because either the building says they don't want them blocking the driveway, or the drivers don't want to waste the time getting in and out of a complicated driveway. We have the Ritz and the Decoplage, which have been in a Hatfield-McCoy situation for years. We have a building that we know is egregiously dense in a very dense area already, that somehow got approval without taking this into consideration, and a dock master who isn't pulling his or her weight. How do we, and Mr. Manager, maybe this is a conversation we can bring for next month. How do we hold people accountable for doing the very things that the various zoning laws, planning boards, and other land use committees, traffic studies, parking studies are supposed to prevent in advance of these things happening? We have, I know, Will, you've been working with delivery truck companies to have them sign pledges saying that they understand the rules of engagement, and if their operators violate them, then they will be held accountable. Do we require more dock masters? Do we hold the building management accountable if there are issues like this? I mean, this is absurd. This affects people beyond just the residents of that particular building. It affects potentially life safety if there are people backed up and can't get to where they need to go. It's a bigger issue than this particular building. So I do want to understand how the position changed or didn't change, because my understanding was that we were not supportive of this. And the bigger issue is, as this becomes a citywide problem, what are we going to do to make sure that people comply with the rules of engagement of living and doing business in our city, living in and doing business in our city, whether it's building a building that is too large for our infrastructure, whether it's bringing trucks in that are too large for our infrastructure. I mean, bring in smaller delivery trucks. You don't need, Amazon has these little Sprinter vans. Use those. I mean, if you're delivering huge amounts of furniture and somebody's moving in, that's a different conversation. Then you get a delivery permit or something where from 9 to 4, it's blocked off for that particular delivery. But this needs to be, once again, a holistic review between departments and, planning, building, transportation, and parking holistically to come up with a game plan of how we're going to deal with this in our city, because we're going to have more new developments, not fewer. I mean, look in North Beach, we're going to have 13 buildings in an 8x6 block radius. And those are some narrow, desperately congested streets up there. So I would like to bring an item, and Mr. Manager, if you could take point on this for next month, and have these departments work together and put together a comprehensive plan of what our options are and what we can do.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think PJ's ready for the picture, and I think it's important for the public to see it. And so, right now it already sort of blocks traffic, and Commissioner Bott does raise a good point, and the people at Five Park should know that you cannot have these massive delivery trucks parking on a no parking section of the road. So, look, I think we can't. Obviously, I don't think that the amount of education you have given out to a lot of these delivery trucks and drivers is going to solve that. I mean, that's just laziness at its finest. And I think with a simple fix like this, we can alleviate traffic for an important section of our beach, which is Fifth and Alton. And, I think wherever we can step in and actually make a difference, but we should. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a comprehensive plan, but right now, this is going on every day. And so this is something we can take an action on relatively short period of time.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see we have one of the representatives of our towing companies here. And I want to know, when these vehicles are engaging in these activities, have we actually engaged in towing these vehicles? Are we only giving them citations? What are we doing?
So when we have trucks of this size, it does require specialized towing equipment, which right now does not exist on the island. It would require an off-island solution. Also, most of the time, these trucks have somebody that is within a 3 to 5 minute walk. So they'll be there, and for example, in one of those photos, a truck was unloading, but they're walking back and forth. So the minute that even if we got a big rig to 10 ton, for example, to tow that out, they would just hop in the cab.
So, and I want to recognize through the mayor, Manny Diaz, who I see sitting in the audience from one of our towing companies, because I saw you reacted. I'd like, if you could approach the podium, because I would love, please come to the podium.
Hi, Manny Diaz, Tremont Towing. Will and I work hand in hand, and if we need a medium duty, we could get you a medium duty. But like what he said, by the time the medium duty comes down, they're already running out.
Yeah, but if we know that there is a specific location that is a recurring nuisance, perhaps it could be kept in close proximity to that location, especially the city has property very close to there where it could be stationed, or, I'm sure you're very capable to finding that. But here we have a recurring nuisance where it is predictable that at a location like this, you're gonna be having these problems, to be in the vicinity.
If he needs a medium duty, we could work together, and I could have a medium duty at all times.
Yeah,
That's
because
not a
nothing
problem.
is going to change unless we drop the hammer.
100%.
And so what I don't like is when the administration gives me one opinion, and then without notifying me, then all of a sudden, the opinion for a solution changes. Now that we have a different avenue for solutions, Commissioner Suarez, I support you, I join you as a co-sponsor of this, but I do think that as we experience more of these types of challenges throughout our barrier island, we certainly need you to make sure we have these resources available. Because ultimately, we can issue citations, we can issue traffic tickets to people and all that type of stuff. That doesn't solve the violation. And what we need is compliance of the violation in order to mitigate the impact. There's a reason why we issue violations. We issue violations because you have a lack of compliance that is causing a domino effect that is affecting other people. And it's very wonderful. We can give a parking violation, we can put something on someone's driver's license, but what we really want is not to be punitive, but we want to drive compliance and achieve compliance as quickly as possible, and that's where we need your collaboration to address this nuisance.
That's how we did it when we first started the freight loading zones back in the days. Now we don't have those problems. If the tow trucks come, take the cars out, we could do the same with the heavy duties. I mean, 100% needs.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
No, I have Commissioner Bach, Commissioner Dominguez, and Commissioner Suarez. And then Commissioner Magazine.
So there are two questions. I still haven't heard why the position has changed, and then I do have a second question that I'd like to raise.
So, as I mentioned, I don't know why the position of our parking director and our transportation director has changed. My position has not changed. We're going to displace a problem from what is not a traffic lane into a traffic lane. So Manny, I hope that you're going to have plenty of tow trucks available, because we're going to be towing people out of travel lanes on a regular basis.
So, and if you could allow me to clarify, Commissioner. So
Please.
this is 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. So as Commissioner Mateo Salinas talked, right now, the trucks are in violation. Our enforcement officers show up, They write a $124 obstruction of traffic citation plus generally a $500, $1,000, $5,000 right-of-way violation. Generally, we receive compliance. And I say generally because I would say 90% of the time. There is an absolute risk of the trucks just turning on their flashers in the lane of traffic with these barricades and acting like they're invisible. That is an absolute risk. So I want to make it very clear that this could absolutely push somebody from the striped area, the gore, out into the lane of traffic, and they could just not care. So I don't know what that will look like. So, and I don't think anybody can look forward into the future and say, now, will there be some drivers that will be deterred from the delineator post? Absolutely. There will be some drivers that are deterred because they don't want to be as brazen. We have, from the parking department, we have a freight loading zone next to the building. However, unfortunately, the freight loading zone is on west. It's on the complete opposite side. So the design of this building is the flaw, not anything around it. Because if we could pick it up and turn it around, it would be perfect. Unfortunately,
that goes back to one of my earlier comments. I mean, listen, this was not a small building that just snuck in and nobody noticed. This went to a public referendum. This was designed up the yin-yang. It's being sold for bazillions of dollars as beachfront property. The fact that the loading zone is on the wrong side for traffic impacts is offensive. It's absolutely freaking offensive. So be that as it may, I don't know if there's a way to retrofit that somehow. Probably not, but that is, as part of this comprehensive thing that I want to work with you on, Eric, that needs to be addressed. There is no way on God's green earth that a building of this magnitude should have a loading dock that is not in the ideal place. And no other building should going forward. So that is a big problem for me. Second of all, can we not, if enforcement is the issue, why are we waiting for somebody to call enforcement? I want somebody staffed there during the loading hours, the loading dock hours, so that the second somebody pulls up, they are ticketed and fined. I believe most buildings have boards with CUPs and plans for how loading happens in their buildings. I want the buildings held responsible too. It's affecting their members. It's affecting their residents. So hold the buildings responsible. Is there a way to increase the penalties for repeat offenders? I mean, this is absurd. And it is, if we don't figure out a solution here and now, it is going to become beyond problematic throughout the city. And so I want every option explored. I want it back at the April meeting, a comprehensive plan. I appreciate the intent with which this was brought. All of us have gotten the same calls and emails and photographs sent. I cannot be supportive now. I think it is going to just displace the problem. I want real solutions in April, and I want them to be enacted without the delay of an MOU with FDOT, et cetera. I want to understand how we prevent this going forward, what we can do immediately. I think staffing can happen tomorrow, right? You can have somebody assigned there tomorrow 24/7 if that's what it needs to be. And, I don't know how quickly we can get a big rig tow truck or whatever available to us, but if that can be as of tomorrow or next week to have on call and parked nearby, let's get that going. Like, those don't need additional time. So that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I had also heard the same thing from the city administration that having delineators, they worried because we don't own the street and the trucks would be parking in the street instead of where they currently are. And I keep hearing about bringing these massive tow trucks. Are boots not a thing? Are boots only for cars? Can't we just have the boots and then the trucks can't go anywhere? That's the same as a tow?
You can. So boots can absolutely be done, but it doesn't, I'll say, solve the problem. So right now, we do have advanced penalties with repeat offenders. So our right-of-ways can go up to $15,000 for a third offense, which obviously, that is where we get the attention of some of these delivery companies. The challenge of this building right now, there seems to be a lot of unique delivery companies for individuals moving in, individuals buying furniture from this location, having special deliveries. So this isn't while we do see the FedExes and the UPSs and the Amazons, they are starting to hear us. We've had several meetings with all three of those vendors. This seems to be the larger one-off delivery companies that, hey, I have somebody moving in, so this delivery truck came from Colorado or came from New York or came from fill in the blank here. And so we will give them a first-time violation and they will never come back into the city again. That is what we're seeing at this current time.
Can the violations go to the building? They have a loading zone, they have staff that works there. If they see the truck, they shouldn't be accepting anything until the truck moves to the appropriate place. Can the building be held liable?
So parking department doesn't have any power for private property. I would probably defer to our code partners or building to see if that could be done. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but we have no mechanism to effectuate the receiver.
Yeah, I don't believe that we have a mechanism in the code to currently charge that back to the
So what would
building.
you need? A new item for the next commission?
Probably need a code amendment to tie those violations back to the adjacent buildings.
And can something like that, can an amendment be made to this item to include that amendment, Mr. City Attorney?
I think what we're talking about is an ordinance, so something we would have to look at.
What are you proposing?
The city manager mentioned that in order for the building to get a violation for not telling their delivery trucks to move, we don't have a mechanism in place right now.
Don't they have a CUP,
to
Eric?
enforce that, and we would need new legislation to move forward.
Eric, don't they have a CUP that they have to follow that has a delivery plan?
So not all buildings are gonna have a CUP, but
Part
talk a little
5
bit
does
about-
not have a CUP. They weren't required to obtain a CUP.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Like, in April, I want a comprehensive, this is what we can do, this is what we need to amend our code for, this is how I don't think we're gonna be able to solve it on the fly today. We can definitely do staffing, we can definitely get a tow truck into the city that can handle this capacity. But in April, I want to have a comprehensive review of these are our options, here's how we amend the code, and address this, and really get ahead of this problem.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And so one of the things I wanted to mention, just to build upon what my colleagues and the city manager has mentioned, is that if we do bring back an ordinance, an enforcement ordinance, what I do think should happen is that the enforcement that we're doing on the vehicles and the drivers, but the enforcement on the building, and require the building, rather than to, put a hefty fine on them that goes to the city, to some fund in the city's accounts, that the violation, the remedy be that they have to hire, whether it be off-duty police or off-duty parking enforcement, to be there present, to do now the work that their dock master is not doing, that their dock master is being negligent and dropping the ball and doing. So now we need to allocate our public resources, the taxpayers' resources, to do the work that they're not doing right. So the violation should be, once we bring that ordinance, Mr. Attorney, is that you're found not to be in compliance, your building gets a violation, but you just don't write a check. You now have to hire off-duty to sit there and do the work that you could have done yourself.
And if I...
Commissioner Suarez is next, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Finish your thought, Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. Currently, when buildings want to hire somebody to trim palms on their property, there's a right-of-way permit that has to be obtained, because they have to bring their truck. They're the guys with the hooks and the shopping carts that do it. But that's not what I'm talking about. I know a resident had reached out, and there was a whole process where they had to shut down the sidewalk so they could bring their large truck. Let's have, as part of this, a procedure where if you are bringing in an 18-wheeler because you just moved cross-country, that's fine, but you need to then schedule that time with the city. And if it needs to be, we need to have an alternate traffic plan in place to ensure that we don't have an emergency, then that's what has to happen too. And can be selective to just super highly dense neighborhoods with narrow streets. If it's on a 4-lane street, Collins, not necessarily required, but in this case, in other cases, like what will be happening up in North Beach, we need to look at that comprehensively. So as you guys, all the departments work together to bring back an ordinance for us next month, I want that to be considered as well. Please.
Commissioner Suarez.
Well, I'm really glad this spurred on a very robust conversation on loading and unloading. Yeah, look, I think delineators would be a great way so that enforcement doesn't have to, stand by 24/7 there. I think that, just having it there without delineators kind of invites these tow truck deliveries. That's probably what they're used to outside of Miami Beach, maybe in Hialeah or what have you. I would love to try this, see how it does. I mean, we have cameras there, and see if it makes an impact. Because right now this happens every day, all day, right? I mean, well, between the hours of like maybe 3 and 7 p.m. So I hope that delineators are also part of the plan for some cases. Now, you said they're supposed to load on the west side of Five Park.
So we have, the city already has a freight loading zone that also belongs to the building. When I say belongs, it's there to service any building that's, within a walking distance that is on the west side of that building, because it was pre-existing. In the perfect world, the building would have been flipped, and on that side, we would have had the entrance into the loading zones off West Ave. We would have had the freight loading zone that is directly north of the road to the causeway activated. So there would have been enough room to handle, I would say, at any one time between the loading zone and the freight loading zone, 5, I'll say, relatively large box trucks. The challenge is that on the Alton side, there is no on-street solution. Obviously, that gore, that hash-striped area that is right there outside is there because there's some, for a reason, there's some access to, I believe, some public works pumps under there. I'm not really sure. I don't want to speak unintelligently on that. But unfortunately, we have no place to put additional loading resources on Alton Road right there.
Have you given any fines so far? To that?
We can tabulate it, but it's going to be in the thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. Because we continue to keep that while we don't have anybody stationed there all day. That is on our, I'll say, south of 5th or kind of our Southern Island route. So we do have team members pass by there on a frequent basis. And so every time they go by, they will write the appropriate citations. And again, generally compliance occurs while we are there. It's one of those things that happens, I'll just say, frequently throughout the island. We show up, we start citing. If there's more than one, somebody generally pulls off, but we will at least be able to cite the main offender at that point in time.
Okay, and if Jose can step up, what is the process? You have to get an MOU with the county?
With FDOT.
FDOT, okay.
It's an FDOT roadway.
And what's the time frame on this?
I would give it probably 2 to 3 months. We would have to come back to the city commission for execution of that maintenance memorandum of agreement. So a couple months.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Magazine.
Have a number of different things I want to address. Agree with the traffic delineators, but what are they aesthetically going to look like? Because I'm working steadfast in trying to improve the aesthetics of our public rights of way. And my fear is we're just adding these little orange cones or things like that. Could we not, why would flower pots placed in that area not work?
So generally they would be the white delineator post with a reflective stripe at the top. The challenge with any fixed item would be the access. So we have 2 different hash marked areas in this specific area. One is for a fire hydrant. The other one is for access to there are these doors for something that's underneath the roadway. I'll defer to our public works director. I think the challenge is those those doors are half in the gore and half on the roadway. So we.
Got it. So, but across the board, we need to do a better job of having a practical purpose for things, but making it more aesthetically pleasing. We need to have more respect for how our city looks, right? And I'm so frustrated because I've been emphasizing this for years and years, and nobody seems to care, right? Nobody seems to care. You drive up and down Alton Road or 17th Street, and there's these silly little messaging signs. For what? For what? Looks like hell, okay? We will never fix this problem that we're talking about unless we better design our streets. And I've been sending our staff and administrators videos for years. And Jose was one of the first meetings we had about the loading in West Avenue. And PJ, if you could show two videos that I sent to our city administration and code just in the past couple of weeks. This is every single day. And we could have enforcement, but it's going to be a whack-a-mole. Somebody is going to get killed. Should we address this after they're killed? This is a crosswalk right outside of one of the busiest parks in our city. And we have delivery trucks every single day. Okay, if that was 15 seconds earlier, I took this video because you saw a mother like this, peeking out past the delivery truck with a baby stroller. And 10 seconds later, a car comes flying down. Is somebody going to have to get killed before we really address this? This happens every day, every single day, right? And saying, well, we're going to have staff tow or staff, that doesn't work. That does not work. We need to better design our roads to permanently address this. And I've been on it for years, and I've gotten nowhere, okay? This problem, that crosswalk, I've been working for 2.5 years to try and get an elevated crosswalk. What does it say about any of our initiatives if it takes 2.5 years to build a freaking crosswalk 30 feet wide or 30 feet long? Why? Right? Hundreds of people walk out of there every single day, kids, families, and it takes 3 years to build a crosswalk, right? We have hundreds of agenda items. But if it takes 3 years to do a crosswalk, I saw Commissioner Bott, she had an item a few years ago about building a new flyover on 63rd Street. And it was right after I go, well, this crosswalk will take another year. I go, what are we even doing? Like how can we possibly be ambitious and think comprehensive and truly game-changing solutions if it takes 3 years to build a crosswalk, an elevated crosswalk? What are we doing in this city? What are we really doing? That video, PJ, can you play the second one? This is every day up and down West Avenue. How can we not have an aesthetic design in the median that prevents delivery trucks from doing this? I took a video just this day. This is on every block up and down West Avenue. Are we going to get calls from people that are pissed and going, you know what, I want to run into Pura Vida on West Avenue, and because you have these beautiful plants there, now I can't? Yes, we're going to. Are we going to get calls from buildings along West Avenue, like my own, right? Where they go, it's a lot easier for us just to have these cars out in the street. Yes, we are. Okay, and we're going to have to be strong and say this is not the right way to go about things. Okay, we should have planters in the median, just like we have in Sunset Harbor. I've been bringing it up for 3 years, and maybe it'll take somebody getting killed. Maybe it'll take a mother trying to cross in front of an Amazon driver that's there every single day, and we'll go, you know what, maybe now we'll address it. I really hope the city can show some proactiveness in addressing this that I've sent around to every single department head for years before it's a result of somebody dying there, okay? The widening of West Avenue is 5 lanes long. People are going there and passing every single day. People pass in the medians, they pass on the right side. I've sent everybody videos, and it's not about having the police out there to enforce, because that can't be a constant strategy. We have to have better design in our roadways. Better design so this is a permanent solution. So who's going to take the initiative and do it?
Well,
Guys, seriously, not all at once.
Commissioner.
Not all at once.
I will work with the team and we will come up with a plan that we will bring back to commission next month.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You know, I'm getting text messages here, and it's asking me to ask you, Tom, for specifically Five Park, doesn't DRB or HPB for that Five Park have orders to address delivery?
Yeah, well, I need to check the orders, and I did double check, I misspoke, Commissioner Bott, they do have a CUP, and that likely will have conditions regarding loading and delivery. The DRB order may also have conditions on loading and delivery, but since they have a corresponding CUP, it's likely going to be in that. One other thing I wanted to mention, and I mentioned this to the manager, is that with regard to the loading area, they do have a very robust interior loading dock that's accessed from Alton Road. The reason that it was placed on Alton Road is because that was really the only viable location. The problem with the south side is that it fronts directly on MacArthur Causeway, which is, for all practical purposes, a freeway entrance. The problem with the west side fronting West Avenue is that the future pedestrian bridge, the downslope to provide access to that bridge that goes over West Avenue comes all the way down the west side of the building. And then on the north side, that was the main entrance that has the interface with the park. But with that said, it was anticipated that the trucks were supposed to easily pull right into that very large loading dock area. And so there was never an intention for trucks to be parked on Alton Road.
So how come they don't do that? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
How come they don't do that? Why don't they go into the loading dock, which is designed for them to
So
pull in?
part of the challenge is every time I've gone down the loading dock, you will see single occupancy vehicles with inside the loading dock. Also, the way that the loading dock is structured, it does require, I will say, a CDL driver to have a certain skill set. And I am sure that there are some, so it would require you to pull head in and then back your vehicle up into one of two bays that exist while inside the area. And I will say that there's probably, in my experience, certain CDL drivers that have that skill set, and there's certain that may not feel comfortable.
So now that we've confirmed that they do have a CUP, can the property owners be held responsible for these traffic violations?
Yeah, if there's violations that are issued, we can certainly issue a cure letter and then bring them back for a progress report.
So Will?
I can.
And city manager, you see this? Like, by the way, it shouldn't take this to get it going, because we've been getting emails like this for the last 6 months, and for now, all of a sudden, the staff to be like, well, this is what, you have 7 lay people telling you that something needs to be done, and, we've been telling you this for a long time. It shouldn't take like a little delineator item to spur on an hour discussion on
Insane.
on what to do about traffic, because this fucking happens every day, and it's very frustrating. And look, I think it's ridiculous that the staff isn't ready to really handle this head on, because the number one issue in Miami Beach is traffic. And so when you have blatant violations and your staff didn't even know it had a CUP and that we can hold the property owners accountable, I mean, come on. I think if we would have known that and we would have held them accountable, I bet you those people at Five Park would make sure that every single delivery driver that comes through is either making sure it goes parks in the bay and doesn't block traffic and doesn't go on the gore. So look, get your stuff together, Eric, okay? Because this is obviously a big issue for us. And obviously you have 7 of us really encouraging whatever you need to pass legislation for you to do your job effectively, we're willing to do that. But this is a big issue for us and for the residents.
And I just want to,
Commissioner Fernandez?
yeah, and I just want to say, Commissioner Magazine, I value so much what you're saying about the aesthetics of our city. It's so important, the on-the-ground experience that our residents have, that our visitors have. They're not going to look at the details of everything except what is on the surface. And that's what they're going to remember when they go back home. And I think we truly, even though we live in a beautiful city, we truly need to go above and beyond making sure, yes, we're going to put delineators, we're going to do some other type of infrastructure, but just don't throw delineators there. Do it, pay attention to the detail and the final product that people are going to be seeing and remembering. And lastly, Commissioner Magazine, I share your frustration about the crosswalk. Vice Mayor Matil Salinas and I, when she worked in my office, you know, we've worked, I think it took us 2 years to get, or 2 or 3 years to get a crosswalk on Meridian Avenue by Lincoln Road. It was the most frustrating thing. I didn't understand. How is it possible for me as a commissioner for us to take 2 years to get a crosswalk, a simple crosswalk, and for it to take an elected official, now you, Commissioner Magazine, in your neighborhood, where you're trying to make conditions safer for mothers and families and children and just pedestrians in general, for it to take this long, to me, then why are we commissioners? If we cannot push an agenda for the benefit and the safety of those who have placed their trust in us, then why do we hold these offices? So, you know, I support my colleagues, Commissioner Dominguez and Commissioner Bott, in their efforts and there being an enforcement ordinance with real teeth in there. Commissioner Suarez and his initiative to bring forward these delineators, and Commissioner Magazine and the finished product and the amount of time it takes on this. And I'm happy to support all of you and second your item, because this truly just speaks to just a bigger effort in our city, which is not have things take so long and do things that, you know, with attention to detail. And also, by the way, if we go to you guys with a problem with, you know, deliveries, and we're coming to you guys with delineators, well, don't tell us, well, no, we can't do the delineators. Give us an alternative. Don't just say no. It's so easy just to say no. But if the administration knows, well, there's a development agreement or there's a conditional use permit, and there might be other avenues through which to achieve your objective, well, guide us in that direction.
Commissioner Magazine, then Commissioner Bott.
Few things that I'd like to ask the administration to consider when we're looking at this. If we're thinking comprehensively, if you look at a lot of our curbs, and again, this sounds silly, but this is the surface level experience for so many visitors or residents. They are completely destroyed, right? And I see it firsthand. It's because some of these large trucks have such a wide turning radius that they go around 15th Street, right by the Il Villaggio is a great example, right? We spend so much money to take care of the aesthetics of our city, and then these large trucks are destroying it. Right outside on Collins Avenue by Council Tower South, it's the same exact thing. These curbs are destroyed by these large trucks. Perhaps we do need to look at some ways to encourage, or I hate the word, but penalize the larger trucks and really encourage the smaller trucks that are more compatible with our city. I want to bring up something specific, but I'd like an answer. The exit of West Avenue right onto the MacArthur Causeway. It's always been a very complicated intersection, I guess compounded with the possibility of having that crosswalk project going on. But right now, it's essentially split between the north and south lane. The entrance on West Avenue and the MacArthur, there's about 12 traffic cones that are there, right? And what is the purpose of that? Why is it there? Again, it's because we have a poorly planned road where, I mean, am I crazy? Nobody knows what I'm talking about? It's literally the exit of our city. People have to come and enter every single day. There's 12 traffic cones right there. Where are our area managers? Who are they? What do they do? Why do they not drive around looking at issues like this all day? Why does our neighborhood affairs community not drive around a golf cart highlighting this issue? For a year, we've had 12 traffic cones for no rhyme or reason at the exit of our city and the entrance of our city, right? West Avenue and MacArthur Causeway, and I'm getting a bunch of blank stares. Who's responsible? This is nobody knows. Nobody knows. But everybody will drive by them for years and years with no accountability. Why are there 12 traffic cones at the end of West Avenue exiting onto the MacArthur. Thousands of employees drive by there every single week. Why do we have them? Who can answer that? All right, I don't want you to, right? Because I get that you want to take one for the team, and accountability stops at the top. I get that. But this should be individual department heads. Somebody's department is responsible for them. Who? How is that possible? How is that possible? At the exit, where thousands of people, tens of thousands of tourists go out every single day, it looks like hell. And nobody knows why. Nobody knows why they're there. John.
Commissioner, I'll find out immediately. I'm not familiar with the exact location, but I'll get you an answer.
When we say the exact location, I'm not trying to be pompous or an ass here. This is the exit to our city, right? The exit that thousands of people, we don't have 100 exits to our city. We have 4 main arteries. This is one of them. And there are 12 traffic cones the reason why they're there is because the roadway is so poorly designed. But instead of having long-term structural fixes, we'll have a grouping of traffic cones. And if it weren't for this, for an elected official to say, what are we doing here? And nobody knows, it would be there for the next 10 years. Yeah. Right? Like, how do we have all these departments? You guys and gals make really good money. An area manager. We just hired a whole team of them. Neighborhood affairs, right? These should be the people day to day just going around our city and saying, that looks off. I'm going to find the person to fix that. That looks off. I'm going to find the person to fix that. What do? I have my phone full of the detour signs that are thrown in bushes. They're on the bridge of Sunset Harbor. They're laying down on the street. How can we have thousands of employees going around our city every day, whether it be the city manager or a sanitation worker or anybody in between, and not highlighting that and saying, that really looks off, we need to do better?
I know why.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bott was next.
So we know there are violations at this building, and we know they have a CUP. Can we get them a notice to cure and to appear at the planning board for the next planning board meeting?
Yes, there's a minimum 15-day notice when you issue a cure letter. I can try to have that issued and get them to the planning board for their April 7th meeting. If we can't meet that minimum notice requirement, then it would be the May 5th meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Suarez.
I was going to say something I probably should not, but I understand there's public comment.
Is there public comment?
Our first,
But it's a public hearing?
Somebody calls, somebody wants to call in, I say we don't.
okay,
Yeah,
so
not
we're going to do the people outside and then I'll call you in. Okay.
I'll let Carla go first. She's
Okay,
here.
Carla.
Oh, it's related to.
Hold on, Carla. Come on in.
Oh, sorry. Carla Probus. I live in 20th and Alton now. But I wanted to say, I used to live south of 5th, and I go down there quite a bit to go to Smith and Walensky. Everyone knows that. And Commissioner Suarez, you had an item last week or last month. It was about the timing of lights and us taking over work from the county. And I just want to mention that also the problem that's here at this intersection is at 6th, 5th, and 4th Street. I know I got the crosswalk put in 4th Street. That is all out of time. So I think that also causes the backup. You know, if 6th and 5th were in time, it would also help with the flow. Okay? So I wanted to bring that up because I know it ties in with your other item you brought in last month. So thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you. Our first public caller, virtual caller is Susanna. Susanna, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Susanna Santoro, 5600 Collins Avenue. My comment is regarding the delivery companies. If the city has not been able to get a grip on commercial delivery companies, the solution cannot be to shift enforcement onto associations and residents. Although they're financially responsible for actions that they neither employ nor control is just unjust and misplaced. Enforcement should instead target the delivery companies directly with meaningful fines and consequences, not the properties that they service. And I do agree with Commissioner Magazine that safety must be addressed, but again, penalizing residents for content they cannot control is not fair or effective solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Tom, she does bring up a good point. What is the argument there where, sometimes the HOAs are oblivious to, who's really at fault here? And maybe that's a city manager question, but, because right now, we continue to find tens of thousands of dollars that building, yet every day it continues to happen, and there's no compliance. So,
In terms of enforcement, if they're in violation of either a land use board order, CUP order, that is something that we can enforce. Now, in terms of how the HOAs deal with their violations internally, that's not something that we could speak to, but we could certainly enforce what their approvals are.
yeah,
any conditions of that approval.
and to Susanna, that building was built with the understanding that they were going to follow the rules and that they were going to enforce their delivery trucks to follow the rules. And so they went into an agreement with that, with the city to do that. So, sorry, I'm going to continue.
So our next caller is Alex Jimenez. Go ahead, Alex.
Alex Jimenez, Belle Isle. I'm calling because this happens here on Belle Isle, and I also have an idea for you guys. As we know, the Standard Hotel is next door, and you are diverting traffic right now because of the undergrounding of the water utility. So the Venetian Causeway is blocked. So when that happens, they bring everybody here along, in front of the Standard Hotel, and that's for all the traffic to exit. Talk about exiting our city and the beauty of exiting our city. The Standard Hotel has 2 or 3 trucks, at a time delivering stuff. Can you imagine what it looks like here during rush hour where there's a lot of traffic? People are coming into the city and they're coming out of the city, and there's 3 huge box trucks in the middle of the way. That wouldn't be allowed if, it was on the Venetian Causeway. But why is it allowed on our little street? That's not to say that it's the Standard's fault. I think this is the city's fault. I think an idea for everyone here, I think we've had, I've heard a lot of great ideas, is, there needs to be a place for these trucks to go. And there's plenty of parking spaces. I know that parking is limited, but 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 can be converted to a freight zone for the Standard, right in front. There should be some more proactive, creative ideas with the real estate that we have, like our parking spaces. I think Commissioner Magazine was totally correct. We should, with all the employees the city has, there should be a looks-off person that drives around and finds opportunities and creative ideas to fix things, paint curbs, suggest ideas. But I definitely think converting parking spaces is an easy win near 5 Park, near the Standard, all over the city, because people do need deliveries. And if you're a delivery driver, you need to stop somewhere and you need to park. So we should be converting more parking spaces to freight zones, and not just for 1 truck, but for 3 or 2 or 3.
Thank you, sir. Our next caller is Jane Krupp. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Jane Krupp, 1390 Ocean Drive. You all know me from the parking department because I call about 10 times a day. And the parking department, they're doing the best they can, but it really is a cat and mouse game with these drivers, and they know it. We have a very limited amount of staff to get over there. But it's a citywide problem, and you can see the beginnings of where has this problem started. It's this big high-rise. The big high-rise is creating density, creating the need for more deliveries. And the city needs a city plan, overall city plan of how to integrate the higher density that's coming. If you want to encourage higher FAR in Washington Avenue, you need to have a loading plan citywide. And part of it is restricting the size of trucks. We don't have a terminal like they have in New York where the big trucks don't come in because they can't maneuver the streets. So we're heading towards this conflict of more density and safety, because the trucks are very unsafe, especially I'm here on 14th Street and Ocean Court. A man was killed by a huge truck trying to make a three-point turn. No truck over 30 feet should be going east of Collins Avenue. We need some rules. We need a plan. And I encourage the traffic department to get with this, and the police and the parking department to get together. I agree with what the commissioners are saying, that right now we have an unsafe condition where, yes, tourists are walking in between huge trucks on 14th Street near the beach. That's not acceptable. If you're going to do your laundry in your hotel from Broward County in a tractor trailer because it's $1 cheaper for the water, that's not a common sense solution. Use a local laundry that has vans. They're available. By not allowing these huge trucks coming from long distances, one more second, we encourage local businesses with vans and local deliveries. So it's a win-win if we can have some city planning around this as well, considering the density that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller has a screen name of call-in user 4. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, mayors and commissioners. My name is Matthew Boltanoff. My address is 125 Jefferson Avenue. I remember many years ago at the 5th and Alton site, there was a low-rise, medium-density project that was approved. It was called the Wage. It would have brought 6-story buildings to that site with much-needed market-rate apartment housing for residents of the city. And area neighbors actually came and fought it, saying that it was going to be delivering too much traffic to the site. And so it's kind of funny now. I look up and I actually see the 5th and Alton Tower at over 500 feet. And here we are now, a decade later. And the actual issue is that there is tremendous traffic impacts being caused by this tower. And the narrative that it would just be empty and people contributing to the coffers of the city and not living here actually doesn't appear to be necessarily true either. But remember, the formula for success many times is low rise, medium density in cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last virtual caller is David. David, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. State your name, please.
David Wallach. I seem to sound like a bit of a broken record, as do many of these callers, but deliveries are a part of hotel business. They are a part of restaurant and cafe business. And Ocean Drive from 5th to 15th Street is a commercial district. It is not a residential district. It is filled with hotels, it is filled with restaurants and mixed retail. They all require regular deliveries virtually every single day. Not just one truck, but each business requires probably 5 different trucks. And if large trucks cannot get in, then they have to use 4 small trucks. And so we're propagating the problem by closure of any of our main streets, including Ocean Drive, and throwing that problem onto Collins Avenue, plus valet, plus rideshare Ubers, plus multiple delivery trucks per block. And the further you put these trucks from the delivery point, the more hand truck back and forths have to happen, and then the more time those trucks have to stay. It's a domino effect by closing main arteries which were not designed to be closed. So please consider all of the multiple domino effects and collateral damage that we are creating ourselves by poor planning and thinking that we can close a major artery and it not seriously affect major arteries that are attached to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mitch?
Sure. Mitch Novick, 901 Collins Avenue. I agree with the last caller and Jane Krupp. When you close Ocean Drive, you create a dangerous condition. My street becomes a traffic cesspool of absolute gridlock. So I would urge you to keep the traffic flowing, and the way to do that is not disrupt our traditional urban traffic grid. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes.
Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second.
We do. We have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez will be listed as a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor of R7G, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Item is approved 7-0. That was item R7G.
R7S.
R7S, approved strategic plan 2026.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. City Manager, I'll turn this largely over to you, but it's really just a good governance method. And while I love that this commission gets down into the details like we just did today, right? Because that is the importance of local government. It is when you walk outside of your house, what you experience, whether it be the safety of your roads, the cleanliness of your streets, whether your city is safe during March for spring break, whether your streets are aesthetically pleasing or not. Those are the meat and potatoes of everyday, day-to-day operation of a city. But we also need to think comprehensively. And oftentimes, I think our way of governance tends that we focus solely on some of these day-to-day issues and don't take a step back, take a breath, and figure out those macro issues as well. And the decisions that we make are often piecemealed together and lack being part of a broader context and vision for a comprehensive plan for our city. So this is essentially setting some of those parameters. Now, that's not to say that we can't deviate from that if we have a comprehensive plan or vision, something is outside of that, perhaps we take a step back and explain why we're doing something that deviates from our comprehensive vision. But Mr. City Manager, I'll turn it over to you about how we're going to essentially lay this out and then how we'll govern within the context of this.
Thank you, Commissioner, through the mayor. This is obviously a very important discussion. We prioritize how we want this organization to be run every year through the budget process. But a document like this is really taking us out further, multiple years. I liken this to if you're in an old-time boat and you had 40 people who were rowing. Each stroke of the oar is important, but if you all don't know where the point in the distance is that you're trying to go to, it becomes very difficult to move that boat forward in a positive direction. This particular document is the culmination of input from the mayor and commission over the past year. It does obviously build on what we've done historically. Our City of Miami Beach's first strategic plan was established pursuant to Resolution 2006-26341 and was updated in 2015, 2019, and 2023. This particular document remains committed to our mission of providing excellent public service and safety to all who live, work, and play in our vibrant tropical historic community. It outlines our organizational values to maintain Miami Beach as a world-class city, to work as a cooperative team of well-trained and empowered professionals, to act with ownership and authority to reach exceptional outcomes, to expediently serve the public with dignity and respect, to conduct the business of the city with honesty, integrity, and dedication. We are ambassadors of goodwill to our residents, visitors, and the business community, and we treat our citizens, staff, and each other with professionalism, kindness, and collegiality. We have a number of strategic vision areas, a vibrant city, where our objective is to build on our internationally recognized reputation by balancing tourism and development initiatives to enrich the quality of life and vitality of our neighborhoods, schools, and commercial areas. A safe city, where our objective is to build resident satisfaction through safety, cleanliness, parks, and modern codes. Our resilient coastal city, our objective is to protect and enhance our natural and built environments through leading-edge resilience, infrastructure initiatives, and investments in support of the longevity and sustainability of our community. A connected and engaged city, where our objective is to embrace a multimodal philosophy to encourage non-motorized mobility options, to reduce congestion and provide enhanced connectivity to our neighborhoods, schools, employment, special events, open spaces, businesses, and attractions. A smart city, where our goal is to create a high-quality and efficient governance, services, and employees.
Mr. City Manager, if I could, maybe for the best usage, explain, is this the result of the retreat that we did
Yeah.
this past year? Okay.
Yes, so
And-
this is the result of a two-day retreat with the 6 of you, obviously, Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas was involved, but not in her current role. But obviously, this is the consolidation of a lot of discussions and a lot of, thought-provoking exchange.
And where will this be publicly visible? And is this already locked in and set in stone? Or is this kind of a dynamic document that we'll be able to essentially change or massage as we go along?
So this is adopted by resolution. It can be changed by resolution at any point in time. This would inform our budgeting process, and this would inform the day-to-day direction that I give to the teams on how to deliver the best results for the community.
Is there anything that almost acts like a safeguard? I'll give an example. Let's say we want to, one of our strategic goals and priorities is to make a more walkable, pedestrian-friendly city. And then somebody proposes legislation without giving a concrete example, but just flies in the face of that, right? Really takes that will result in going the exact opposite. Will there be some sort of flag or discussion that'll say, well, our strategic priority is walkability, but this is flying in the face of that?
So in our memos, in prior iterations, we've always tried to incorporate some of our strategic goals and initiatives into what we're formulating as we're putting the information forward. We've transitioned a little bit away from that. I think that's probably because we haven't done a full-blown refresh since 2019. But I would like to get back to that so that we could help the commission dovetail initiatives with the strategic plan.
So I guess I'll turn over to my colleagues, and not that I have the power, but Commissioner Bott, but are we going to discuss what this is, or are we just going to kind of adopt?
Commissioner Bott?
Over the last number of years, through impetus from residents or commissioners at the time, there have been things added to the blue sheets, the cover memos about fiscal impact, or is it a resident's right to know, or whatever. Could we add a thing, like a little checkbox to those cover memos, say, does this align with an initiative? If yes, which one? So that we can, that's a quick reference point, that we can just keep ourselves accountable.
Absolutely, if that's the commission's desire.
Is that something we have to vote on, or?
We could propose an amendment to this.
I'd like to propose an amendment that the cover sheets incorporate a place to indicate whether or not the item being proposed aligns with one of the initiatives, and if it does, which one it is. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's a bad item if it doesn't. It just helps us keep a frame of reference.
Incorporation of key performance indicators.
Yep. So that's the motion, if there's a second.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, let's call a vote. This is item R7S as amended to include a section Moved by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. All in favor of R7S as amended, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7S is approved as amended.
And just, if I may, through the chair for clarity, the box to be checked will be whether the item aligns with or whether the item affects, because there may be items that don't align with.
Right. I think it would be, does it affect?
Is it related to?
Is it related to? It's a good
Okay.
way of, and then which one it relates to.
Okay, very good.
Should we do that, Commissioner, or is it maybe just ask for a flag if it adversely impacts?
I like having sort of the benchmark of, oh, look, we're doing another thing that aligns with one of our strategic priorities.
R9X.
R9X is discuss take action, naming rights opportunities to fund capital projects. R9X.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
So this is going to be an interesting discussion, I'm guessing. I want to explore possibilities for our city to reach out and see if there's any opportunities for naming rights or advertising opportunities for some of our facilities here. And I think at one point we had that. I believe it was maybe Norwegian cruise ships. They offered us $11 million to co-name the convention center for maybe 5 years, was it, Mr. Manager?
I would ask our marketing communications
Melissa, please join us.
team to talk about it.
Sure, Melissa Bertier. It was a 10-year deal.
And ultimately, we turned it down. The commission turned it down at the time, which I think was a bit of a missed opportunity. And I think we should explore that again, especially considering we're trying to cut. And maybe we need to instead increase revenue in certain ways. For example, I learned that in Miami-Dade County, one of their parks, the Underline Park, was sponsored by Chewy, the dog food brand. They sell more than dog food, but, maybe we could approach Chewy for some advertising. Maybe they can, wrap a park in a banner. And my biggest issue actually is that, I want to, one of my budget allocations that we're going to discuss in May is the Flamingo Park football field, soccer field right there. And in order for that field to be returfed, it's going to be $1.3 million. And so what if we reached out to Adidas, for example, and we said, hey, Adidas, you're doing multiple events in our city. FIFA's big this year. Why don't we do some type of naming opportunity where Adidas co-names our Flamingo Park track and gives us the 1.3 for a couple years, and we call it the Adidas Flamingo Park track. So many ideas. And the reason why I did this as a discussion item and not sent it to committee was because I wanted to have this discussion here, talk about it with our staff, and have them come back and give us some ideas of appropriate locations. So that way it wasn't clogging up committees and kind of eating up time. I want to see I want to take everyone's temperature and see how we all feel and see if we can get started on something.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll say traditionally, I am not a fan of having names throughout our cities. It comes with unintended consequences at times. At times, you might enter into an agreement with an entity whose values in the future you might not realize might not necessarily align with the public values and the public policies of the city. However, notwithstanding that, we're in a very different time and place today than when we were 4 years ago, when Norwegian Cruise Lines came to us with a proposal to name the convention center. Today, we're facing a potential shift in revenues, potential reform to our source of funding for the operations and the maintenance of important facilities to our city. And because of that, I do think, Madam Vice Mayor, it is indeed prudent for us to be exploring what opportunities may be out there. Doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to engage in those opportunities, but if it's the right opportunity then it's only responsible for us to be considering those potential partnerships. Not all of them will work. I know in the past, Melissa, we had a company.
Correct.
Do we
It was
still have
Oakview
the
Group.
company?
We do not have that company anymore.
We don't.
And we don't have a sales team. I
Right.
will also add.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can try our best, but we are not a sales team, but maybe we can get together with economic development and do our best. But there are specialized firms that do this. But of course, it comes with a cut.
Right, but I do think, and to your point, the communications department, handles communications, marketing, but you guys don't do media sales. You don't do sales for bus benches. You don't do sales for trolley wraps. You don't do sales for exercise equipments. And we shouldn't be engaging either in sales of naming rights. However, I do like the idea of approaching this through an outside entity that does have those contacts, those relationships, knows how to negotiate a really worthwhile, financially worthwhile term and agreement for the city. Whereas 4 years ago, I would have completely been against this. I think that the shifting landscape that we may be potentially facing if 60% of the state's voters make a constitutional amendment to property taxes, which could foreseeably happen over the next year or so, it makes it prudent to be ahead of it and be engaging in these conversations. Happy to support your motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Commissioner Magazine.
I'll echo those thoughts. I don't want to tie ourselves into anything. I would have historically been against it as well, and I do want to maintain some sort of decision-making authority while not micromanaging. There could be some good opportunities, the Flamingo Stadium by Adidas. I don't think that's overly offensive or something like that, but again, I don't want to micromanage, but I do want to not just kind of give the green light sign off to wave all of these things in. I'll offer up our first possibility. I'll offer $500 for the magazine orange cone removal capital project across the city. So,
Commissioner Bott.
So I have historically been dead set against this. I share my colleagues' openness to consider what's out there. I'm actually very leery of having an outside organization go out and sell the city, because for them it's revenue, and I think this needs to be curated with careful consideration of what the property is and who the sponsor could be. I would like to actually pivot this possibly to a different approach. We have increasing, and Rick, I need you to tell me how we can do this legally, and maybe you don't have an answer at your fingertips because it's a weird, I don't know if other cities do this. We have increasingly mega wealthy residents in the city. And in other cities, we see people underwriting arts and culture institutions, school playgrounds, public playgrounds, improved waterways, all things that will be dramatically affected if, God forbid, we lose our property tax and potentially our business taxes. So is there a way to set up an employee, an office, a firm to basically be a municipal fundraiser, to the way that, you've got fundraisers for other not-for-profit organizations to fund initiatives, to take up maintenance costs for existing facilities, that is not selling naming rights, but is a different approach to this. Because I would be kind of much more interested in that, and this is a target demographic that is usually not, or is usually new to the city, might not be super engaged yet with the community because they're here some of the time, not all of the time, doesn't know the history of what gets valued and what is a challenge, and it's a way to engage with them and have them build relationships in meaningful ways.
Sure. In fact, one of your colleagues several months ago had discussed with my office the possibility of some kind of a fundraising 501c3. I believe that this was done during Mayor Levine's administration, and I think that it was shut down eventually because of some concerns. So your colleague did not pursue this as a result of some of the concerns, but we could certainly revisit the idea again, especially given the current economic climate. Maybe there's some guardrails that we can come up with to ensure that the issues that were identified back then do not.
The city at the time had One Miami Beach, which was a foundation that was set up. The city commission, I think, authorized the city attorney's office to work on setting up a foundation on behalf of the city. And then that foundation had a board of directors. I believe, the late Commissioner Malikov and a number of other members from the dais were on that board of directors, and specifically it focused on, contributions that were made by people throughout the community, and then the reinvestment of those, into projects that then the city wouldn't have to fund. And maybe, if we can't do a non-for-profit again, maybe we have a development person in the city that can work on, if someone wants to work on improving a park, and we have it set as a goal to make, improvements in a park or do an improvement somewhere in North Beach, and there's a new business that's coming in, or there's a new resident that came in that wants to contribute towards that, someone that's making those relationships with those stakeholders, so that then, we can pursue that money even through the city. And the city, every once in a while, we accept contributions. We can consider a resolution accepting a private contribution and allocate that and dedicate that for a specific purpose. And so maybe that's something that we could explore, is bringing in a development person. And maybe part of that person's compensation doesn't have to be, coming out of the general fund. Maybe, it's a structure where, they get a percentage of what they fundraise, which is, very typical a lot of times in the nonprofit world. So maybe that's something we can explore.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is not Relentless for Progress. This is not a PAC. This would be, sort of a high-end, bespoke, fundraiser, the way, as you mentioned, not-for-profit organizations have, and use very effectively. And it's long-term relationship development, and I think it would be a very interesting way to approach this. So I don't know if that's an amendment to this or becomes a separate item.
I think it's a separate item. I think, if I heard correctly, Commissioner Mateo Salinas would like to make a, well, right now you are acting as mayor, so you cannot make a motion, but the earlier motion that I believe you had made was to direct the administration to work on some potential naming opportunities for the city and return back to commission. And I do want to assure everybody that the city has a very vigorous process for naming rights. So this would go to neighborhoods, it would come back to you all. In some instances, there's a referendum required for certain namings. So it's not that this would happen without your substantial input.
I just want to add that, Commissioner Bott, I love your idea as well. That was one of my ideas too. If a family wanted to, say, hey, this little pocket park in my neighborhood, I want to explore lots of opportunities here, and I don't want to limit it to just corporate partners, but I do think we should look at corporate partners. In fact, I was told that one of the events, the corporate events that we're going to be doing, one of the folks that's hosting an upcoming event wanted to wrap one of our lifeguard stands, and I won't say which, but and I think that they're going to end up being able to do that. But then someone had asked, well, how much are they being charged to wrap their logo on our lifeguard stand? And the response was nothing. We're going to let them do it for free. And it's like, well, maybe we could have charged for that. So we just need to be a little bit more cognizant about brands that are coming to our city that want that PR and that marketing aspect, and what we can get for that. Similarly, Muscle Beach, we do activations there all the time, and if we're with a brand or a partnership with some type of brand that's there, maybe they can wrap the inside of that coral wall with a banner. I mean, there's just so many opportunities. There's so many opportunities for revenue here. And I'd like to just explore all of them. And then, of course, Commissioner Magazine, you mentioned something about, this isn't just like carte blanche, do whatever. We, need to look at the brands, and we need to look at the sponsorships, and look at the areas and what the amount is. But I do want to brainstorm and just kind of see what we can come up with, see what your team can come up with, Melissa, or not your team, I'm sorry, whomever, yep. That's right, one city, one team, and whomever we get to do this.
I do want to ask a question
Your
about
microphone's on.
categories. Are there any categories that you would want to exclude? And specifically, I'm asking about alcohol.
Yeah. I don't think that's
Tobacco
appropriate,
and
yeah.
vape.
And vape and
Alcohol, cigarettes,
vape,
CBD, THC.
yeah, agreed.
All the bad stuff.
We like wholesome.
I
Wholesome
do say because there
advertising.
was obviously alcohol.
Yep, we're
brands.
still on that same page, yeah.
What I would do is I would look at our current agreements that we have, like with the trolleys and with the, with some of those, because then haven't we addressed this issue? Like I
We have
remember
on
bus
trolleys,
balls
not
was once.
on trolleys, yes, their alcohol is not permitted, but on bus shelters, alcohol is permitted.
But that was an administrative decision. That was not
Correct.
legislative. So we have the ability to advertise alcohol in the trolleys. I've directed the communication department to not do that.
We just have a standard, a consistent standard that we don't want to explore.
No adult toys, please, okay?
Yeah, I'll also add and give a plug for our water taxi, but we've had some interest from some private enterprise potentially partnering with us, that they would help potentially fund some of our routes, but also for naming rights, so I think it fits in with what you're saying.
This is thinking outside of the box, and thank you for guiding us into this conversation, because I'll tell you, it's 4 years ago the conversation came up, and it takes courage to bring it up again. It was a very difficult and controversial conversation 4 years ago. It became very politically charged, and I think it's very forward-thinking of you to take that very brave step to bring it up now, because we do have to be looking at this. How are we going to close the gaps to maintain the operations and the maintenance at the level of service that our residents have been blessed to get accustomed to? And so this is forward-thinking, and I like the direction that we're going in. I'm happy to support you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Let's vote.
So I have a motion from Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, to direct administration to explore naming rights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The item is approved 7-0. Commissioner Bott also had a separate.
Yeah, we'll work on that for the April meeting. We'll work on an item for you and maybe an item for you, or you guys could work together.
R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Part 1, Subpart B, Article 9, related special acts of Miami Beach City Code entitled Pension System for Disability and Retirement of Members of Police and Fire Departments, amending Section 62 definitions, adding definition for police management employees, amending Section 79 entitled Deferred Retirement Option Plan Drop, related to the maximum drop participation period, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, codification, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5I.
7 sponsors. I guess congratulations, Chief Jones. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to begin by thanking all of you, the entire commission, for joining me in sponsoring this ordinance and for recognizing the very important role of continuity and leadership within the police department. And briefly, before we speak about our wonderful Chief Jones, I want to speak briefly about what this legislation actually does, because this ordinance is a matter of policy. It's a policy decision amending the pension plan to allow the chief to extend his participation in the drop program from 8 years to a maximum of 10 years. And I want to highlight something that's very important, and that is that our actuary, Mr. Manager, and correct me if I'm wrong, the city's actuary has reviewed the ordinance, and they have confirmed that it does not increased cost to the city.
Correct.
And so, in other words, this ordinance allows us to maintain stability in leadership without placing any additional burden to our taxpayers. But ultimately, and more important than this being a policy decision, and a very prudent policy decision, this is an ordinance about the men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department, the officers who show up every day, those who answer the call of service, and who put on that uniform every day, and they don't know whether they're going to come back home at night. They walk our streets, they put themselves in harm's way so that our residents and our visitors can feel safe. And a department like ours, like our incredible Miami Beach Police Department, is only as strong as the people who wear that uniform and who serve every day with that bravery. And those officers deserve leadership. That leadership that supports them, that prepares them, and that gives them the tools that they need every day to succeed. And when you look at the results of this department and what has been delivered under Chief Jones' leadership, it really talks about that support that he gives every day to our officers so that they can succeed. And PJ, I don't know if we have the slide on major crime statistics, if you have that ready to be displayed. There we go. If you look at our most recent major crime statistics, we see meaningful reductions across nearly every category. You look at violent crimes, that's down by 9%. You look at property crimes, that's down by 19%. Robberies, down 32%. You look at burglaries, they're down 26%. Auto thefts, down 36%. Homicides down 75%. And these are real improvements in safety for the residents of Miami Beach. And what we're seeing today is a department that's operating with a high level of discipline, a high level of purpose, with strong morale. That's why we see those reductions in crimes. The morale in our police officers who are bringing us these results. And that begins with the leadership of the Miami Beach Police Department. Chief Jones has cultivated an environment where officers tell us, this is not anecdotal, officers are telling us that they feel supported by their chief of police. They feel well trained. They are equipped to perform at the highest levels expected for them. And that leadership is reflected in the department's activity and presence throughout our community. And I think we all know the numbers, but in 2025 alone, the department responded to more than 80,000 calls for service, more than 81,000 of calls for service. 58% of those, nearly 60% of those, are initiated by the officers themselves. And officers don't do that if they don't feel supported and if morale isn't strong. That level of proactive policing is a result of a workforce that is engaged and actively working to prevent crime rather than simply reacting to crime. We've also seen their visibility. Officers under Chief Jones' leadership conducted nearly 5,000 park and walk patrols. And that increases the engagement with our neighborhoods. That increases visibility. Chief Jones, as we all know, one of the cool things and new changes in our department is that Chief Jones has pushed the department forward in how we use technology to keep our community safe. And PJ, do we have there the drone footage? And what you're seeing there is drone footage from about a week ago. And I believe, perhaps the chief is probably the best one to give this description, but in the real-time intelligence center that was completed during his tenure, they get alerts for license plate from their license plate readers, and when there's a stolen vehicle, that real-time intelligence center gets the alert, and they're able now to deploy this new technology that we have, the drones. In less than a couple of minutes, it's over the MacArthur Causeway, waiting for that license plate of that stolen vehicle to show up. And there at the far, you see that stolen motorcycle coming into our city. This is such cool stuff when you see it. And there's that motorcycle coming in.
Can you zoom in on those cones, Alex?
There's that motorcycle coming in. Look, I mean, the work that our police department does with this technology that the chief has brought forward. There's the stolen motorcycle, and what happens there is just incredible, and it just speaks to the techniques and the abilities in which the chief has taken this department to. And PJ, is this at double the speed? 'Cause
Yes, this is double the speed.
There we go. There goes the guy.
That boy.
There goes the guy. There he goes, going into the opposite direction of traffic. He goes down into the residential neighborhoods, into Flamingo Park. Commissioner Salinas, close to you. He abandons his motorcycle, throws it in the alley, goes into a building, takes off a shirt and a cap, thinks he's getting away, but oh no. They are Chief Jones officers. There they are responding, and the guy thinks he got away, but no, he didn't. They are our officers taking him down. That is the work of true leadership, of leadership like Chief Jones. But technology alone doesn't create these results. It's the people, it's the leadership that guides them. And we see that leadership play out right now during one of the most demanding times of the year for the city of Miami Beach, but most importantly, for our police officers. And PJ, do we have there the news clip that just reminds us of where we were and where we are now?
This is the moment chaos erupts in Daytona Beach, Florida. Hundreds of people running across the beach Saturday after what appeared to be gunshots ringing out.
There were 0 gunshots on the beach because what they were doing was crushing a water bottle to make it sound like a gunshot to stampede the crowd.
The Volusia County Sheriff says it happened even with dozens of law enforcement officers in the crowd, later adding at least one weekend shooting was also spring break related. And in Port Aransas, Texas, police say a 17-year-old shot and wounded 5 people on a beach late Saturday night. No one's running from gunshots. But in Miami Beach, Florida, an iconic party town has worked on a spring break rebrand in recent years. And it seems to be working. Police say this weekend arrests plummeted almost 21% year over year. The city's surging resources, more police, DUI and license plate checks, but also parking and getting towed are more expensive.
The strategy that we implemented was an all hands on deck and a collective strategy involving not only the police department, but different city entities that made it very clear, we welcome you to our city, but if you decide to break the rules and break the law, you'll be dealt with accordingly.
Racing a new strategy to avoid scenes like this. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Miami Beach, Florida.
Thank you, PJ. That kind of turnaround doesn't happen by accident. It happens when a department has strong leadership, clear expectations from the very top, and officers that know that their city stands behind them. So extending the drop for Chief Jones is not just about his tenure. It's not just about keeping Chief Jones here for another 2 years, but it's most importantly about maintaining the stability, continuing on the progress we are seeing, and supporting the men and women and the police officers of the Miami Beach Police Department who rely on that leadership, on the leadership of Chief Jones every single day. And when our officers know that their leadership has the confidence and the full backing of this Miami Beach City Commission, I think that message strengthens the entire department. So with that, for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, I thank you all for being sponsors in this legislation, and I'm very proud to move it in support of our incredible chief and all the men and women who work in the Miami Beach Police Department. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That was a very good presentation. I appreciated and enjoyed it. So I think it highlights, and it's important, and it resonates with our residents. I'll add a couple of things, but one is, I'm a big believer that data and numbers are very significant, and it tells a good story, and in this case, it tells a real story. But I'm also a big believer in it's how our residents and tourists feel when they walk down the street, even and apart from the data. And the good news there is I hear all the time, and I assume all of us hear from our residents and visitors, wow, Miami Beach has changed in a big way. I feel very comfortable walking down the street, taking my family. I've had people tell me that they wouldn't take their kids to South Beach, and they do now. And they're walking on Ocean Drive and other parts. So there's a great story overall. And obviously it all comes with breaking that spring break cycle, the major crimes you talked about. Our homeless numbers, the lowest we've ever had in our city's history, 60% lower than just 3 years ago. The staffing, full staffing, which shows that we have a well-motivated force. And I'm actually hearing a lot, and again, I suppose I'm here, I hear a lot of people telling me, I run into officers in other cities or security guards who are telling me, I'm trying to get into the Miami Beach Police Department. That's where I want to be, but you guys are fully staffed. I can't even get in. So it's a great place to be, because it wasn't that long ago I remember hearing we have 40 slots that we have to fill in our police department. So it's there's a lot going on, and I'll give all of us here a pat on the back, because I also hear Chief Jones, others, and officers on the street who say thank you to us, because not every city does the elected body support our police department in the way we do and say publicly, we got your back. I think our officers, the message is loud and clear. We got their backs. We're giving them the best technology that we have to offer. We do. It's important. It's important for their own safety, and it's also important for preventing and solving crimes to have that. So, Chief Jones, it's great working with you. We started around the same time in our respective roles, so we work obviously closely together. I will say, and I've had this conversation with you, I think, and I don't want to speak for you, you could say it, but I think part of your motivation in wanting to continue is we've seen so many positive changes, and there's more to do, right? We don't rest on our laurels, and the police visibility has gotten tremendously improved, and there's even more we can do, right? We never stop. We never stop pushing, and I think I personally believe our officers love that. They love the fact that we are giving them the tools to do their job, and that we want them and expect them to follow their training and do the jobs that we're asking them to do. So thank you again, fully supportive of and looking forward to working with you for the next couple of years. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I too am very supportive. I'd like to second the item. Under Chief Jones' leadership, we have seen a reduction in crime. He and his team has worked very hard in tackling the rampant drug problem that had really built up during COVID in the entertainment district. He filled all the vacancies. That was an incredible feat, not easy, and now we have fully staffed police department. The chief is very responsive, and he has also built a strong command staff of men and women, very experienced and of diverse backgrounds. We have an incredible team under the chief, and I look forward to working with him for the next few years.
Commissioner Bott?
Obviously, I'm very supportive of this as well, and one of the things that I've been talking to you about, Chief Jones, that I'm excited about for the next 2 years is the opportunity to really to continue and build on the successes you've had and your command staff in support of you in the initiatives like 30 by 30 and making this a safe department for people who are not traditionally seen as cops. Because I think that it is so important for community to be policed by people who look like they are. And I am going to look to you and to, see significant improvement, significant movement as that continues over the next 2 years, and ensure that no matter who comes to try to fill your shoes after you leave in 2 years, that is a priority and a pillar of the department moving forward in perpetuity. So I know you can do it. We've talked about this. I'm 1,000% confident in your vision and supportive of your vision, and confident in your command staff who will continue to do this after you've gone. And I look forward to what we can get done together in the next 2 years.
Chief, I'd like to take a moment to thank you for all that you've done. I fully support you in this extension, and I'm so impressed by the work that you've done and the team you've created and the staff that you oversee. Every time I speak with an officer, no matter where they're at in their rank, they all really love their job. And I think it's because they love the environment that you've created within the force and within the team. It's palpable. I was at roll call on Sunday, and I had the chance to go on a ride along with a sergeant. And you could tell he just loved his job. I mean, the way everything, he was so detailed about every explanation about, it was fascinating. It was truly fascinating. And I'm so glad I got that opportunity, because you have created such an impressive team. Every single officer just has such pride in what they do, and the residents know it. We see it. We love it. We love you. We love the team. We love every single officer that protects us and helps us, and it's just so impressive. And I just want to thank you again. I truly can't give you enough accolades. When I went to you and I said, listen, I want to work on human trafficking this year because that's very important to me, and you agreed immediately, and you said that you had created the first human trafficking team within the police department several years ago, and if I misspeak, please correct me. But I mean, behind the scenes, you do so much, and as in front of the scenes, you do so much, and I really, truly can't thank you enough. So I'm happy to support you, Chief. Commissioner Magazine?
Yeah, Chief, we could go on until you're halfway through your extension here, so. We have some talkers, huh? Maybe we'll bring this in for a landing. Love you, love what you do, love your family, and it's clearly a lot of people in the city do. You're a great ambassador, great police officer, great police chief, so proud to work with you going forward.
And if I may, through the chair.
I just wanted to add one other thing, which I thought of. There's really there's so much that goes into what you have to do in a department like this, and everything we do is so high profile, which adds to the sort of the pressure stakes, because every decision. But I'm really proud of our entire city, because you've gotten nothing but support from us as a commission, our residents, our business community. It really takes that to build, and I say that partly because when this process was coming up, and until this came up, there was some talk about potential successors and what have you, and you've built a deep bench, which is also part of I think it's going to be part of your legacy as well, and it's a compliment to you and our entire department that we have so many good people in senior command and senior management. But at the same time, I always like to tell people and residents, because I have residents come to me, thank God we live in South Florida. Things are good, things are safe, we're a safe haven here. I've even had some people from outside our country tell me recently that they're looking to move here, looking to move business here, looking to move themselves, and they said, but it's going to stay this way in South Florida, right? It's guaranteed. I'm like, there's no guarantee in life. Things can change very quickly. A change in leadership, a change in different, and we've seen that in other cities in our country. We've seen it in other parts of the world. Things can change very quickly. So I do not take it for granted that I work with so many good colleagues up here, and work with so many, work with our city manager, our police chief, and other departments as well. And I believe our residents don't, but I say it as a cautionary tale that the successes that we're seeing doesn't happen in a vacuum. It does not happen by accident. It takes a tremendous amount of hard work. It takes some tough decisions that we often do get negative pushback, but we do it because we know it's the right thing. And today is proof of why we do it, because we're seeing the success that our city is having, and you're a big part of it.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize you know, we all have very stressful, very challenging, high-profile positions. They can be at times disheartening, as they can be rewarding. They can be demoralizing, as they can be uplifting. And at the end of the day, we all go home. We go home to our families, whether it be our partners or our significant others, our children, our families. They're the ones that keep us going. And I want to recognize that in the audience, we have Mariana, Chief Jones' wife. And Mariana, this community owes so much gratitude to you. I know that you are the rock of that family. I know the chief feels so supported in doing his job every single day because you're there supporting him and supporting your beautiful children and your beautiful family. And the fact that you are here in this milestone moment is so beautiful. And I also, we are a team. I know in my office, I have my 2 aides who help me in absolutely everything that I do. And I'd be remiss not to equally, highlight the incredible team, Chief, that you have around you, whether it be Assistant Chief Sammy Guerrero and Danny Morgallo, or whether it be Chantal and Celia and Chris Bass or Ernesto Rodriguez. You all, each one of you, we call you guys at all times of the day, at all times of the night, on holidays and weekends. And you guys, on Sunday mornings, you interrupt your beautiful Sunday mornings to respond to us. You interrupt your family celebrations to address the needs and the public safety of our city. And so, Chief, our residents feel the difference with your leadership, and our officers are making a difference in our city. They support you, and today we stand with them in supporting you. And with that, I move the item.
Let's call the vote.
And if I may, through the chair, I had previously discussed with the sponsor of the item and the city manager that because the ordinance could entail administration by the police department, that it needed to be referred to public safety pursuant to Resolution 2025-33496. However, as currently drafted, it will be administered purely by HR. So I just wanted to clarify that there was no need for that referral.
Thank you.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
I'll acknowledge Bobby Hernandez here as well, the union chief. I know there's a lot of discussions that the city manager and others had with him, so thank you.
Yeah, it was, good morning, everyone. It was a pretty contentious at the beginning, I think, but meeting with the manager, Mr. Taxes, we were able to come up with a resolution where our members won't be affected. That was our biggest concern. But where were we 3 years ago? We were in a vocational school they call the police academy. We're in a serious police academy now. Chief Jones changed that. We don't have a just-in-case staffing plan where all of us were working every day just because something might happen. I always refer to my Publix analogy with Mr. Carpenter. You don't walk into Publix at 7 in the morning, see every cash register open just because you might get a complaint. And we're no longer there. That's why you see the 437 officers. That's not a coincidence, it's leadership. So we're very happy for him. And congratulations, Chief.
Thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, excuse me, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matel Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5I.
You want to say a few words, Chief? You know what they say in court.
She's expecting a speech from you.
They say in court when the judge is in your favor, you sort of don't say anything. But that's why you waited for the vote.
I'm not sure what to say. Actually, I have this past weekend was 30 years for me in this great city that I often refer to as the capital of the world. I love it. Much like all the men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department love it. We do what we do because we think it's a great city and we want to make it even better. and we all love it. I am thankful to each of you for the confidence you have collectively showed today you have in me and in the organization. I am grateful to my boss for giving me the space and latitude to be a police chief. We speak on the phone multiple times a day, meet multiple times a week, and but not for that, I don't think we'll be in a position we are in right now as an organization. We're doing great things, not because I'm brilliant, not because I'm the best chief in this country, but it's because of these people behind me standing against the wall. I really think I have a command staff made up of absolute police brilliance. I have a team of police officers doing the heavy lifting for us every day that believe in this city, believe in protecting its residents and its visitors, believe that we can make this, as you say all the time, Mr. Mayor, the safest city in America. And because of that belief, we've seen success. And so I am honored and grateful. I'm simply going to say thank you for today and for supporting. I'd like to thank my wife, who showed up here unexpectedly, for being there all the time. And she's there when I get the calls late at night and early Sunday mornings. And she's taking the brunt of raising our twins that, quite frankly, are a piece of work. But it's been a collective and team effort. And so I'm simply going to say thank you all. I'm grateful.
I think we should do a group picture. Let's go, Mr. Manager. He's your employee. Let's do it. Now, don't forget, he's on to approve. Everyone is going to be in this picture, guys. Sammy and the guys are here. Let's go. Get you guys in here. You gotta get in the middle. Where are all the guys?
The command staff can, if you guys can get in the rear, be elected to the window. Or any major camp, if you guys can fall them in the windows, please.
Sorry, you can't see. You're very important. Yes. You're half the battle.
Yes, yes. But we're gonna have to do two lines, so you guys can come up a little bit, please. And command staff, you guys can follow suit in the rear. Major Garcia and lieutenants, if you guys can come on this side. Yes, yes.
I love the attention to detail. But then we need the two persons in here. Yes.
Yeah. Take the picture.
Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
You got to get, no, she's got to get out. Make it out of nothing. Make it out of nothing. Tanya.
Okay, look at this camera. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, look at this camera. 1, 2, 3.
Why don't we call, while,
Looks like the sheriff's department's got some open. A baby boy.
yeah, I don't know.
Manny, thank you for being here. Manny.
It's called R5V as in Victor.
Nothing like you.
Yes, sir. R5V. It is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 66 of the city code, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 2 entitled Restricted Wake Zones by amending Section 66-43 entitled Restricted Areas to establish a designated public swim area and corresponding motorized vessel exclusion zone in the water surrounding Flagler Memorial Island, also known as Monument Island, pursuant to Section 327.46 of the Florida statutes, and further authorizing the city manager to undertake and execute the necessary applications in coordination within the various agencies of Miami-Dade County, the state of Florida, and the U.S. government in order to effectuate the establishment of designated public swim area and corresponding motorized vessel exclusion zone, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. We're doing item R5V.
Hello.
Good
Hey,
morning.
Lindsay. I'm sponsoring this item, and thank you to Commissioner Dominguez and Vice Mayor Mateus Salinas for joining me as co-sponsors. Why don't you take it away?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Lindsay Precht, Deputy Resilience Officer and Assistant Director for Environment and Sustainability. What this ordinance would allow us to do is move forward in the regulatory permitting process to establish a designated swim area around Monument Island, which is a required step in the FWC process before we continue with the other permits. As you know, Monument Island has seen increasing pressures from vessel and swimmer conflicts, heavy vessel traffic, boats anchoring very close to shore, shoreline erosion, in addition to seagrass bed decline as a result of those beaching activities. In 2023, the Commission prioritized a project to move forward with funding for shoreline restoration in addition to a motorized vessel and/or swim zone, exclusion zone, for the motorized vessels, and allowing us to move forward through the regulatory permitting process. Since then, we underwent consultant selection and procurement, and the city's consultant has completed surveys, environmental assessments, conceptual design, and submitted permit applications in August of 2025. We've now received agency comments that clarify what may be permittable within the Biscayne Bay Aquatic Preserve. Initially, the project contemplated both a motorized vessel exclusion zone and a public swim area or swim-only zone to allow us the flexibility through permitting, depending on what the agency comments were. FDEP has made it clear that establishing a motorized vessel exclusion zone would require a submerged lands lease, which they are not issuing new leases for that purpose within the bay, which essentially negates that option. However, they did indicate that a public swim area would be permittable. While we were going through the FDEP process, we also, in conjunction, worked with FWC on reviewing the draft ordinance, which was prepared in close coordination with the city attorney's office on that language, and they confirmed that the language is appropriate and approvable by their agency. The swim zone is proposed to extend 150 feet from the shoreline, and that distance was based on several factors. The first is we worked very closely with Marine Patrol to provide a meaningful safety buffer between the vessels, motorized vessels, and the swimmers that utilize the island. The second is it avoids impacts to seagrasses and other benthic resources surrounding the island based on the results of the environmental surveys. The third is it stays clear of navigation routes and deeper waters used by boaters. And then finally, to not take everything out of my pocket, but it allows for regulatory compromise while you're going through permitting. When you go for the largest, there may be some give and take that happens as a result of those permits. This approach for a swim-only area is consistent with the Commission's goals and priorities for the island, prioritizing public safety and reducing the conflicts between vessels and swimmers. The ordinance before you today is required by state statute in order for us to continue with the regulatory permitting process. And then if the ordinance is approved, staff with the consultant will revise the engineered drawings to reflect the swim-only zone, remove references to the motorized vessel exclusion zone, and resubmit the application materials to all of the regulatory permitting agencies. The ordinance in parallel will be transmitted to FWC for their approval.
Thank you. This is a perfect example of our commission taking action to improve the quality of life of our residents. This was Monument Island was something we were getting a lot of complaints about. The motorized vehicles, the trash that was being left there, the noise that was emanating from boats that were there, and proud to sponsor this item. Thank you to my co-sponsors as well. Does anybody want to? Commissioner Dominguez.
I do have a few questions. Yesterday, I was bombarded with a few folks that had concerns, and I'm just going to go through their concerns and see if there's anything, see what the answers are and how to make this better if that's necessary. So let me just open this. Is it currently no swim? I mean, is it currently swim only, or?
What it currently is it's a beach where swimmers are accessing the area. However, because we did not designate a public swim area, there is allowed to be a conflict, unfortunately, with the vessels.
Okay. And so currently motorized vessels can go, and this change would force the motorized vessels to be at what length?
150 feet outside of the swim-only area.
And then people can swim from the motorized vessel to the island or go on kayak or paddleboard?
So the swim-only zone does prohibit other uses. However, I did speak with Marine Patrol. We would be responsible for our own enforcement, and as such, the number one goal would be to prohibit the motorized vessels from entering the zone. There are other areas as well on Monument Island where paddleboards and kayaks can access the island.
Are there other areas on Monument Island where a motorized vehicle would get close?
There are smaller riprap revetments on the south side of the island that essentially makes it impossible for boats to get too close because they wouldn't want to ruin their hulls.
Are we bound by ADA compliance? People were concerned about elderly folks that wouldn't necessarily be able to swim 150 feet.
Well, the swim zone doesn't say that you have to swim to the 150 feet to get to the island. It just prohibits motorized vessels from staying outside of that. There are areas adjacent to the swim buoys where they'd be able to get closer to the island along the adjacent areas. So like the northernmost buoy and the southernmost buoy, you can get close to the island. It essentially draws a fake line from those and keeps vessels outside of that.
And so a motorized vessel would be able to go along that line to get closer to the island?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. And then there was a lot of commentary on the trash. There is a ton of trash there. Somebody mentioned to me that there's another island on the Miami side where they decided to take the trash cans out altogether, and that's helped make the trash situation better. I know I recently traveled to Japan. They don't have trash cans anywhere. So people have to carry their trash, keep it in their pocket or their bag until they found. Has that been thought of as an idea to help with trash there? Because I know our funding was like $400,000. It might have been doubled for clearance of the trash, but it hasn't solved the issue.
Yeah, I'll let Amy speak a little bit on our leave no trace policies.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that, Commissioner. So the Miami-Dade County actually does trash pickup once a week there. Through a find grant, we actually added on an additional day per week to address any litter issues. And we also do beach, actually island cleanups as well as education. I don't think we're at a point where it's time to actually remove the trash cans. I don't think our culture and our behaviors are really there yet, but I think it's something we can continue continue to work towards. It is important, I understand the leave no trace policy, but we still have people that aren't really ready for that, and we don't want the island to just have tons of litter.
Okay, and so the last thing was, is there a current statute in place where boats cannot beach on the island?
There are not.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas.
So I am co-sponsoring this item because I do believe we need an area where swimmers can be safe around the island and swim safe. And, you know, I did get some emails, you know, how could you support this? And I'll tell you how. Because in 2018, and this is in the memo, but people don't read memos, they just knee-jerk react sometimes. So I want to spell out, in 2018, there was a tragic incident when a charter vessel guest was swimming within the swim zone, and it was hit by another vessel's propellers. The victim sustained catastrophic injuries, including a severed arm and leg, a split open back, and a displaced spine. And despite the immediate response from the Marine Patrol, recovery efforts took 2 days to locate and retrieve the descendant. So this is why we're doing this. And I thank you for putting this together. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Dominguez, for creating this swim zone. Because ultimately, safety in the water is paramount to, you know, enjoyment and stuff, you know, that's not quite as paramount to life or death situations that happen on the water, such as this. So I fully support this item. Thank you.
I think that actually happened over Easter weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'll second the item.
Let's call the vote.
Peter, you can't make the motion,
I didn't make it.
I'll move the item. I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas,
Yes.
Mayor Minor. And for the record, this was a public hearing. There was no one on Zoom, and there was no one in the audience. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 22nd. That was item R5V, approved 7-0.
Let's call one more item, R5Q.
R5Q is Appendix A, Fee Schedule Modification, Advertisement Fees. In order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Appendix A of ordinances to change the advertisement fees for public notices required by Section 2.2.3.5 of the Resiliency Code of providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing, R5Q.
Commissioner Suarez. Let's call the vote.
Motion for Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading public hearing is April 22nd. That was item R5Q.
R7AF.
R7AF is approved sponsorship Ocean Drive fireworks display July 4th, 2026. R7AF.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. If there's no discussion, may I call the roll?
Yes.
On R7AF, all approved? Say aye. Hearing no noes, R7AF is approved 7-0.
R7N.
R7N is allocate funds, enhance ethics training for city employees.
Commissioner Fernandez. Let's call the vote.
I have a motion on R7N by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas. All in favor of R7N, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7N is approved 7-0.
R7O.
R7O is Flagpole at Normandy Fountain.
I move the item.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas on R7O. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, please? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0, R7O.
Is HR here, Eric?
Yes, HR's here.
Oh, great. R7T.
R7T,
see you
approved
there, Marlon.
recurring donations from employees enrollment in voluntary benefits program, R7T. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. If no discussion, all in favor of R7T, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7T is approved 7-0.
Thank you.
R7AG.
R7AG is mail notice to condo owners, bulk buyout, good standing ordinance. R7AG.
Second.
I'm sorry, I heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez on R7AG. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7AG is approved 7-0.
I don't want to press my luck. We've been doing so great. But let's call a lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to our afternoon session, and we'll kick it off with our open public forum, the Sutnick time. Hey, Sarah.
Sarah, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please go
Sarah
ahead.
de los Reyes, Santa Harbor Neighborhood Association. This past weekend, I was in Palm Beach. I took my cats to the 33rd Pet Parade of Palm Beach. It was wonderful. And I think it will be great to bring the pet parade back to started the pet parade in Miami Beach because it brings family together and the kids, and they love watching the dogs and the animals parade and dressed up. So hopefully you guys can bring it back.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Last year, Commissioner Laura Dominguez took a lead in bringing the pet parade, actually during the month of March. I think it was the first weekend in March, or when was it?
It's last, March 29th.
It was the last week in March.
Yep.
And it was such a beautiful event. You saw so many people come out to Ocean Drive, to Loomis Park, people from throughout the city, even outside the city. And then they were supporting the businesses. And it was a great family event that just brought everyone together. And we had such a great time. And Commissioner Dominguez, thank you for your leadership in bringing that parade. Will be great, as Sarah mentioned, to do something like that again. And maybe we can you'll refer to public safety. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be really great. I think it will be a benefit to Miami Beach if we start something like that is every year and people plan. And it gets bigger and bigger because people love to dress their animal and show them and everything, so.
It was great for
Get ready
businesses.
your dog.
I have a question, Sarah. For
Yes.
that parade, were there any sponsors? Did you see?
We had,
Not ours, but the one that
we
you just
actually
went
had
to.
the air, bad air, the private planes, who actually gave the grand prize of a trip to New York and back on the private plane with your pet. All they do is carry your pet with you in the plane, and back Bark Air. Bark Air was one of the big sponsors we got. We got a few.
Yeah, they were
We got a
helpful.
few.
The one that you went to this past weekend, what sponsors did you see?
Oh, well, in Palm Beach, it's all the sponsors on Worth Avenue. I got a Tory Church bag as a present. My cats won stuff. They were tied with the cats. But there's mostly dogs, as you know. It's like there's only 3 cats and 100 dogs, but it works, so they get hotels, gifts to stay in a hotel for 3 days. So we can actually even have sponsor of the hotels they can sponsor a gift. So I think there's a good promotion for Miami Beach. I think it starts growing and then it'll get bigger and bigger. Everybody start training their pets to do something.
I'd like for us to make a motion to send this to the Public Safety Committee, or I'll second your.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah.
So we'll do it.
There you go. That's it,
We'll
write me
do
out.
it now. We won't even need to place an item. Okay?
We can refer now?
We'll do it now based on, if you all make a motion and vote on it, we can do that.
I'll second Commissioner Dominguez's motion.
So I have a motion for the pet parade to public safety. Motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Item is referred to public
Thank you.
safety.
Yay.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I have Mr. Acion on Zoom. Mr. Acion, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Andres Acion, 1000 South Point Drive. Sorry, I got bad reception this morning. But I was touching upon the fact that we're voting so hard to make sure that historic preservation has a say. And historic preservation voiced their opinion of not knocking down the Morris Lapidus building community center that we have on the beach. And that's looks like it's getting vetoed. The county, we took this to referendum to the county. The people voted. That's getting vetoed as well. And all I just want to say is that, the firefighters truly would have liked to have had their fire station on Alton Road in the 11th because it would have been a campus. They would have been able to continue to enjoy Flamingo Park's track, field, pool, and all the facilities as part of their training versus being on 6th and Jefferson. It's hard. I took the mayor, Commissioner Dominguez, as well as Commissioner Bott over to the community center in Overtown, where I'm a board member at. That was a $22 million facility. And we have amazing programming for our seniors, our kids, and all that. And we're going to lose such a valuable asset in our community versus knocking down a bathroom and a locker room to build a fire station on Alton Road. It's sad. It's sad to see it happen. Not because, and I hate that the firefighters are the ping pong ball in this scenario, but it's not like if we didn't have another option. We did have another option, and we're executing on knocking down a Morris Lapidus building, and it hurts. That's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing no one else on Zoom, this concludes the afternoon Zoom.
Thank you. It's called R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 46 of the City Code entitled Environment by amending Article 4 entitled Noise by amending Section 46-152 entitled Noises, Unnecessary and Excessive Prohibited by amending Section B, subsection B, to reduce the distance to establish prima facie evidence of the specified noise violation during specified hours, providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading. It is a public hearing. It is item R5M.
So one of the best tools that we can do here as a legislative body is to give our police department additional tools through the law. So this would reduce the code's 100-foot standard to 25 feet regarding noise from vehicles, vessels, and floating structures. But take it away, Chief.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Wayne Jones, Police Chief. We're really, really excited about this. I think it gives the police department just yet another tool to address some of the concerns we've been having, which seems to have peaked up quite a bit, quite frankly, in the past few months, getting lots and lots of residential complaints about it from residents about this, certainly creating what I think to be a quality of life issue. Even got a complaint from you one night, Mr. Mayor, late at night, about people making loud noise, speeding, loud mufflers, music along the Collins Avenue corridor. A few months ago, we started what is called Operation Quiet Streets. The sole purpose of addressing some of these concerns. Obviously, right now, we're doing it and enforcing it based on the 100-foot rule. Having it reduced to 25 feet, I think makes a world of difference, both for cars, vehicles, and for boats as well in the waterways. Just wanted to throw some numbers at you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really, really proud of it. If you look at back to 2021, enforcement efforts as it relates to noise coming from vehicles was really, really bleak, to be honest with you. Wrote 76 citations for the entire year, that year. As recent as 2024, we wrote 430, and last year we wrote 675 for the entire year. This year, as a result of Operation Quiet Streets, we've already written 513 citations. That's 2.5 months into the year itself. On track to probably break 1,500 at this particular pace. So we hear the community, we understand how much this impacts their daily, nightly lives, and we're committed to doing something about it. By the way, this is not an issue that is solely limited to here on the beach. Much of other cities, many other cities in the county is sort of facing the same problem. In fact, there was a recent news article highlighting what City of Miami is doing for this very same reason. There's Chief Danny McGowan is here, and he's actually the brainchild behind Operation Safe Streets, and so he's here to answer any specific questions you may have. Quiet Streets. So he's here to answer any questions you can have.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. It's before I turn it over, it's interesting because I've been on this commission for a little over 6 years, commissioner first. It's interesting to see the shift, I think, in focus that the quality of life, and I think we're getting into a good place because spring break obviously was a major problem. We've again, I feel like I'm jinxing it again, but we've solved that. Crime, a lot of misdemeanors, which were plaguing our city. Then we started prosecuting those cases, obviously through the efforts of our police. Again, all these things we have to continue improving on. They exist, but as far as we've definitely improved significantly, exponentially. When we're talking about our homeless population, which we mentioned, down 60% in the last 3 years, our lowest homeless count ever. Doesn't mean there's not more work to do, but I used to get complaints all the time about homeless individuals. Now it comes in, they're much more rare, but certainly something we need to address. This is now sort of the issue, and I think it's a good place. It shows that we've helped improve so many different areas of public safety. Now to me, one of the prime complaints that I get is about the vehicle noise. So And since we've been able to improve significantly on the others, I think we can do it here too.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, we've done a lot of enforcement and education programming or programs with micromobility on the beach walk. We're talking about it for enforcement going forward on micromobility issues. One of the things that's been really successful about it is that we haven't seen repeat offenders. There will always be some who need to be educated because they're visitors for the first time. So they didn't have the opportunity to get educated about where they can and can't ride. Are you seeing the same thing, and Danny, maybe you can address this as well. Are you seeing the same thing with this type of violation? I would imagine part of the issue is that people come over the bridges because it's cool to do it down here, it's cool for the gram. So I don't know if we'll ever get through to them, but is there are you seeing repeat offenders, or is it first, once and done, or what are you seeing?
I'm going to let Danny answer the question, but I'll tell you this, we also couple the enforcement with an educational campaign, mostly social media. And the recent data point I saw, we've had at one point 17,000 people actually looking at the social media content we're putting out there. So people are aware that we're doing this and we're serious about it. Danny? Yes.
So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant Chief Danny Morgallo here. We haven't taken a deep dive into whether or not we're seeing repeat offenders. Just anecdotally, based on experience, a lot of the people that are getting these type of tickets historically, and this has been an issue for us dating back to when I started working here. I remember details that we had on Ocean Drive as a young officer here, where we were writing people citations for loud noise. And it's come back to the forefront again after going through, the last 25, 26 years. It is not a Miami Beach specific problem. As the chief alluded to, we're seeing that same complaint coming from Brickell in Miami and other neighborhoods throughout the Tri-County area, which is what led to us partnering with FHP and collaborating loosely with Miami and other departments to actually spread the word and let everyone know that this is an issue. And just, reinforcing what the mayor said, it's a great place for us to be as a police department, to be able to focus on issues like this that are important to the community, because it reflects the fact that our officers are doing such a great job to keep this community safe, that we're not chasing robbers and shooters. We're able to focus on the quality of life issues that are important to this community. And based on the numbers and what the officers are doing, they have ramped up focus on this issue tremendously. 2.5 months, we've written over 513 citations specifically for loud noise from vehicles. For comparison, all of 2026, we wrote 675. So we're on pace to triple that number this year. Now, I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where we have zero noise violations. So if that's the standard we're going to try hard to get there, but I don't know if we're ever going to make it there.
So what happens when you write a citation? Is it points on your license? Is it a fine?
Yeah, this one is considered a non-moving violation, so there's no points in your license, but there's a fine associated with it. If you don't pay that fine, then obviously your license is suspended after 30 days.
And so is there a way to track, or if there's first offense is $250, second offense is $500, and then it goes up? Or is it just, it's a flat fine?
It's a flat fine that's set as a uniform traffic citation. It's not like our city citations that ramp up or anything like that.
And do we have control over that, or is that mandated by the state?
I think it's states.
Yeah, I believe it's mandated by the state.
Okay, so, Mr. City Attorney, it would be interesting if we could take a look at what options we might have. If this is mandated by the state, is there anything that we can do from a city perspective?
No, if I may clarify, what this ordinance is doing is it's taking our existing ordinance, which establishes that noise emanating from a vehicle or a vessel by radio or other instrument, there's a prima facie evidence of a violation if it is audible, and we're taking it from 100 feet to 25 feet. So this is unrelated to other concerns. We do have another item, which is to make a legislative priority, asking the state to allow us to use noise cameras to enforce noise throughout the city.
And so this is then a third related question, which is, if the state controls the fines for UTCs, is there anything that we can do as a municipality that if you are now on your 5th or 10th?
We would need to ask the state to enact legislation to enable us to, or rather, the state would need to enact legislation that increase the fees statewide. Like, we don't have the ability to.
And there's
to-
nothing we can layer on separately?
No, not to my understanding.
It would be, I mean, if it's not onerous to do, to just run a report to see how many people are getting more than one ticket for the same thing. I mean, because if it's all new people coming in, that's one conversation. If it's the same 30 people getting tickets every weekend, that's a different kind of conversation.
Don't know if it's possible, we'll certainly ask, and see if it
Okay.
is, yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
No, it's a good call. I think what you were alluding to, Chief, is the chief of Miami came out with a public plea because there was one individual, I guess, who does it for kicks on Instagram. And unfortunately, the problem is the tools that we have are not great. And you're asking the perfect questions, Commissioner Bott, because, I had brought an item to bring cameras here, which we did have. We had these video, they would take pictures, videos, but under state law, there's nothing we can do with it.
Correct.
New York actually has a very good program, but if their cameras detect, you can issue a ticket and then require them to fix the noise violation because their cars get inspected in New York, unlike here in Florida. And if they don't, then they have to pay the fine.
Right.
And the fine is significant there. I think it's over $800. So there's an incentive for them to correct the issue. Unfortunately, here, the fine is much less, and there's no incentive for them to fix it. They're not going to lose their vehicle.
Yeah, I think given the way things are, a best course of action is to continue the program we're doing, mostly done at night. Like I said, 80% of citations are issued at night when people are most impacted by this. Continue doing that and then celebrating it publicly, whether that's social media or other means, just celebrating the fact that we're doing it, getting the message out to folks that don't come to the beach and rear your engines or play loud music.
Yeah, so, let's get through this item, and then I'll call the next item, which is the muffler item. Who's moving it? I'll second. Thank you. Call the vote.
It is a public hearing, and I see Mr. Mitch Novick online. Mr. Novick, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Ralph. Good afternoon, Mitch Novick. I like the conversation you're having. I believe the 25-foot threshold should also apply to businesses, especially along Ocean Drive, the 1000 block. You have some businesses which you can hear their music and screaming all the way to the shoreline. I want to point out a hot spot. I spend a lot of time at 6th and Jefferson, where I've managed the property for, I don't know, 35, 36 years. The golf carts as of late coming down that 6th Street corridor, probably from Publix or Total Wine, have been blasting and really impacting that section of the beach. And thank you again.
Thank you, Mitch. I see no one else requesting to speak, so the public hearing is closed.
Call the vote. Commissioner Bott.
Just a quick question. Mitch raises a good point. I see these little free golf carts. They're not city freebies, but they're, I guess, sponsored by who knows whom. But down, especially in the entertainment district, and they have music blasting. Whose are they? How do they operate this way? And how do we? I have no issue with music, obviously, but it doesn't need to be blasting that you can hear it a block away.
So we have done details in the entertainment district specifically targeting those individuals and those reckless operators, basically operating with noise blasting. We've written numerous citations and dealt with it. Obviously, Mitch bringing it up is that it's moved to 6th Street shows that our enforcement in the entertainment district works, but we need to expand it to.
But those
the
are
residents there.
businesses. I'm not even talking about the private operators, but so do they have BTRs, or is that a code thing where we can enforce that if they've been, bad operators, we can pull their BTR?
So again, I would defer to code to answer that question, but if they're required to have a BTR and they're operating a business, then we collaborate with code and we do appropriate enforcement.
I would hope they're required to have a BTR if they're operating some kind of commercial taxi service.
Hi, good afternoon. All Hernan Cardino, Code
Hi.
Compliance. So, in our joint ventures out there, what we do is we'll go out and we'll issue the violation for not having a business tax receipt. Police usually arrest and will impound, will tow the golf cart. But yes, it is a code violation because they're conducting business on a public roadway soliciting these rights.
Okay, so what do they need to do to cure it then? I mean, they just need to get their BTR and then they can go about their business again?
Correct.
And then we'd presumably catch them with this 25-foot ordinance or whatever, in theory.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Mr. City Attorney, Mitch brought up a point that I actually observed when I was in his neighborhood actually just this weekend. And while I certainly never want to be the word police or too heavy-handed in government, what people do inside their own businesses and their own walls will never be any of my business. But there was one establishment in particular that had their music blasting. Listen, we could debate whether there should be outdoor live entertainment, things like that. But the actual music that was coming there was so egregious. I was with my daughter. It would offend anybody. Is there something where even where we're restricted in places that are grandfathered in and do have the open outdoor live entertainment abilities that there has to be some sort of common decency threshold about what can emanate out of their establishments?
Well, I mean, we have our noise ordinance, and so if the music or the sound is unreasonably loud, that could trigger a code violation. There are some businesses that have been grandfathered in, and I think theirs is triggered by being over a certain decibel level. So that would require taking a decibel meter and determining. So really, what you're talking about would be a code enforcement.
I actually mean the content.
I'm sorry?
The content.
Oh, the content.
I mean, if I would repeat 30 seconds of it up here, people would cover their ears in horror.
Right. I believe that there would be some First Amendment issues with trying to regulate the content.
But not within their establishment. They could do whatever they want within their establishment. We're talking about what's emanating audibly and loudly on the public right of way.
Yeah, I mean, I could look into that further, but my general understanding is that people can shout profanity if they're in public.
But
There's a First
people,
Amendment
yes.
right.
Can a business?
Businesses have First Amendment rights the same way that people do. Yeah.
Right, but we must have some sort of regulations about, you couldn't optically have something, there has to be some sort of line what you can have. I don't
Commissioner
want to
Magazine.
start giving examples on the day.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. There are certain things that are considered pornographic that you can't
Yes.
just have out in public. And I see our First Amendment expert coming up here to assist, but there's a difference between visual and spoken.
Can I just ask a question? Because I think you're picking up on a very good point. And just in general, sometimes a lot of these businesses, they engage in activity that we give them the rights to engage in some of these activities. Like, for example, entertainment. They're not always entitled to live entertainment. And so to the extent that we're giving them a right that they are not entitled to, we should at minimum ask them, hey, are you agreeing to, not engage in, profanity in the entertainment that you're putting out there, not engaging in anti-Semitic entertainment like what we saw happen at the nightclub, not engage in homophobic stuff, the type of stuff that, if we're giving you these extra rights that increase the value of your business and that increase the value of your property, we at the very least, I feel, we should be able to at least ask them, are you willing, voluntarily proffer, before we give you this, do you voluntarily agree? Are you willing to state whether or not you agree not to engage in, and I'm going to use the anti-Semitic artwork that we dealt with recently. Yeah, that isn't even artwork. That was just like anti-Semitism, flaunting anti-Semitism from a nightlife venue. Can't we do that?
The question of whether we can ask for a voluntary proffer of something that we could not demand is an open question that you've asked us to look at and we are looking at. But the general rule is that you cannot impose an unconstitutional condition upon a permit or a license. And so if,
But that's not a condition. If we're asking them, do you voluntarily proffer? Now, they can choose to say no. And God knows if someone says that they're not willing to agree to not engage in anti-Semitic activity and not to engage in racist activity and not to engage in homophobic activity, I want to know that. If someone is not willing to proffer that, I want to know that. I think it's important to know.
your request, we are currently thinking about that and thinking about if it's possible and the best way to formulate it if we are. So I wouldn't want to discuss it here on the dais right now, but we are looking at it.
Well, at the
actively.
right time, if we do have that avenue, perhaps we could work together with Commissioner Joseph Magazine on this, because I think it speaks specifically to the issue that you, Commissioner Magazine, are bringing up. And thank you for researching. I know you guys in your office has been putting a lot of time into researching this matter to make sure that we get that control, that safeguard in place, but doing it the right way. So we don't violate anyone's rights, but we also protect and uphold the values of our community that are to be an inclusive and a protective community where everyone can feel safe. And I think an important process in that is using, when we're giving rights for live entertainment and for music and for noise, rights that they don't have, that we put that safeguard that you're speaking of in place.
Yeah, because Rob, it was so egregious, I actually Shazammed the song. And again, I was with my 9-year-old. We're not just talking like, oh, I casually hear, I'm across the street and I hear it as clear as Shazam picks up. And I'm looking here, I'm not going to say it, but I'm just looking at the lyrics of the song. They use the N-word 7 times. They F on B's, hide is H. Just things that are not conducive to any type of, not even a family-friendly environment, just common decency.
Right. You lost me on some of those, but obviously you have the noise violation. If they're over whatever's allowed in their CUP or by our general noise ordinance, you can charge them with that. If an organization is allowed to play music outside, we cannot, in almost every case, including the cases you're talking about, control the content of what they're doing.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So we can. So so we can't.
There are certain things that you can.
If they want to play the Hail Hitler song, we can't do anything about it.
That is constitutionally protected.
Okay.
Yes.
So, since this is an informative discussion, can you illuminate why there is a different standard for visual, things that are visually offensive versus things that are spoken that are offensive under the First Amendment?
Like, for example, Commissioner.
Not going to play that game.
Okay, well, the things that you can
Commissioner
prohibit
Joseph
or
Magazine.
restrict under the First Amendment fall into certain categories, like fighting words or true threats, or things that you say that's going to incite someone to violence immediately against someone specific. And words obviously lend themselves to that much more than a picture, like on a frame would lend itself to. And so in that way, spoken words can be restricted in some ways more because they have more power than written.
But in this case, it's actually the opposite.
Right.
That if the phrases that were in the song were done up as cartoon caricatures, for instance, and put on a wall, they would be visually repellent and probably not permitted. But since they're spoken or sung or whatever phrases, they are protected.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was what you were saying. I think they would have the same protection in this context if they were written or spoken.
No, but I'm saying if the phrases were translated to illustrations of the phrase, like,
For example, I think we may still have a business that wanted to call themselves Hamburger B, since we're getting a lot of initials.
Bacon.
That's actually the establishment where it was.
Okay, and that was constitutionally protected. It was written on their sign, and they had the right to do that. So would be the example. that
No,
we
that's
use.
not, like, if these were visual, like
If I may, I think she's trying to
caricatures.
draw the distinction between words and pornography, and there is protection. I mean, in other words, pornography is not protected under the First Amendment.
She didn't mention pornography. I'm following what Commissioner Bott is referring to.
I'm sorry, we're talking about pornography?
No, I'm saying the words that are explicit and offensive to, sort of general run-of-the-mill decency, right? I don't want to get into the footloose generation of what we can and can't hear, but if something were not permitted to be visually represented with a photograph or a picture on a public right-of-way because it's offensive to the community standards, right? Then why would something that is the same level of offensive but is done with words rather than images allowed to be on a public right-of-way if it's offensive to community standards?
In that context, they would be the same. There would not be a difference. There's a different legal analysis for obscenity and pornography in this in the type of situation of like nudity, and that is a more detailed, nuanced, and different discussion that has a different standard. But as far as words and whether you say the B word or you write the B word on a sign, that has the same constitutional protection.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I mean, that's like, that's like hip hop. I mean, hip hop consistently uses that sort of taglines of mistreating of women, okay? You name it, and especially profanity. I mean, what are we gonna say? We can't allow hip hop on the, for businesses to play hip hop? Are we going to crack down on what they're going to be playing? Look, I'm not a fan of it. It's not my choice of music, but
neutral.
I'm just saying, like, this is a slippery slope that we're going to start going down on. And are we going to really regulate what businesses play?
You have content neutral options.
Yeah, look, on one extreme you have, yes, there's, unfortunately, we have a disgusting business that plays Hail Hitler in its club, and then you have businesses that are just playing, the top 10 hits of hip hop, which could potentially fall under this category. And I don't know if we really want to get into the business of regulating that.
But where I was going was, there's usually clean versions of any song, right? So you can play whatever you want, but if you have people walking down our street at 1 PM and they hear FFFN, it's probably something that we don't enjoy, frown upon. Where does that line fall? Like, is it just allowed and there's nothing that we can do?
Well, we usually think about it at the outset when the legislation or the permit is being thought about in the abstract. Like we think about, are you going to allow music outside? When we advise you, we tell you, well, think about it in this context. This is what you may hear outside. And so you have content neutral ways of dealing with it, which are noise or not allowing music outside at all or something like that. But once you do allow it, you can't regulate based on content.
Informative.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. Going back, so, Mr. Chief Deputy Attorney, you mentioned when the language incites violence, that then the city could have a level of enforcement authority or a level of regulatory jurisdiction over the matter?
Words aren't protected by the First Amendment if they incite imminent violence.
Okay, so, but that's, an incite to violence, that's a call to action, is what you're saying?
You could say it that way.
Now, let me ask you this. Couldn't it be said that if you're putting out there racist language, that could incite violence? People who are offended by that, people who are, to whom it's something that's emotional. For example, you put something, a song, you go to Little Havana, you go to Hialeah, and I'm sure if you put something that celebrates, the Castro murderous regime, that's been depriving people of their rights and, making human rights violations and arresting political dissent and all that. If you put a music hailing that, it's going to incite violence in some of those communities. It could incite violence right here if you play that here. We wouldn't have a way to regulate that because it's being done with the intent of creating, an incitement to violence.
I
To
feel like I'm
provoke
back in
people to
con law.
violence?
But no, what you're talking about is the heckler's veto. The effect on the listener who is offended by it is not the standard by which an imminent threat of violence is measured. It is, are you urging somebody to take violence against someone else now? Like, I want you to go out and kill this gay person today, is a threat of violence. And the entire gay community may be very offended by that, but it's not a threat of violence against all of the gay community, so they couldn't react that way and act in self-defense, for example. So the reaction of people who are hearing it, except for the exact threat that's being made, is what's what we have to look at here.
Well, Commissioner Magazine, I hope you'll join us if this leads to an ordinance. I know you've been working on this for a few months now, looking at the issue of, whether we can get a voluntary proffer on the matter of voluntary disclosure as to whether or not they agree, not to engage in this type of language or entertainment. I'd love to have Commissioner Magazine participate in it.
I think it was Commissioner Joseph Magazine.
Joseph Magazine, yes. We've got the original Joe Magazine in the audience, by the way. Shout out to him. The original. The OG.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas.
I just want to circle back to our police department and our code department because I understand there was a crackdown on unlicensed golf carts and limousine services called Operation Titleist, which led to about 8 arrests and multiple vehicles that were impounded. So thank you for doing that operation, both to code and our police department for working together so seamlessly and enforcing our laws. Thank you.
We'll take the vote.
It is a roll call, and again, no one else is on Zoom or in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez and seconded by Mayor Minor. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for April 22nd. That was item R5M.
R9AB.
R9AB is discuss, take action, enforcement efforts addressing excessive vehicular muffler exhaust noise.
It's kind of a
R9AB.
continuation of the last item, but let's close the loop on this. So I had brought legislation, and Commissioner Dominguez, co-prime sponsor. We've actually co-prime sponsored several items recently relating to, and again, this gets back to the concerns we're hearing from residents. So just wanted to hear an update regarding our efforts. I think you kind of described some of them, but this is specifically to the mufflers and loud exhausts. And just obviously you know this well, but just for the public, some of the noises you hear from cars are actually legal if the car is manufactured that way. But we're talking about, it's kind of obvious sometimes. I mean, I know that the police department sometimes has to do some checks on the car, but generally when you hear those booming noises coming out of the exhaust system, those are illegal. And so the recent legislation that I brought along with Commissioner Dominguez, fully supported by our commission, was to have nighttime details, basically from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., mostly because that's when people are trying to relax, go to sleep, and these cars clearly intentionally driving down our streets and trying to disturb the peace. They're also easier to locate for your police department because there's not as many cars on the road, so it's pretty obvious. I mean, I can see it from my window sometimes, and I can pinpoint which car it is. So I just want to hear about your efforts, how many tickets we're issuing, how many are at nighttime during those hours. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Assistant Chief Danny Morgallo on behalf of Chief Jones and the Miami Beach Police Department. So I can tell you, and I alluded to it in the previous item, in 2025, specific to loud noise, loud mufflers emanating from vehicles, we wrote 675 citations for the entire year. In the 2.5 months of 2026, based on the recommendations from the commission and the guidance and the feedback that we've gotten from the residents in the city, Chief Jones has made it a priority for us to focus on dealing with this issue, specific not only to the locations that were in the resolution, which was the 5th Street corridor, 41st Street corridor, both causeways, 71st Street, and from 44th to 63rd along the Collins corridor. We have written already in 2.5 months 513 citations as compared to 675 of all of last year. The overwhelming majority of those citations, as the chief mentioned, over 80%, 397 citations have been written on the midnight shift for us, which is after 10 p.m. and before that 6 a.m. window at the direction of the commission. We're very proud of the workforce and the job that they're doing to prioritize this among the many different priorities that we give them constantly. And they have come through overwhelmingly, and they will continue to do an amazing job at addressing this issue. And if we need to continue to ramp it up, we'll continue to ramp it up. Again, we started Operation Quiet Streets in January, and we've partnered with FHP. FHP is also issuing citations, and as I mentioned earlier, Miami Police is also doing this, and we're also even seeing things on social media that Fort Lauderdale Police and other jurisdictions are dealing with the same issues. Okay.
Yeah, and that's, well, to me, I look at it as a couple of, one, there's a, it's always good to have police presence. We talk about it all the time. So there's a couple of major spots, whether it be 5th Street off the MacArthur, 41st, 71st. I hate to leave some out because there's other areas in our city, down Collins, Belle Isle. There's other places, clearly. But we sort of, in the legislation that Commissioner Dominguez and I brought, that our commission approved, we sort of hit on some major spots that impact. That one car going down with that illegal exhaust impacts thousands of people. Thousands. And they hear it. People jump out of their beds. By the way, I think there's a safety. I was on the highway, so it's not our jurisdiction, but I was on the highway, and one of these cars with the exhaust came up. I mean, I literally jumped in driving. Mm-hmm. It was scary because I didn't expect it. I'm assuming it was a he, hit the pedal, and I jumped. It's scary. It's dangerous. So these cars definitely need to be pulled over. But so there's a police visibility aspect to it, and they're easy to catch, and that's why I think if we have that high-level detail, and those cars are going to know that basically coming down any major intersection, whether it be 71st, 41st, or 5th, they're going to get caught.
Yep.
I mean, is there an issue with having literally a detail from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.?
No, there's not an issue. The traffic level is less, so it allows us to pinpoint those specific vehicles, which is a little bit more difficult when you have dense traffic. And then the other advantage too is that we have usually less volume of calls between 10 and 6 a.m. So we have available resources that we can target on not just the noise enforcement, but also speeding and reckless driving, things like that. So it's maximizing the visibility and adding in the productivity and directing the workforce on the areas that are most important to obviously the community and to the commission.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir, that's it. We're happy to come back next month and continue to report on the great job that our officers are doing.
Okay, great. Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call C7J.
C7J is amend City of Miami Beach Ocean Drive Sidewalk Cafe Design Guidelines. C7J was separated by Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so this item drew some concern from folks on Ocean Drive, and I'd like to refer this item to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee for further discussion.
Second that motion.
Let's call the vote.
On C7. On C7AJ, referral to public safety, all in favor, please say aye.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Suarez.
is this going to have any financial impact?
No, there's no financial impact on this.
I was going to say maybe also refer to finance, but if there's no financial impact, it's fine.
So the item 7-0 is referred to public safety. That was C7J, no reso.
R5C.
R5C is an order of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart A of the city code entitled Charter and amending chapter 2 entitled Administration by amending article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending division 4 entitled Budget Advisory Committee by amending section 2-41 thereof entitled Established Purpose, Powers, and Duties Composition by amending the name, purpose, and powers and duties of the committee, and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5C.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, I appreciate this. We had a pretty robust discussion about this on first reading. I have since spoke with the chairman of the Budget Advisory Committee, and I think they had their latest and greatest meeting just this past week. Tamika, I don't know if you have any feedback of what they discussed there, but from what was conveyed to me, those changes and the enhanced scope that we're looking for all seem positive. So I don't see need to prolong the discussion here. We went pretty detailed last time, unless anybody had any incremental comments or issues in between first and second reading.
Sounds good.
So that's a motion?
I'll move it.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Magazine. I'll second by Commissioner Bott.
Sure.
May I call the roll?
Yes.
It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateos Salinas.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5C.
CRA1.
So we are recessing as a commission meeting and reconvening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. Commissioner Steinberg is absent. We're doing CRA1, which is Approved Commercial Facade Grant Award, Miami Beach Express, Inc.
I move the item.
You're not giving Steve his chance in the limelight here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Call the vote.
So on North Beach CRA1, I have heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez. I believe I heard Vice Mayor Mateos Salinas. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That is approved 7-0 with one absence.
Motion to reconvene as the Miami Beach City Commission.
Thank you.
All good.
All good. R7AD.
R7AD, increase special magistrate compensation by $25.
So moved.
Hold it, not there yet. Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Mateos Salinas, Vice Mayor Mateos Salinas. No discussion?
What's the think behind this?
So the chief special magistrate, whose compensation can be set by me administratively, has not gotten a raise since 2023. This would be the equivalent of 3% per year since her last raise. And the special magistrates that are set by ordinance by the commission will have to bring back an ordinance, but this $25 would result in a 2% per year increase since the last time they got a raise, which I believe was in 2018.
And what would this bring the amount to?
It would bring the chief special magistrate from 275 to 300, and the magistrates from 175 to 200.
Okay. Let's call the vote.
This is on R7AD. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? R7AD is approved 7-0.
R5D.
R5D. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees, amending Division 17 entitled City of Miami Beach Commission for Women by amending section 2-190.4 thereof entitled Composition to modify the total number of members who serve on the Commission for Women and modify the number of members who may be appointed by each member of the city commission and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. R5D, there is a second reading public hearing.
Move it.
Second.
Let's call the vote. I will say, since we're talking about the Commission for Women, what a great event we had last week honoring 10 exemplary women in our city. Really was first class. You can see the exhibit in Lummis Park. Thank you, Commissioner Bott. It was really a special event. We really had several hundred people in attendance, and I highly suggest you check out the 10 women that we highlighted and honored.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, and the exhibit will be moving up to Altus Del Mar Park when it completes its run here in South Beach.
I was trying to confirm that, so thank you for
Yes.
confirming that.
Yep.
Excellent.
And congratulations to your aide, Commissioner Bott, who did such an incredible job. And you could tell that how proud she was of the work that she was doing. So congratulations to you and to your team.
Well, I can't take any credit for Sarah, but I will give her a huge shout out. No, she's up here or upstairs, but also I would like to point out that yesterday was her birthday, and she is doing all this as a very young, very accomplished, and quite awesome human being. So, Sarah, I hope you're hearing this loud and clear.
If not, we'll send to the tape. Excellent.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. This is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak. Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5D.
R5B.
R5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 14 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Building Regulations by amending Article 7 entitled Permits Applied For on or after March 1st, 2002 by amending Division 2 entitled Demolition by amending Section 14-421 thereof entitled Notice of Demolition to affect persons and to affected persons and by creating Section 14-442 thereof entitled One-Way Trap Door Installation prior to demolition and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, and it's item R5B.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thanks. So this item is second reading, and it's basically ensuring that before buildings demolished, that there are trap doors for any animals that could have been trapped there. And with that, I move the item.
Second.
Is this,
Call the vote.
is this for also single-family homes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is a public hearing. There's no one on Zoom. There's no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5B.
R5E.
R5E is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration, Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees, Division 22 entitled Miami Beach Animal Welfare Committee, Section 2-190.59 thereof entitled Composition to modify the composition of the voting members of the Miami Beach Animal Welfare Committee and providing for repealer, codification, servability, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5E.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thanks. So we had a situation where an organization that was no longer active was still listed. So this ordinance changes so that any organization that's involved with animal welfare can appoint rather than mentioning one in particular. And I move the item.
Second.
Call the vote.
It is a second reading. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez. I have a seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5E.
Since you're on a roll, Commissioner Dominguez, we'll go with R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart A of the city code entitled General Ordinances by amending chapter 10 entitled Animals by creating section 10-21 entitled Interference with Trap, Neuter, Vaccination, Return Activities, Prohibited Definition Penalties, to prohibit interference with specified trap, neuter, vaccination, return activities, and providing for repeater, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5F.
Commissioner Dominguez.
So this item is for trap, neuter, vaccinate, release, protection of the cat trappers, and that includes the city and volunteer trappers. What tends to happen is interference with the trappers while they're doing TNVR. And so this item is strictly during a TNVR cat trap. It protects our city workers and volunteer trappers.
I second the item.
Move the item.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bach.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item is approved. That was item R5F.
R5N.
R5N is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of ordinances of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 90 entitled Solid Waste Division 3 Rates, Charges, Billing Procedures, section 90-133 thereof, entitled Single Utility Billing to relocate the table of sanitation commercial impact fees to Appendix A by amending Appendix A to the city code entitled Fee Schedule to add sanitation commercial impact fees imposed pursuant to section 90-133 and to include an automatic annual consumer price index CPI adjustment for sanitation commercial impact fees, water impact fees, and sewer impact fees imposed by the city pursuant to section 90-133, section 110-167, and section 110-169, and providing for codification, repeater, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5N.
Commissioner Bott.
Before anybody panics, this is a correction. This is not new water fees or anything like that. These fees have not been updated in close to 30 years, and it's high time that we did. So I will turn it over to John to explain in further detail.
Yes, John Norris, Public Works Director. As Commissioner Bob mentioned, this does update the commercial sanitation impact fees, which have not been changed since 1998. So that's applied CPI to come up with a current value in today's market. And it also adds CPI increases annually to water, sewer, and sanitation impact fees, so we don't find ourselves in this situation in 30 years. So we'll update them annually. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
What are the rates that are going up?
I'm sorry?
What are the rates?
So there's a chart that we provided. A commercial unit with 0 to 25 units, the monthly fee will go from $16 to $34. And then at the other end of the spectrum, a commercial building with 101 or more units would go from $50 to $109 per month.
And commercial units could be a 4-unit condo or 8-unit condo?
Correct. That would be on the 0 to 25. So this is an impact fee that's added to the solid waste collection for that building. And that comes to the city to compensate for the impact of adding the structures, so.
This is for new development.
This is for every development, the impact on our system to maintain the sanitation division.
Is it, you mean, would it be it'd be for any commercial properties that are currently exist or just new commercial?
That currently exist. This is added to every commercial solid waste bill that Waste Connections or Waste Management would have.
So, okay, so can you, just for the public to hear, what are the thresholds? It's from 0 to
Yeah, absolutely.
8.
So 0 to 25, 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100, and 101 and above.
And what are the rates, percentages?
So the associated rates from 0 to 25, the old rate was $16, it's going to $34.93. From 26 to 50 units, the old rate was $24, it's going to $52.40.
That's per household?
This would be for the complex that's getting the bill. So
So that $25 increase is shared amongst?
shared amongst the entire building, yes, sir.
Okay, it's not per household?
Correct, correct. And from 51 units to 75 units, it goes from 30 to 65.50. From 76 to 100 units, it goes from $40 to 87.33. And then 101 and above goes from 50 to $109.
And is this an annual fee?
This is a monthly fee.
Can you run that threshold again? So, okay, it's per month, but these aren't per unit. This is per aggregated development.
That's correct.
So we're going from 0 to, what was the threshold?
So 0 to 25 is the first bracket. That goes from $16 to $34.93.
So we're talking less than $1 per unit.
Correct. That's correct, yes.
Per month.
That would be passed on to the
Per
tenants.
month?
Correct.
I'm just, if I may, because, I'm concerned about passing utility costs to residents. And we're working very hard, for example, on an item, to lower the cost of this specific, for example, trash collection, waste collection. We're working very hard on an item to lower costs on the residents. I cannot come then on the other side, pass this along when I thought that this was specifically for new construction. We're talking about new construction, I'm fine with that. And perhaps the sponsor could take that as a friendly amendment, focuses on new construction. I don't feel comfortable, especially when we look at a lot of, like all of our fourplexes are gonna be getting this increase. That's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable with. Our fourplexes, our smaller buildings, this is sometimes where, the most affordable or the naturally occurring affordable housing is at. I don't feel comfortable passing along any sort of increase to these individuals because it gets passed down to the tenants that live in those buildings. If the sponsor amends this to make this for new construction, 100% on board, because I understand where the sponsor is coming from. But to apply this to the existing, that I cannot support.
What do these fees go to, John?
These basically come back to the city to support the operations of sanitation. So, we have contracted services doing solid waste collection, and this is a fee that comes back to the city. We administer those contracts. So we have staff that's basically administering all of the commercial solid waste, and this basically goes to help us do that. And this does not include, it's only new construction for the water sewer impact fees. That's a little different. That is when you're upgrading a meter or installing a new meter. So sanitation is on the monthly bill.
Is this gonna be?
Can I, Mr. Manager, last year we discovered that there were fees that had not been updated in the city for 3 decades. And as a result of that conversation, it might have been 2 years ago, as a result of that conversation, the direction was given by this body to have the administration go through every single fee to make sure that there are CPIs applied and that they are brought up to current standards of cost assignment. I can't think of a single thing that we provide updated and extensive service for that we are charging at a price of 30 years ago. I'm not a fan of adding cost to residents, and I know things are very difficult now, but I also think that we need to pay a reasonable amount for the city services that we all rely on. And getting your trash picked up is one of them. And this is something that we should never have been put in this position to have to do. I can't believe that, for 3 decades, there was nobody who caught this. But here we are. And we have to be the grown-ups in the room to do the right thing, to ensure that we don't have waste management issues. It is a relatively small amount of money, and I'm not being cavalier. It is a small amount of money to ensure, and we get calls from residents all the time saying they haven't come picked up my trash, or there's trash being dumped, or whatever the issues are. If we don't update our costs to be in line with what the actual costs are, something is going to have to give. So can you walk us through what the process was to arrive at these amounts? And again, if we'd had CPI built in properly, it would have increased by pennies every year, and nobody would have noticed this. And that's what's going to happen going forward.
So, Commissioner, through the mayor, or the vice mayor, this item that you have in front of you is what would have happened if CPIs had been applied each year since the last time there were rate increases implemented. Over that period of approximately 30 years, you're seeing that many of these rates would have, for all intents and purposes, slightly more than doubled. And so that's what we are proposing here. You can see that, those rates, although they may have doubled, are still relatively small in the grand scheme of things for the number of units that you're talking about. So if you were to divide it out amongst the number of units, you would find that rate increase is relatively minor.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
I totally can sign on that, we need to catch up to the times, but shouldn't we phase this out and over a period of time instead of just all at once?
Jason Green, Chief Financial Officer. I think to that point, I think that was perhaps what Commissioner Bott was getting to, was the fact that the city hasn't done that over the past 28 or 30 years by not having those very small incremental adjustments here. And I know
I'm not saying small.
Right.
I'm just saying it's a little unfair to punish, the current residents for the previous mismanagement of financial responsibility from the city in just like that. I'm saying maybe you phase it out over 3-4 years instead of.
If that is the commission's will, obviously that's something that could be, looked at to come back. But I think it's just important, a couple of things that I wanted to just clarify, because there were a couple of questions. Just one on the sanitation fund. I think a lot of this started due to probably a budget retreat from 2 years ago, when the Office of Management and Budget raised at a May budget retreat kind of the red flag on concerns about the sanitation fund and all the wonderful things it does for the residents. Litter pickup. And we've expanded a lot over the past couple of years. This commission's, one of their major directions was a clean and safe city. To that effect, we've expanded our maintenance cycles related to litter pickup, the residential pressure washing, sidewalk program. All of that gets funded through our CAP programs. All of that gets funded through here. And it had a major structural deficit at the end of the day that was either going to make some rates go up dramatically, or a mixture of that or service level cuts. And to that effect, I believe Commissioner Bott was the one who sponsored this, was originally look at, I think as she mentioned, look at all the different impact or connection fees that we have across the city that haven't been looked at, that haven't been indexed to inflation, and to rectify that situation. Last year, the first part of this ordinance is the connection fees, or those one-time connection fees for new developments that haven't been updated in 20 or 30 years, and we lost those monies. That was rectified by the commission last year. But the one thing we realized going through this exercise is when we did that, it was through paperwork error, we didn't add a CPI escalator to it. So that's the first part of this ordinance, is that water and sewer connection fees for new developments that was approved by commission last year, to add a CPI escalator like most fees do. So that's the first part related to the water and sewer on the one-time developer connection fees.
Could we vote on these individually? So could we vote on that part? I think we're all aligned there, right?
Oh, I don't know if there's an appetite for the body to.
But, and then just I think we can if there's a determination to approve one and the other one to come back in a different form, that could be looked at. And then on the sanitation fees, that was one that was also discovered, just like the water and sewer, and even further back wasn't since 1998 that those rates haven't been adjusted. So these are just if there had been a small incremental rate adjustment per year over all those times. And I think as our Public Works Director was stating is, though that looks like, it obviously had doubled, but when you spread it over a 50-unit building, we're talking about, pennies per month, perhaps at the end of the day. And this goes, again, I just wanted the importance of all the things that the sanitation fund. So it's going to, very specifically where these dollars are going. It's for a clean city, clean parks, clean right-of-way, clean sidewalks. So just wanted to, that this is
We get
dollars
it, we
going
get it,
to-
Jason. You
Yeah.
don't need to sell us on it. But you look, the condo owners in Miami Beach particularly are getting, there's like a death by 1,000 cuts, right? There's now the FPL raised their rates, condo special assessments, you name it. And this is just another hike. So I'm not I want to be financially responsible, obviously, but I think it's a little bit, I think a little too much to just do it all at once. I don't know. I mean, you have one Commissioner Fernandez who doesn't like, from what he just says, he's going to be opposed to the idea. I don't know if he's amenable to maybe a step increase by 25% for the next 4 years to get to where we are. That way we can kind of phase it in. I don't know how the rest of the body feels about that, but we're going to be voting probably soon on everyone else, right? For more water impact fees. So I don't know. I'd like to see where the rest of the body feels on this.
Could we, at a minimum, agree that we're going to start implementing a CPI per year? Right? I think that is a big, because what you're saying is there hasn't been a CPI
In 30 years.
adjustment for 30 years. So I think at a minimum, just like almost any other fee, right? You add a CPI just to keep up so we don't get further and further behind. I think that should be kind of the base minimum part of our discussion. And then if we want to do a step in, if we want to do maybe CPI plus 1% each year for 5 years, or we can get creative between first and second reading, but I would ask at least if we add that we start applying CPI right now, even if we don't increase the fees, that at least we add CPI adjustments annually.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's obviously up to the commission how they would want to do it. If they wanted to do a phase-in one, and do, one half of that value now, and the other half, we just would modify the table to have an immediate 2026 implementation and a 2027 number. That's really up to the commission. If you wanted to split it in half, let's say, and go 50% of the way I'm just using the $16 to the $34.93, whatever that halfway increase is, and do that immediate, and the other one to be implemented in 2027, and then for the CPI to be escalated beyond that. I think that's reasonable if that's a happy medium.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas.
Do we know, I'm looking at this chart here, do we know how many buildings that we have in these ranges? So, yeah, I know it's okay.
I don't have the number with me. We can get that.
I'd like to see that because I do agree, the smaller buildings from 0 to 25, if there is a building that only has 8 units or 12 units, they're going to be paying a lot more than the buildings, that are over 100. It just doesn't seem to be fair. And those smaller buildings from 0 to 25 generally are the more affordable, older buildings that are, they don't necessarily, they're in a tougher spot, and I think the math just doesn't, even though I get that it's equal across the board, it's a double number from what they're paying now, but then if the smaller buildings, have less units, they're paying more versus the larger ones, so I am hesitant with this. I would like to look at this a little bit more.
Commissioner, we have another item that's going to address those small buildings. We had first reading, we'll be coming to second reading. I think it's on the 22nd of April, hopefully. Yeah, we're finishing working on it, but that will probably address that part of this, because then they will go to a different contract, so.
So why don't we just wait then until that's finished, take it step by step? I'm okay with adding a CPI, like what Commissioner Magazine said, at least moving forward.
We're saying that the water impact is for new builds, but the sanitation is for,
That's right, the sanitation's an ongoing fee that funds all the
So-
activities of the sanitation fund. The water and sewer connection fees, as the commission tackled last
Can we
year.
bifurcate?
I
Can we
would-
make
yeah,
a
I would- I would
motion,
su- support that,
on
the water.
the water fees? I'm 100% fine supporting that. I will not vote today to pass along a cost to our fixed income residents, our residents who are facing difficulties, making ends meet. And in fact, you know, we sent the homestead relief check in the mail, as we understand, residents are facing costs, but we didn't send that to tenants. And tenants are going to be affected by this as well. And because we weren't able to send that relief to tenants, is why I've been working so closely with Public Works to see in what other ways can we help our residents by lowering other costs, such as some of these sewer costs, not sewer, waste collection costs. And so today, I'm not gonna sit here and, you know, while I'm exerting so much effort with staff and meeting with attorneys and meeting with the waste haulers and meeting with Public Works to see how can we lower the cost on collection, while at the same time pass them this other impact fee increase that I don't feel comfortable. So if we can bifurcate, I'll feel much more comfortable.
If I could just ask one clarification, is the bifurcation that the table, meaning the rates being gapped up on the retroactive CPI is what would be pulled out for now, but both the water and sewer impact and sanitation would just have the future CPIs added to it, or no?
That was a lot, and I will
Yeah.
ask
You
the
got Jason, you gotta
attorney
slow
to
it down,
explain
man.
that to me.
Slow it down, Jason.
Just wanted to ask, because there have been I think a little bit of discussion that there would seem to be okay on having the CPI added to both the water and sewer and the sanitation on a going forward basis, but this retroactive catch up on the sanitation is what you, I think, are struggling
And
with.
Commissioner Fernandez wants to, Commissioner Fernandez and I want to bifurcate. I'm okay with the CPI moving forward on both water and sewer. But I would like to bifurcate the
Retroactive.
the catch-up of the 20, 30 years.
So through the chair, if I may, what I think we could do here is we could bring back the CPI increase for second reading, and then the sanitation element, which is the catch-up, could be a new ordinance, first reading, so that everybody could study it and be comfortable with it.
If I can the CPI, is that we are at second reading, could the CPI, is in there, be approved today?
Pardon me, the CPI can move forward to second
Today.
reading. This is just first reading today.
No, this is second reading.
No.
Oh, it's not?
First
Oh,
reading
I
on the
thought-
screen, Jason.
Okay.
And if it was second reading, we could do that, but it's not.
I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to bifurcate and move forward with CPI on a pro forma basis.
second.
Okay.
It is a public hearing, and I have Mr.
This doesn't increase any costs on our residents today.
No.
Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
When the CPI increases in October, that will be the first time that it will increase. Today, there is no increase.
The CPI is what, 3%?
I don't think we'll have it
Commissioner
until.
Monica Salinas?
I thought it was just for new builds. I'm sorry, I thought it was just for new builds moving forward, what we're approving today.
The water and sewer, all the water and sewer connection fees are always for new bills.
Okay.
Yes,
And
the
that's what we're approving
sanitation
today.
is an ongoing charge for all existing.
And that's what we're coming back with, the
Correct.
sanitation, to
What it
look
appears you'll be approving today on first reading will be a CPI escalator for both of those going forward.
So new build.
You wouldn't adjust the rates today. It would be October 1st, which is normal.
I think the question coming up, is that CPI going to be applied to sanitation impact as well?
Yes, that's what they're discussing. And it would be October 1st, which is
That
typically
was-
when all fees go.
I
into effect.
understood it to be across the board, yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, if,
And it won't be now, it'll be October 1st when all.
I
fees
want to
go
know what
into
we're voting on as it relates to costs, and I see a lot of uncertainty.
So just to make it as simple as possible, right? We have two fees here. Neither of those fees have been increased in 30 years. They haven't had any type of CPI step up in 30 years. Water, sewer, sanitation. The original ordinance was to say, let's do a one-time catch-up for the last 30 years. We're
Just for
going,
the sanitation.
yes, we're going to shelve that. We're not implementing that. But as fiduciaries of our system, we're saying, okay, we can't be 31 years behind and 32 years behind and 33 years behind. So like just about any other fee, we're going to, on a go-forward basis, our water and sewer and sanitation impact fees will have a CPI applied to it.
Mr. Manager, can you confirm all this, please? Because this is really your responsibility.
Yes, so what I believe the debate was, is whether we are going to bifurcate the water and sewer impact fees from the sanitation impact fees. I think what's being discussed on the table right now is taking the CPI for the water and sewer impact fees and the CPI for the sanitation impact fees as a package to move forward today, and putting the sanitation catch-up as part of a future discussion.
I heard originally a motion from.
We have public comment.
It is, yeah. And we have two individuals waiting to speak, and Sarah, you can go up, but originally I heard a motion from Commissioner Magazine and Vice Mayor Monica Mateo Salinas, is that correct? You don't know yet, so Commissioner Bott seconded then?
I second it.
So motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Please go ahead.
Hi, Sarah de los Reyes. Personally, I'm a realtor, and I do have my clients that I do manage in small buildings, and they are getting hit very much with an increase in their maintenance because of the reserves. And that's really huge. Some of them are trying for 1 year to collect some money and then get some credit, from the bank to have it there. But they're really getting hit, the small buildings who are 5 stories, not the big ones. I mean, we're getting hit, the big ones are getting hit, but I'm saying it's more impact on those type of building, 3 floors, 5 floors. You have to think about that when you do this, so just letting you know.
Thank you. No one else in the audience. I see Mitch Novick requested to speak. Go ahead, Mitch.
Thank you again, Ralph. Mitch Novick. I've been watching our water rate increases for 30 years. Need to correct the record. Since the days of Jimmy Morales being our city manager, we've had an automatic CPI increase every October. All this leads to housing unaffordability. David Dermer, former mayor and commissioner David Dermer, perhaps the best legislator this city has had, policymaker this city's had in decades, would never approve, as a policy and as a promise he made to the public, never approve any of these types of rate hikes and fee hikes. And he's stuck by that. What's going to give? What's going to give is you guys are going to have to focus in on spending our money wisely. We have 500 more employees today than we had when Jimmy Morales took office. We need to reduce our city staffing and do what's financially responsible. And that objective needs to be towards the residents, not towards the monster of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller.
Wait, can I just, through the mayor, can we clarify, because Mitch just said that we are trying to raise a rate that has already been raised. Can we please set the record straight? If he's correct, let's address it. If that's a misunderstanding, let's address it, please.
I was just going to mention that I think what Mr. Novick is speaking of are the user fees related to water and sewer. What we're talking about today are impact fees that are charged as new construction is coming online and they need to connect to our system. They have an impact to that system, and we're trying to offset a small percentage of that cost.
Okay, so I just want anybody who's listening to understand there are 2 different types of fees. and we are talking about the one that has not been addressed in 3 decades. I want that to be loud and clear.
And not only that, Commissioner, apologies. While it hasn't been addressed in 30 decades, that's not, 30 years. It's not an ongoing monthly fee. The water and sewer fee is strictly a one-time fee for new development, right?
Correct.
So we cannot sit here and talk out both sides of our mouth about, oh, all these billionaire developers, they're doing all of this and they don't help out with anything. This is a chance to make a 30-year too late, modest change to just increasing from CPI from a price that was set in the 90s, in the 80s?
I'm a little confused now. Hold on, I'm a little confused. So
the sanitation fee is applied monthly. The water and sewer fee is a one-time impact setup fee only for new development.
Okay, can I make a suggestion? I'm gonna make a motion to bifurcate the water and sewer impact fee, which is the one that's on new development. So we can do a motion on that. If the sponsor would allow, I would like to make a motion to bifurcate that because I can support that. If we're talking about new development, I will 100% on the new development that's coming into our city, I will 100% support an increase in the impact fees that Commissioner Bott, thank you for leading on this, because it is 100% long overdue. And 3 decades is way too long of infrastructure impacts, and you are taking the leadership to finally address that, Commissioner Bott. So I'll be happy to make a motion to bifurcate that part so that we can vote on that, and maybe then we can vote on the other, because the other I cannot support. If the other means.
There's already a motion on the floor, though.
But hold on, if we can clarify, then we'll almost have to bifurcate the bifurcation, because where we said we go, okay, we're not going to change the fees in arrears, we're just gonna start CPI going forward. But if we're going to bifurcate water and sewer from sanitation, and we're just talking about new development, then I think we do the catch-up that's 30 years in arrear and add the
Through the chair,
CPI.
Mr. Mayor, this is already starting to get a little out of hand. Can we just defer this 1 month? Honestly, like, this is getting a little out of hand, and I think it's not even, I'm having a little hard time tracking this. I can't imagine the residents are having a hard time tracking. If we're gonna do it, let's do it right. Let's do it responsibly. Let's have plenty of more time to prepare for this. At the next meeting, we can discuss this and dedicate time certain for this, because this does impact a lot of people. As Sarah said, there's a lot of people who are hurting out there, who need help, and I think it's a disservice to our taxpayers if we kind of just rush this and kind of shotgun this through. I think let's just defer 1 month and then let's really get our bearings straight. So I'm gonna make a motion to defer.
I'll turn it to our city attorney, since we have now 2 motions on the table.
Yeah,
3
motions. Okay, well, and before the motions, because there is a motion on the table, but the motion to defer would take precedence. But I think there is a little confusion here, and I would love for Jason and/or John and/or the manager. The water and sewer connection fees, those were already updated. You did that in June of last year. So all that this does to those connection fees is adds to CPI. The sanitation fee, that is the one that has not been addressed for 30 years. And this ordinance would both update and start to apply the CPI.
Correct.
So I don't know if that helps, but the motion
Water
to
and sewer
defer.
connection fees were.
So why don't we just get that out of the way, right? If we want to bifurcate things, we can all sit here and simply agree that we can just tack on the CPI for the water sewer impact fees. That way, when this comes back in a month, it'll just be the sanitation part, and we could discuss twofold, whether there's going to be any catch-up from arrear and whether we're going to apply CPI going forward. But if we truly want to simplify things, this is as simple as possible. In previous months, we passed in a new impact fee for only new development for water and sewer. What this portion is that we can vote on here is just to include that it will be updated at the rate of CPI going forward. That's very clear, that's very simple, and I think probably what we intended to do anyway. And what that'll also do is, in a month when it comes back for the sanitation side, it simplifies that, so we don't even have this discussion on the table on two different parts. So right now, what I'm suggesting, if we go with what Commissioner Fernandez suggested, I'll second that, this bifurcated, only address the water and sewer part today. As the city attorney just mentioned, we all voted to increase the water sewer impact fees that hadn't been updated in 30 years. The motion before us, given Commissioner Fernandez's direction, is simply to continue applying a CPI adjustment, so in 30 years, we don't have to do another catch-up. That part is very simple, and then we'll have a little more complex and comprehensive discussion on the sanitation side, perhaps a month from now.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so this item has gone in a few different directions. I'd like to go back to the sponsor of the item, Commissioner Bott. What is your intention on how this item should move?
Hello from this side of the world.
Right side,
Yeah, over to the dark side. I would like to move the CPI on both items, or no, is it it's on, now I'm so turned around. I'd like to move the CPI because that has to happen. That's a no-brainer, it has to happen. And I'm very okay with coming back next month with a different conversation about how to catch us up on sanitation. Whether it's we do half of it this upcoming year and then 25% and 25%, or if we do CPI plus some percentage over the next 5 years, I'll leave that to you guys to proceed and come back to us with a plan. But we're making this far more complicated than it needs to be. And I know that you're working on a sanitation program to carve out the smaller buildings, so we will make sure that whatever gets accomplished in that undertaking gets applied to this as well, so they're not forgotten. I think we've just overcomplicated this significantly.
So are you moving that item?
Yeah, so that's.
I'll second it.
Yeah, so I think that was on there, and it was and I seconded it.
Okay, so I have two different motions completely. The original motion is what Commissioner Bott just said, and then we have the second motion that Commissioner Fernandez of Magazine said, just for the water impact fees.
And just to
I would like
clarify,
to move forward with the first motion.
the first motion is CPI for both the water and sewer and the sanitation.
Yes.
So that one needs to be voted on first.
Okay, I'll second.
So let's do that. So the first motion is Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez is second. This is CPI on both water and impact fees, water impact fees and sanitation.
Yeah, I just got a text message from Mitch Novick, and he sent me a picture, I think we all got it, a picture of his bill where it says, notice all building customers pursuant to ordinance 2016-4039, effective 1st, 2025, the base consumption components of the water and sewer charges will increase by 1.6%. So that looks like CPI, so what?
That, I think, as the manager said, that's the usage fee, not a connection fee for new construction.
I'm just gonna suggest, I'm gonna defer to my colleague. I'm not feeling comfortable voting on this today. A number of us found out here that this was going to apply to existing construction, which is not what I had discussed in my briefing. If we have to vote on this today, I want to be able to be supportive, and I always like to get to a place of a yes. But if I have to vote on this today, I'm going to have to vote no, very respectfully, and I say respectfully because I understand the intent and the effort here and how responsible the effort is, but I just cannot support this today. Or we can bring it back next month.
It's first reading, so you can support it on first reading, making changes, a meeting with the sponsor by second reading. But this is an item that's been on for months. It was just not reached.
Yeah, I hear what, I think we all hear loud and clear what the concerns are. It is first reading. It has been on for months and months and months. And I think that even if second reading doesn't take place, mean, I think we can get there by April, but if we need more time, the second reading can be assigned for May. I think we can get there, but I would really hate to get this kicked off this pile because it's taken, Ralph, I don't know if you have in front of you how long it's been on.
Not in front of me, but I can look it up if you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's been on forever, and so I don't want to lose the progress.
So maybe, so let's do something. Let's vote on this today, and maybe we can have just a quick sunshine meeting just to make
Fine.
sure that
Absolutely
we're all
fine.
on the same page, that we all understand it clearly. Because I think there's even members from the administration that didn't even understand it clearly before today. So that by the time it comes to second reading,
That
we
we're all
all make
aligned.
sure, I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that we are
that's fine.
not passing costs to residents while I am actively working, trying to reduce costs for them on a recurring basis.
So if that's the case, you guys are hearing loud and clear what he's saying. You know this inside and out. Should we break these two items apart right now? Water and sewer and sanitation?
That's.
Or do we
Because
break it apart, CPI and
you're not going to have his support and perhaps others.
Guys,
I
why
think the easiest way, hold on, the easiest way is to have these travel in two different paths, right? We have a vote for water and sewer, we have a vote for sanitation,
I agree with that.
right?
That I feel more comfortable with.
Because you're talking about two different populaces here. One is being charged for new development on developers.
Right.
The other is for existing residents.
On point, yep.
Read the room. Let's allow these to travel differently, right? I say we take a vote on the, I don't know how we can do this legally, but take a vote on the water and sewer and then defer the discussion on sanitation.
Okay.
I like where Commissioner Magazine is at.
Well, I think just procedurally, you're going to have to start with the initial motion, which was to apply CPI across the board. And then if that fails, you go to the second
So
motion.
could we do a friendly vote down of that,
Or
as you would say?
withdraw the motion.
Yeah. withdraw the
Somebody
motion.
could withdraw that motion, sure.
Who made the motion?
you.
Mr. Bob made the
I'll
motion.
withdraw the motion.
Commissioner Magazine's motion.
So I have a motion on Commissioner Fernandez. I'm sorry, Commissioner Magazine made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. This is only CPI, new impact water and sewer fees
Okay.
going forward.
To the mayor. I mean,
Commissioner Suarez.
Respectfully, this is really unprofessional. I understand this has been on the agenda, but we're like learning on the fly right now, what is what. I mean,
I
come
think
on.
that's our fault. I mean.
It's like, sure, it's our fault, but like, still doesn't, two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, what's
It's
the,
been on the- it's
can I finish, please?
been on the agenda for months.
Maybe next month, we have a packaged, after having a sunshine meeting, we have a package deal, we really thought this through. But, I mean, do we really want to, vote on this where clearly for the last 45 minutes, we've kind of just been learning on the fly what's what? And I wouldn't necessarily place the blame on us. I mean, our administration, I haven't had this conversation with Eric. He hasn't brought this up to me. So I'm with Commissioner Fernandez. I don't feel comfortable voting on this today. I'm going to vote no. So you guys can vote at your conscience. But I was simply saying, let's just wait 1 month. Let's have a sunshine meeting. Let's really iron everything out. That way we all feel comfortable, and then the voters of Miami Beach can see that we've been professionally prepared for this, and move accordingly. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is. 1 month. And then we'll be better informed, and we'll have a much more thoughtful discussion instead of on the dais on a commission meeting.
Well, I think that's how discussions are supposed to happen, given the sunshine. That this is where we have discussions. This is where we hash things out, right? We can't talk to each other in private, in public.
Yeah, but we can have a sunshine meeting. We can call a sunshine meeting.
I mean, this is a sunshine meeting, right? Like.
No, like a sunshine meeting dedicated to this. I mean, we're going to be raising rates on our on our residents.
Well, but if we address the motion that Commissioner Fernandez has on the floor with me, it actually does that, Commissioner Suarez. It makes this simple, right? Where the sanitation, we could discuss, whether that's in a sunshine meeting or next commission meeting, and we travel in two different paths. The water and sewer is very simple. We've already voted to increase the impact fees that hadn't been updated on 30 years. This is just adding almost a text amendment to make sure that they continue to be adjusted by CPI. It doesn't impact any existing residents at all, and it actually cleans up this process, so then we could have that more robust discussion on the sanitation fees. This actually just cleans it up and gets rid of some of this back and forth.
I'm looking
Respectfully, if I may through the,
occupancy.
respectfully to my colleagues, this is the first reading of two. I can't tell you the number of times that we have had differences of opinion amongst ourselves on the details of how to get to where we want to go. And we have time and time again said, you know what? Direction has been given. Come back to us with second reading with the item cleaned up and fixed. We have also said we will have a sunshine meeting to make sure that between now and second reading, we will be in agreement with the direction. And at second reading, if it's not there, we can defer it at this point. Why are we not extending the same grace to this project this initiative as we do to other initiatives?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez, and let's call the vote.
For a long time, we've been looking at cost savings on utility rates. I mean, there's been an item, I think, I connected you with an entity actually that reached out to us that looked at ways in which we could save money for people based, through their utility rates. And we've been, specifically this issue has been an issue of concern for a number of years. This issues relating to rate increases potentially to our residents. And so in the way that it's being described by Commissioner Magazine, it makes sense to me because we can still move forward with a significant part of your legislation while we still figure out the other part that would have a more direct impact to residents that are living here now.
Understood, but why wouldn't we do that between first and second reading? And if second reading needs to be pushed out till May because we're not there yet, so be it. But why are we?
Because it gives residents an opportunity to object or to hear, and the more public input that we can have,
I just
especially
have
when
been
it comes
very
to cost.
consistent on this. I'm sorry it's your item, and I want to be able to support you in the part that I feel very comfortable supporting. But I have just been very, very, very consistent. Mr. Manager, you've asked us to have discussions about rate increases in the past, as has Jason, as has our current Public Works Director and previous Public Works Directors. And I've held the line on it, and I said, I don't want to talk about it until we figure out how do we address the lower income people, the people who are struggling, the people who are going to end up absorbing these costs, because it certainly won't be the association. The association is going to pass it on to people. And it's certainly not going to be the landlords. They're going to pass it on to the tenants. And I'm just very mindful and very cognizant, and I've tried to put myself in their shoes, as I know all of us do, and especially you, Commissioner Bod. But I've just, for I think probably 2 or 3 years now, I have been very, 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 very consistent and very passionate about this, that we don't take any legislative action as it relates to these utilities that is going to be passed down to the most struggling segment of our population. It's expensive enough for them right now.
Yep. So before we overcomplicate this further, the motion on the floor, I think, is very simple, very digestible, and very doable for all of us, right? And that is to separate the discussion for the water and sewer and then the sanitation. And we vote to apply a go-forward CPI that only applies to new development on the water and sewer. We have already caught up 30 years that has not been forward. So this is a very simple, we're adding a CPI metric. Then we're going to basically have a separate item where we discuss the more robust sanitation. That's the one that's not so much confusing, but where there's a lot of different viewpoints about where we go. And I think separating those two allows us to have, sorry for the pun, a much cleaner discussion. Right, so what we should be voting on, given there's a motion and a second, is are we going to apply a CPI charge on an annual basis on water and sewer impact fees that is only applied to new development?
Yep, second.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I have one more person requesting to speak. Susanna, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So in regards to the matter of the increase of the water, sewer, and sanitation, first of all, buildings are getting increases every year. And I understand that it's not an impact fees, but solid waste management, for instance, just from last year to this year went up 4%. I'm glad to hear that you're planning to apply the impact fees, at least for water and sewer, only to new developments, because really the impact fees are prompted by new developments, so they should bear the cost. In regards to the concerns that both Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Fernandez repeatedly stated for residents in the older buildings, that is a legitimate concern. As we know, Sears came into effect. The costs have gone up. I can tell you that just for our association, we had to raise maintenance fee by 22%. So, and we do have older people living in our buildings, in older buildings that are on a fixed income where most of their money actually goes to pay for medication. So it's very important to be mindful of those people and the fact that what may be construed as a minor increase all around to people on a fixed income that are older, it's not a minor issue. It's, you know, it might move them out of the beach or make it impossible for them to live here. And so we definitely don't want to put people in a chokehold. And Commissioner Suarez asking for more information to make an informed decision, I think is responsible and legit. And I thank Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Fernandez in particular for wanting to have more information so that they can better represent the interest of the community, and also to make sure that whatever decision they make, it's made with facts that are corroborated by documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Elizabeth Latone.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for bringing these impact fees current and also bifurcating it. I think that's the right way. We cannot continue to maintain our systems the way we have been without doing this. It's very simple. As Commissioner Magazine said, it's to new developments only, and we have to do it. We cannot, with all of the new things that are going to be coming onto Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road, it just has to be done. And I just would like this to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see no one else in Zoom, no one else in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
So can we just be very clear on what we're voting on right now?
Sure. Right now, you're voting on the motion that was made by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, which is to move forward with the CPI increases only as to the water and sewer connection fees. And then the item, well,
Yeah, it's only
those
applied
are
to
only on new development or on changes to an existing water service. And then that would come back for second reading next month. The sanitation will be excerpted from this, and that will come back for a first reading next month, presumably.
Okay. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor. Yes? The
Yes.
second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 22.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Bott.
John, will you be ready to talk about sanitation in April?
Yes, that shouldn't be a problem.
So respectfully, Mr. Mayor, would we be able to assign this to a time certain in April so that we could make sure we don't lose more
Sure.
time? Okay, that would be great.
R7A.
R7A is a public hearing. Approved certificate of appropriateness, demolition of building at 833 6th Street, R7A.
I make a motion. I mean, we've literally discussed this to death.
Motion and a second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak.
Roll call.
Let's call the vote.
R7A, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7A is approved 7-0.
I know this is purely symbolic. I know it's moving forward, but this is breaking my heart, so I'm going to be a no.
So you are a no on R7A. That is Commissioner Bott. So item is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Bott voting no.
No, this has been through so much. Congratulations, Eric and our fire department.
Really quickly, Eric Trollas on behalf of the Miami Beach Firefighters Union. Just wanted to say thank you all for your continued support. And again, we don't want to see the demolition either, but it's unfortunately, it's where we are today. But thank you all for your continued support to get us a new fire station and let our firefighters, men and women, sleep in, actually, acceptable conditions. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. R9D.
R9D is DRB Appeal number 25-112, filed by Michael Krieger, R9D.
Nick, welcome to the dais here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members of the commission. This is an appeal of a design review board approval for a new two-story single-family residence at 50 West Toledo Drive. The application included a waiver from the maximum height limitation for single-family homes and a waiver from the site wall requirements. The appeal was filed by Michael Krieger, the owner of the property to the south at 34 West Toledo Drive. Because this is an appeal of an order of the design review board for a specific property, the City Commission is sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. Your decision must be based on the record before the DRB, and no new testimony or evidence may be taken. Any ex parte communications by members of the commission have been disclosed on the record, and I've given copies to the parties. Under the code, the City Commission can only reverse or remand a decision of the DRB if the commission finds on a 5/7 vote that the DRB either failed to provide procedural due process, failed to observe the essential requirements of law, meaning failed to apply the correct law, or failed to base its decision upon competent substantial evidence. The commission cannot reweigh the evidence presented to the design review board. Your job today is only to determine whether the DRB's decision was supported by competent substantial evidence at all. The order of the hearing, it will start with the petitioner, in other words, the neighbor who filed this appeal, followed by the respondents, which are the property owner and applicant, and the city, and lastly, with any rebuttal by the petitioner. And then at that point, the attorney should sit down and the city commission can deliberate.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Just a quick question. Is it, I saw the hearing, I reviewed the record and the materials presented to us. Is it the position of the city attorney's office that the DRB followed all of the proper objective criteria?
So I'm sitting here as counsel to the city commission as a board. The city is represented by my colleague Justin Alexander, but the parties do have an opportunity under the code to present oral argument. Yes, the briefs and the exhibits and the transcript all are part of the record, but the petitioner does have a right to make his presentation.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And just to speak in more plain layman's English, I watched the video as well, but just so we can put this in a simplistic form, there's an applicant, they got a favorable ruling at the DRB, and now a neighbor is saying, he's making an appeal saying, I do not agree with that ruling. We're not necessarily litigating whether we would agree or disagree with his thoughts. It's just, did the DRB act appropriately coming to that approval?
That's right.
How much time do they have to present?
So consistent with prior appeals before the city commission, the petitioner could have 10 minutes. The respondents have agreed to split their 10 minutes. And then lastly, the petitioner can present a brief 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay.
So set the clock for 10.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. For the record, my name is Bill Riley. I'm an attorney located with offices located at 16343 Southwest 256th Street in Miami-Dade County. I'm here on behalf of the applicant or the appellant, Mr. Michael Krieger, who is the sole
neighbor affected by the development program that was approved by the DRB. In order to make our time here efficient and make it move as fast as possible, the client would like to make a statement. I'm going to ask him to come up and make that statement first, and then I'm going to present with my legal arguments.
Hello, Board, Mr. Commissioner. I appreciate your time in letting me be here. I'm Michael Krieger. I'm a 40-year resident of Toledo Island at 34 West Toledo Drive. I've peacefully lived here for all these years and walk my islands daily. What I've seen happen over the years is astounding to me. There's been waiver after waiver has been issued, exceeding the code. The reason for the code is a reason for the code in itself. It's exceeded continuously with waivers for setbacks and heights. It's a situation where I'm here regarding 50 West Toledo Drive. To make this statement as simple as possible, my concern is straightforward. The approval of a height waiver of 3 feet above code without a present hardship or compelling basis. The code established limits for a reason, and exceeding those limits without a clearly demonstrated hardship undermines consistency and goes against the written code. It raises a fundamental question. What is the purpose of having a written code, if it can be exceeded on a recurring basis, which it is? This is not an isolated issue. Its repeated exceptions are becoming more common and have been over the years. My neighborhood is starting to look like an office park. We're progressively altering the scale and the character of the Venetian Islands, which are historic in nature. In this case, the property is already a large-scale double lot facing due west, approximately 200 feet, and the home is about 11,000 square feet. They originally came to me asking for a 2-foot height extension. I rejected it. Then when they showed up at the hearing, they pushed it to 3 feet. Granting additional height is not about necessity. There's no hardship. It reinforces a pattern of incremental overbuilding. At some point, a boundary has to be maintained. I respectfully ask the board to ensure that any deviations from code are supported by a clear, legitimate hardship and remain consistent with the intent of the regulations. I would also like this statement entered into the record to preserve my rights.
Mr. Mayor.
It's time someone speaks up.
Commissioner Suarez, thank you.
I'd like Mr. Krieger to be at the podium if that's possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
So, is it true that you have asked the applicant for $500,000 for your approval for his project, and then when he didn't?
No.
Well, excuse me, I'm asking Mr. Krieger.
The attorneys were negotiating prior to this hearing, okay?
So is that?
To try to come to a settlement.
I'm just
It
asking.
wasn't a basis
I'm just simply
of
asking
my
a question.
position,
Did you
okay?
request $500,000 from the applicant for your approval?
No, I did not.
Okay. Another issue that I heard was that you sent a demand letter to a well-known resident in Miami Beach, Melissa Beatty, because apparently she also had concerns about a type of quid pro quo in the neighborhood as it relates to Mr. Sanjay's project. Is that true?
Ms. Beatty accused me of extortion on a public platform, which is a criminal offense. And I requested her to withdraw that statement, and she did.
So I'm asking you here on the record, did you ask the applicant, or did you try to negotiate a $500,000?
I did not try to negotiate anything. I had my attorney try to negotiate to not exceed the height.
Sorry, your representatives. Did any of your representatives try to negotiate a $500,000 settlement for your approval?
No.
Okay.
There was negotiations that
Point of
they dealt
information,
with.
is this under oath? Or,
The,
because we're in a quasi-judicial capacity.
we are in a quasi-judicial hearing. The oral arguments are typically conducted by attorneys only. I think the petitioner asked if he could address the board, but the truth is that the argument should be presented by counsel to each party.
And these aren't under oath? No. So usually, usually these, and is the gentleman's speaking before.
So do you want the,
Right, so I can.
if council's under oath,
Mr.
maybe the council should.
Since Mr. Krieger did provide a statement, I can ask you, is the testimony that you have given the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As well as any testimony that you will give in this proceeding?
I'm not party to discussions the attorneys took place prior to the previous hearing, okay? And I never
You
had
weren't
any
testifying
demand.
before a hearing. You were testifying at a hearing, and
I'm
usually
testifying
parties-
about overbuilding
Wait,
height.
excuse me. Usually, individuals that come to testify on matters like these are testifying under oath, and they're usually administered an oath before before they start testifying before the body.
Commissioner, you are correct. Mr. Krieger, I'd like to place you under oath and ask you if the testimony you have given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
There was discussions.
It's a
of
yes.
A simple yes or no.
There was discussions
It's
of
a simple
settlement,
yes or no, sir.
Period.
It's a simple yes or no. You're under oath.
Yes.
Okay, can you ask him one more time?
Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you've given and will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My statement, before I make that statement.
The testimony
is
you've
very
given
clear.
at this oral argument.
My
and-
statement is that the attorneys negotiated a settlement for this, and I was not party to that. And
My,
that is the truth.
Mayor, my recommendation would be that we limit the rest of the argument to the, to counsel for parties to the appeal.
I'd like to hear him be under oath because he's making serious allegations, and I want to know
Wait a
the
minute,
truth.
what allegations am I making except that he's building over height? Excuse me.
I'd like you to be under oath.
understand what that is.
Mr. Krieger, I'd like you to be under oath. It's a simple yes or no. It's binary. Yes or no, not my attorney.
Yes or no to what?
Can you ask him the question one more time?
Sir, since you have given testimony, I'd like to ask you if the testimony, I'm placing you under oath. If the testimony you have given and the testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I would just recommend that the argument be handled by counsel and,
Yeah, on that front, hello, everybody.
I
Graham
accept the
Penn,
recommendation.
thank you, Mayor.
200 South Biscayne Boulevard, for our record. Before, if we could.
Hold on,
before
one
we start
second.
the
I just real quick. Now, are they under oath?
Counsel are not, under our code and in general, counsel
Point of-
do not need to be placed under oath at these proceedings because
But point of
They're
order,
not
because
testifying.
Is this a public hearing item or no?
it is not a public hearing, it's an oral argument.
Okay, could we perhaps do something? If anyone is going to testify as part of these proceedings, of course, not the attorneys, but anyone else, can they just not stand and you administer their oath just like with any other typical proceeding of this nature?
It has not happened to me in my 13 years here,
Okay,
but
all right. All right.
And, Bill, for
Well,
one
wait a
second.
minute, because I need to make sure, the record needs to be clear for the next reviewing court body. And my understanding was that the appellant goes first, and then we're gonna have a limited amount of time. He gets to respond, and then I get to reply. I'm not sure, I don't want it to get confusing, especially since this is a record for a reviewing court.
Your timer was stopped. It was paused.
No, I know, but he's gonna start speaking now.
And I had a question, and no one's
Yes,
answered
sir.
my question. I wanted to know.
I'd like to answer it.
Sure.
whenever I
So the
get
question is,
opportunity.
was there an offer for a sum of $500,000 to buy your client's approval for Mr. Sanjay's property?
The answer is no, with an explanation. If you allow me to explain, I can walk you through, and you can understand the full history associated with that item.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So I'm gonna just pivot for a moment to answer your question, and I'm gonna go back to our presentation. But before I got involved, the client, the homeowner, Mr. Larkin, sat down, had a conversation. The conversation didn't result in a agreement, so Mr. Krieger decided to hire an attorney. I came in and started speaking to Burke, Alberdell, and Fernandez's office, and we were working on a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement included and primarily focused upon moving the outdoor entertainment area that's located against the appellant's property to the north side of the lot where there is no neighbor. If that was not something that they would do, which I thought was an easy fix, but that's not something that they could do, Mr. Krieger said, my home is going to be substantially damaged. The valuation of my home is going to be substantially damaged. I said, look, you have to have actual empirical evidence to state something like that. You can't just come up with, it's my opinion. So he went out to Burkhout and Hathaway, and Burkhout Hathaway did an evaluation of the property, came back with a written opinion, which we submitted for the record, and that written opinion says that if the house was built as proposed, at the height it was proposed, and created a canyon effect, that the home would be diminished in value by millions of dollars. What we asked for is if, and it wasn't to buy anybody's vote, if you don't want to move the entertainment area from the south side that's abutting our property, it's going to be a major force of impact, to the north where there is no neighbor, well then we would like to mitigate our damages. We gave them the letter from Burkhout Hathaway. They didn't have anybody else evaluate the proposal. Our proposal was for mitigation to $500,000. We put that in writing. Your code requires disclosure of all types of settlement discussions.
What do you mean by mitigation?
Mitigation means that we didn't ask for the full damages affected by the reduced valuation that's in the professional's opinion letter.
But what would $500,000 buy to mitigate an entertainment center?
It would offset the devaluation of the home. It's a damage. So if somebody comes in and decides they want to do a carnival next to your house.
But this isn't a carnival, this is a single-family home.
I'm just giving a hypothetical, just another hypothetical. Your property is going to be damaged. The valuation of your property is going to be damaged.
But everything, I'm sorry, I'm trying to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, sure.
But everything is to code, other than the 3-foot variance, is that correct? It's not like he's building the carnival next door, he's just, the only thing he's asking as far as a variance is 3 feet.
And just to be clear, no variances were approved as part of this. It was a 3-foot waiver.
It's a waiver.
Right, so what I'm saying is, I don't see, 3 feet causing $500,000 in damages when it could be 3 feet less and it's gonna be the same location of this entertainment center.
It's very different because the height has shadowing effects, and that's one thing we complained about. Your code requires a DRP.
If you don't mind, because I had this discussion also on, like, last year when it came to understories. Is Tom Mooney around? Tom, I remember on the record, you told us when we had the discussion for understories that 3 feet was what? What was the term you recommend, you said?
De minimis.
De minimis, okay. Okay, so just, I want to be clear that our planning director says that 3 feet is de minimis. It's imperceptible. And you're telling me that it's not.
Yes, sir.
And it's worth $500,000.
Well, what I'm saying is that we had an expert in the real estate industry give an opinion, a written opinion. And that opinion says it's going to be damaged by millions of dollars with this canyon effect. There was no lighting plan submitted, which was required to be submitted associated with this application, which is one of our arguments. That lighting plan, when you have a flat roof, don't know what type of overcast it's going to have on our property. The location of the outdoor entertainment area, which didn't have a variance, was our main point of concern because that was going to be the noise situation.
But again, he could have built that without the 3 foot and it wouldn't have made a difference.
But the city has spent tens of millions of dollars on a zoning study and a zoning code. And they provide for, in exceptional situations, for applicants to get waivers. Our point.
But our city attorney said there was no waivers granted.
This is a waiver.
No variance. No variance.
Sorry, variances, just a 3 foot waiver for height.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if there's some type of reason, there's an irregularity associated with this property, then an applicant can come before a board and say, there are extraordinary circumstances here. We need to ask for an additional 3 feet. You without those extraordinary circumstances, the city invested so much time and so much resources into a zoning code, they should have to develop in accordance with that zoning code unless those extraordinary circumstances exist. They don't. And in our case, by giving them an additional 3 feet, I'm not a professional in the real estate industry, but we had a person go out there, he gave his written opinion, and that's the opinion we submitted. Now, your code requires us to make disclosures. And as an attorney following the code, I made the disclosure to the board. I put it out there for everybody to hear. What the hearing was that you saw, and I'm glad you guys all saw it, was basically filled with insinuations that we were somehow, which it sounded like it was going this direction today, selling our approval, which was not the case at all. We provided different options in order to settle our grievances, okay? It was almost like a menu. And that menu can be picked and choose from. What they decided to do was to address none of our concerns, and instead lobby the neighborhood with false allegations, and to lobby the design review board with false allegations. Now, for the first time in my history, the vice chairman of the design review board asked every person that came up to the dais whether or not they were asking for monetary compensation to sell their vote. And it put this whole shadow, this dark shadow upon the hearing, because it wasn't focused on the actual issues. It was focused on a misguided narrative that something was improperly done. Well, we were actually following the code. The code has that disclosure requirement because it is proper to ask for mitigation of your damages. That's what we did. Whether or not they accepted it is a different story. They declined it, but there was other options in a settlement agreement they could accept too, and they declined those.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying that if there was no 3-foot variance for the height, and Mr. Sanjay decided to keep his entertainment center where he originally intended.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I have a planning director that says it's de minimis. There would have still been in the same situation, right? Except just 3 feet less. And to me, it looks a little different when there is, you know, a $500,000 settlement that's being proposed to essentially go away as far as opposition is concerned. You know,
Well, it wasn't to go away. We were never going to propose anything like that. And I will say, on the record, on your oath, I know of no other firm out there that's made more disclosures than Burke, Dell, and Fernandez on those types of issues. It's not unusual.
Commissioner Magazine.
And I'll take the devil's advocate approach to that, right? Where I'm saying, well, if there's two neighbors and the guy wants to build 3 feet higher for a house, or he wants to build a fence a foot closer to your property line than the code allows, he comes over and goes, hey, Frank, if you support this, whether he goes, I'll give you a case of beer or $1 million, I don't really think it's the government's job to get involved there, especially if it's disclosed. Right? So I think we just move on to the further orders that are under
The
here.
law says.
But
I try
in
to
the
do.
same regard, I saw nothing in the DRB hearing that says, well, the DRB hearing somehow granted this waiver because of what was disclosed. So while I agree with you in one regard, where it's really not the government's
Sure.
business about what happened between those two private entities, again, whether it was for a case of beer for support or $500,000.
Yes, sir.
I also didn't see anything, but you're going to have your chance to further make that case here.
Thank you.
Whether somehow this waiver was improperly granted.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. And in the materials that was provided to us, there's a letter from a Mr. Jason Zarco. Mr. Riley? Mr. Riley, I'm speaking to you.
Sorry, I'm very sorry.
There's a letter from a Mr. Jason Zarco, is that correct? In the materials that were provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Zarco is the one that has determined that this equates to a significant devaluation for land.
Yes, sir. That's the gentleman from Hathaway, I think, Berkshire Hathaway.
And what are Mr. Zarco's professional qualifications to issue this opinion?
He's a professional licensed real estate agent in the state of Florida.
Is he an appraiser?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay,
I don't know.
so we have someone who is not an appraiser making a determination or a recommendation or giving professional advice on value of property.
Yes, sir. And it's a good point you're bringing up. It's something that could have been raised.
I
as
just
an
want,
objection. Yes, sir.
because
You're correct.
I think, you know, if you told me that this was an appraiser, and an appraiser guides himself through a scientific metric, and they're trained to do that, then I would say, you know what? This is important evidence that's presented to us. But considering the fact that this isn't someone that's trained in evaluations, we know that real estate agents all the time, agents from companies like the one that you provided, you know, they might say, yeah, property is worth this or that, but then when it gets time to get a loan or whatever, it's not what someone like Mr. Zarco says that matters. It's what a professional appraiser says that matters. And I don't see any evidence before us today that's been provided to the design review board or passed along to us that shows that a expert and a professional on evaluating values of properties and their impacts has made this determination that you're alleging.
So our position was that we relied upon him as a professional, as a licensed professional. You, as a trier of fact, bring up a good point, and as a trier of fact, you can decide whether his qualifications are
But wouldn't you say that
standard or
if
not.
if you had to get an evaluation on loss of value on your property, would you hire a real estate agent to do that for you? Would you hire an appraiser to do that for you?
I would, me personally, I'd probably hire both, because when you first go to sell your house, the first person you do talk to is a listing agent, and that listing agent usually decides what the listing price would be.
But then when you go get financing in order to make the deal done,
yeah, different
you're gonna
situation.
need that appraiser, and this is no different, and you haven't presented us with any evidence to show that a professionally licensed appraiser, which is a trade that is licensed and regulated, under the state of Florida, under specific training requirements, has come out and made the determination that you are making on behalf of your client. And so I don't see.
And if it was, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna rebut, but if it was something that was entertained by them and not used as a weapon, and they decided to say, look, well, let's have an appraiser do it, we could have taken a next step and had an appraiser do it. I personally would probably have done both, but it was never fully considered by them. Instead, it was used as a gotcha, and it was this gotcha that created this false narrative that didn't allow us to have a full and fair hearing at the DRB board, and has cloaked this discussion about the waiver into, you know, something that it really shouldn't be.
No,
We followed the law.
but let me ask you something. But putting aside what you know, your questions about whether the hearing was fair or not in the DRB, and I trust that with the guidance of our city attorney, I trust with the guidance of staff, those who are appointed to the DRB conducted a fair hearing. I mean, you trust that, you know, it's as an AICP accredited planner, Tom Mooney has experience in this matter. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir. I think he's one of the best planning directors that's out there. I made that point in my
He's one of the
argument.
best planning directors out there.
I think so.
And you know, do you agree with me that that on page 3 of Mr. Mooney's staff report, who you just described as one of the best planning professionals out there,
Yeah.
he has written that the proposed structure has an orientation and massing which is sensitive to and compatible with the building site and surrounding area, and which creates or maintains important view corridors. The massing and the orientation is sensitive and compatible with the building sites. And he wrote that that was satisfied. Do you agree that that is what Mr. Mooney said and
Yeah,
wrote?
that sounds like you read it correctly.
All right, so Mr. Mooney, who you have described as one of the most professional and the best planning professionals in the area, has written that the proposed structure, which you are appealing on behalf of your client, is indeed has the right orientation and the right massing, and it is sensitive. And this is someone who is licensed and who is trained to do that. However, you come and you bring as your evidence someone who is not a licensed professional on the issues of valuation. And so how do I give
He is licensed.
more? not on the issue of appraisals and evaluations. He's
Appraisals,
he's licensed to sell property, but not to value property. And so how do I give more weight to your evidence as opposed to the weight of our planning director, who you just have said is one of the best in the area?
In page 14 of my complaint to this board, I mentioned that I say that I believe that your professional staff is one of the best professional staffs in all of South Florida. I said it here again today. However, your zoning code has a criteria that has to be followed by the design review board. And when I questioned staff at that hearing, and if you watch the tape, you may have heard it, they missed one of those criterias. And the criteria says shall, and they didn't evaluate that criteria, okay? Now, that's a departure from the essential requirements of law. And even though you may have the best professional staff out there, I put in my arguments, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody's entitled to a bad day. So was there issues associated with this? Yes, and I believe those are appealable issues. Is he one of the best planning directors out there? Yes, but mistakes happen, and our appeal is based upon those mistakes.
Mr. Riley, does that conclude your presentation?
So we need to let the applicant,
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I haven't really even started my presentation. I'll just respond to answers, questions.
Would you like to finish your?
I would like to go ahead and do my presentation, yes, sir. So, what I was going to start with is to explain to the board that this is a very narrow issue. And the issue is not to have a rehearing on the matter, as your city attorney mentioned, but to see whether the legal requirements of the application were met. And the law has determined that this legal review has 3 prongs, and they're pretty short and pretty concise. The first is whether or not the hearing allowed procedural due process. And to make it very short, and I quoted the law in my complaint, but to make it very short, it means that you have a meaningful, fair opportunity to be heard. Now, if you watched that hearing, and if you read the transcript that we submitted after the hearing, it's our position that there was procedural due process that was not afforded in this case, because I had a PowerPoint presentation. My PowerPoint presentation was very short. I asked to go through the PowerPoint presentation. I wasn't given an opportunity to present our evidence. I was cut off repeatedly. I was asked about questions about $500,000. There was arguments throughout the dais. Whenever I went to make one objection, the chairman yelled at me and told me to sit down. I couldn't make an objection. Well, that's my job to make objections. It was really very strange to me to be in that setting. Whenever a staff person was introduced on the response as an expert witness, not in the case in chief, but in the response, I asked to cross-examine the witness. I was told I could give him one question. And these arbitrary and capricious rules that were set up by the design review board on that particular day in this particular matter never allowed us to go through our evidence, never allowed us to address the 3 feet in height. And I'll stand up on the complaint. I don't want to belabor the point, but there really was a departure from the essential requirements law because the whole hearing centered around $500,000. And the decision was made before we walked in the door, okay? And it was all cloaked within this black cloud and conspiracy theory that was very easily to address. And I wanted to address it, was never given the opportunity. We think, based upon the law, that they failed the first prong. And whether or not they failed the first prong is not decisive on this issue. The courts have determined that the applicant has to meet each and every prong, satisfy every one, and if they miss one, well, then the case has to be remanded or overturned. Now, the second prong, is whether the essential requirements of the law were observed in the case. I wholeheartedly believe that the answer to that question is no. And the reason I say that is because in section, let me just find it real fast, sorry. Let me give you the right section code. In section 2.5.3.1 of the Design Review Board's regulations, it's codified within the Land Development Code, the Zoning Resiliency Code. It provides for a laundry list of items that must be reviewed on an application. And one of those items, it says, and I'm going to read it verbatim, a lighting shall be reviewed to ensure safe movement of persons and vehicles and reflection on public property for security purposes and to minimize glare and reflection onto adjacent properties. The one question I asked the staff, I was only allowed one, was whether or not they reviewed the lighting. And his answer was no. Now, a departure from the essential requirements of law, to make it very simple, is whether or not the law was followed. Your code says it shall be reviewed. Now, courts have said when the word shall is done, it's a mandate. It's not like may. There's no discretion to determine whether or not you can or cannot. You must comply with that criteria. And that was missed. Staff never reviewed that criteria. The applicant never submitted those documentation. By making a ruling, and the case could have been deferred and they could have resolved this, they decided not to. Instead, they were going to shove it down our throat. You know, they missed that criteria, and therefore the essential requirements of law were not followed. The last one, very shortly, is whether or not the disputed action is supported by substantial competent evidence. Your staff issued a recommendation of approval. The applicant made a long argument in the Design Review Board about how that was substantial competent evidence per se. The law has said it creates a rebuttable presumption. The rebuttable presumption we submitted was that the code itself was not followed. And if the code was not followed, then there's no substantial competent evidence. And I'm just trying to rush, but with that, those are our arguments on appeal. We appreciate your time. And of course, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Okay. Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant, KC Property Holdings Land Trust. And I think one thing we learned this afternoon is that it's a good idea to move forward with that ordinance, moving this into a special magistrate process, Commissioner Suarez. Because again, I don't think this commission, this is natural, is well set up for what this is really supposed to be. Because I can tell you.
Mr. Penn?
Yes?
You're getting into an area that has to do with the policy and with what is the jurisdiction of this body. And I think that that's for policymakers to make and not for
100%.
lobbyists to opine on.
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
But let me be clear, and I meant to do this earlier. The statements of Mr. Krieger, I would object to as being new evidence being presented to this commission. This commission cannot take in new evidence. And I would even say, apologies to Commissioner Suarez, the colloquy with Mr. Mooney, who is the best planner that has ever lived, is my opinion. But that is new evidence, and that cannot be considered by this commission. You are limited to the record in front of the DRB. You are limited to the arguments that were made and given to the DRB. So let me touch on, and I apologize, I meant to mention that Mr. Justin Alexander, the City Attorney's Office, is going to help on any due process portions, but I'll touch on a couple of the things that came up in our in Mr. Riley's presentation. First, waivers, just as a point of information. A waiver in your code is not a variance. It does not require any special showing or elevated showing to the board. The board reviews waivers under the same standards they review any application. It is not a special request. It's not a variance. It's not out of sorts or inconsistent with the code. Two, on waivers, we had two waivers in our application. One was the additional 3 feet of building height. The other one was to provide 7-foot solid walls on either side for Mr. Krieger. That was what he requested. So we agreed to seek a waiver, and we did. And contrary to the assertions we've heard, this plan from the outset has been designed to limit the impacts on Mr. Krieger. We set this building back 18 feet from his property line. We put the garage, the kitchen, the pool equipment, all the ACs, all on the north side of this property, as far away from it as possible. But again, the questions before you today, and I think Commissioner Magazine got at this, is not whether the commission would make the same decision that the DRB made, but whether the DRB made a legal decision. And based on those standards, the three prongs that Mr. Riley outlined, the DRB clearly made a legal decision. Let me turn to the essential requirements of law argument. Basically, what the essential, when you're asked to determine whether an application is consistent with the essential requirement, or a decision is consistent with the essential requirements, the biggest question is, did they apply the standards in the code? Did they look outside of the code and make a decision? Here, you can see from the transcript, it's very clear that the board sought to keep their purview on design. The vice chair who's chairing the meeting expressly, and this is on page 69, made sure that, look, we're not going to talk about valuation. We're not going to talk about $500,000. This is about the code criteria. And he made sure that that was not being discussed, because that's not relevant to their decision. As to the question of the lighting plan, the petitioner suggested that there is not a lighting plan provided. There was a discussion on page 71 of your transcript where planner explained, another great planner, Rahulio Madan, explained that that for single-family homes, the department's policy is not to require a photometric lighting plan until building permit. And that's why there was no photometric plan provided. However, if you look in your packages, which I'm sure you've enjoyed reading at length, Plan L7 in our submittal, which is the last page of our appendix, includes a lighting plan that was submitted as part of this application. That lighting plan shows every exterior light on this property, including everything against Mr. Krieger's property line. It also shows, if you look at it, that every single exterior light on this property is low wattage, and all but one are located no higher than 24 inches off the ground, which is, again, for landscaping purposes. So there is a lighting plan. Now, a photometric plan per city policy will be reviewed at building permit, but there's a lighting plan in this set. So, and I don't know if if Justin wants to get up, because we really didn't get 10 here, but let me just summarize our clear position. Based on the record in front of the DRB clearly provided Mr. Krieger with due process. They clearly observed the essential requirements of the law. And they clearly based their decision on substantial competent evidence, including staff recommendation, the extensive lengthy plans that are in this set, on nearly 50 pages of detailed plans, and all the testimony at the hearing. Your job, again, is not to reweigh this decision, not to say, well, look, we'll revisit it and maybe make a different choice. The only question is, could the DRB have properly, legally made that choice? And in our opinion, the answer is clearly yes. I'm here for any questions. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Justin Alexander, Assistant City Attorney, on behalf of the Design Review Board. I would respectfully request 5 minutes to present, if that's acceptable to the board. The DRB respectfully requests that you affirm its order approving the design review application for 50 West Toledo, because the DRB afforded procedural due process to the petitioner, Mr. Krieger. This is so for 3 reasons. First, the DRB afforded the petitioner a meaningful opportunity to be heard on October 23rd. Second, the DRB fairly and impartially deliberated prior to rendering its decision. And third, all ex parte communications were fully disclosed on the record at the beginning of the public hearing and are not prejudicial. The petitioner claims he lacked a meaningful opportunity to be heard, but the record plainly reveals that the petitioner had exactly the amount of time he requested, 5 to 8 minutes, plus significant additional time, speaking in colloquy with board members, making evidentiary objections, introducing evidence, and providing supplemental testimony, as well as cross-examining planning staff, it should be noted. Neither the law of due process nor the city's resiliency code requires anything more for a meaningful opportunity. And I'd just like to point out that on page 42 of the transcript at line 5, Mr. Riley requested 5 to 8 minutes to present, to which Vice Chair Diffenderfer, who was presiding over the hearing, said, "I can give you 5," to which Mr. Riley responded, "I'll speed through it some." Now, 5 to 8 minutes should have been plenty of time to get through his public comment. Most of the other public commenters only received about 2 minutes, but he did go well in excess of that. And additionally, any suggestion that there were arbitrary rules governing the hearing is simply belied by the fact that in the transcript, Vice Chair Diffenderfer and Deputy City Attorney Steve Rothstein controlled the time taken by public speakers at the hearing on no fewer than 13 separate occasions. As to the fairness and impartiality of the hearing, the Design Review Board fairly and properly applied every design review criterion set forth in Section 2.5.3.1 of the Resiliency Code, regardless of the petitioner's attempt to inject the settlement negotiations into the hearing. Even though doing so was neither required by the code, I'd like to reiterate something and correct something that Mr. Riley said. Neither the Resiliency Code nor the Code of Ordinances requires someone to disclose settlement negotiations between two private parties as part of a design review board application. The disclosure requirement only applies to ex parte communications by board members, and here that disclosure was properly made, as I'll explain shortly. But the Design Review Board repeatedly, Mr. Diffenderfer and Ms. Butakavoli repeatedly said, this is out of our purview. This is out of our purview. We don't want to discuss this, and would repeatedly try to redirect the conversation back toward the design issues properly jurisdictionally before the Design Review Board. And in any event, the board speaks through its written order, and the petitioner's request to try to attribute a few brief responsive comments to some grand bias or sensationalism that tainted the proceedings is simply contrary to the law. There was simply no evidence that they were biased based on the settlement disclosure. And also the transcript reveals that Ms. Butakavoli never asked Mr. Riley to disclose the settlement negotiations. She may have asked other applicants for other applications during the public meeting, but not this one. And finally, all of the ex parte communications that Mr. Diffenderfer and Ms. Butakavoli engaged in were fully disclosed on the record and consistent with the requirements set forth by Section 2-512 of the City Code of Ordinances. And even if the petitioner could now raise some defect with the disclosure, he waived that by not objecting contemporaneously at the hearing and by cross-examining those board members about the substance of those communications during the public hearing portion. So that cannot be a basis on which the commission would reverse the Design Review Board. So in light of the foregoing, the DRB respectfully requests that you affirm its order because due process of law was afforded. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Appreciate it. Have two questions, and again, whether there was some sort of payment or negotiation, I don't think is in my purview, especially for this hearing, and I don't think it was in the DRB's purview, as long as it was disclosed, and I don't see any evidence that any decision was made in relation to that. So going on, two things that not the applicant, the appellant?
Yeah.
The petitioner, yeah.
The petitioner mentioned, and this is for the city attorney. You talked about a lack of adequate time to speak publicly, which was 5 minutes, as our city attorney said. I understand that the petitioner may be directly impacted, and I guess I'll ask our city attorney, if there is somebody at a public hearing, DRB or things like that, if they are directly impacted, does that give them more time, more right to public comment than anybody else?
So in this case, an immediate neighbor, no, the code does not provide for additional time. What happened here was that the board, I think in recognition that this was the immediate neighbor, allowed Mr. Riley additional time, but no, the code does not
So
require
actually
it.
allowed him additional time.
Yes.
Didn't shrink his time. And the second is, you made a compelling argument with the lighting that was then again to a layperson compellingly rebutted. Do you have a response to that
Yes.
rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Commissioner. I just wanted to provide a very short reply. There was only 3 items I wanted to address. I'm going to address the lighting first because you asked about it. So the code requirement specifically states the following. I want to read it verbatim because it's important. Lighting shall be reviewed to ensure safe movement of persons and vehicles and reflection on public property for security purposes and to minimize glare and reflection on adjacent properties, period. Now, when he was mentioning that a lighting plan was issued, sort of a red herring, because even though they had a plan within their 51 pages that showed where floodlights and items were going to be, the question specifically to professional staff sitting on the dais was, did staff review a lighting plan for the glare and effect onto Mr. Krieger's property? The answer was no. That none was provided, but they're talking about the photometrics, and the photometrics can be done at the time of building permit. So it's trying to convolute a very simple question in my mind. I'm going directly with how the code reads. I asked that specific question to staff. Staff said no. The second item I just wanted to bring up very quickly was on my time that I presented. It was almost like today when there was a lot of discussion initially, but I didn't get to present the meats and potatoes. That was all counted against me at that hearing. And I never, like I mentioned, the easiest way for me to explain it, unless you watched it and had your own opinion, was that I had a very simple PowerPoint, and yeah, I did say I was going to rush through it because I had like a minute they gave me left. So anyways, that's the one thing I want to mention.
That was an ironic beep timing.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm done. And I'm done. And I hope that answers your question.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And perhaps someone can guide me as to whom I should direct this question to. So when it comes to DRB proceedings and this specific section of the code, single-family homes, are lighting plans always required of single-family homes when they go before the design review board?
Even though you cannot consider new testimony or evidence, I think that's a question that is best directed to the planning director, even if you're just asking for informational purposes.
Well, so perhaps I can ask the planning director, on the record, page 71 of the transcript, line 17 says, for single-family homes, we leave that as a condition that can be addressed as part of the building process. Do you agree with that statement that was made on the record on October 23rd, 2025?
Generally, lighting plans are submitted based upon, and this is generally based upon all DRB applications. The detail of the lighting plan submitted is based upon the type of development project. In this particular instance, and again, I don't want to be in a position where I'm offering new testimony, but the testimony that was provided was accurate, and I agree with it.
So it is, so when I'm reading here that says for single-family homes, we leave that as a condition that can be addressed as part of the building permit process. That is something that was stated on the record, that was discussed at the design review board hearing, that is something that is done at the building permit process, and you agree with that record that was made at the board hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so for me, that satisfies. Was there any objection from the board members of this being heard at the building permit process.
We, petitioner objected.
No, the board members that we appoint.
The transcript shows no objection to Mr. Madon's conclusion.
Okay. And so I would make a motion then to uphold what was the ruling. I mean, what I'm seeing here is that, you know, the allegation is that they didn't review lighting, but the record states that it was discussed and was disclosed at the time of the hearing, that this is something that is handled at the design review process. The board members, that they had concerns with that, they could have raised that concern, but it seems like they all agreed with the guidance of Rogelio Madan, that our planning director just also, you know, supported. So I'd like to make the motion to uphold the ruling.
Yeah, and I think to that specific point, Commissioner, what we're reviewing and what's in our purview is, was there any answer that came out of that lighting that would have prevented the Board of Adjustment from making the decision or granting the waiver? And to that, I see no evidence of that. So I agree with where you're going.
And to Commissioner Fernandez, who made the motion, may I suggest that the motion is to affirm based on a finding that the standard of review was satisfied, right? That the board provided procedural due process, that the essential requirements of law were observed, and that the board's decision was supported by competent substantial evidence.
So moved. Second.
Can I just make one statement for the record? Is that okay? I just wanted to say for the record, to make sure it's clear, that the code requirement on the lighting is specifically submitted for the DRB criteria, and to delegate that to the permit process leaves neighboring property owners without a remedy. So it makes that criteria meaningless, is my only point. But I appreciate everybody's time.
Appreciate yours. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
Mr. Krieger, thank you for your time and the amount of time you've spent here on Miami Beach. And
Thank you.
what you opened with, I think a lot of us don't necessarily disagree with, but that's not what was in our purview here. Thank you.
R7J.
R7J is accept recommendation modification to 63rd Street Bridge schedule.
Commissioner Bach.
I'm going to make a motion to defer this item. The Coast Guard has been on furlough, unfortunately, and so we don't have answers to some of the questions. I very much appreciate the fact that you folks are here to speak. I've received your letters. I can assure you, nobody's trying to make the waterways less safe for you. I rode in high school. I thought I would row brown, but I'm clearly too short to be of use. So I want to make sure it's safe for you, and I want to make sure that nothing, there are no unintended consequences. As soon as we have some answers from the Coast Guard, I will share with you. I have emails. I will share with you what we're thinking. I'm very eager to get your input once we have a plan moving forward, but right now we don't have any new information. Fair?
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I think in that same thought, I think it's also important that we give direction to the city for any recommendations to the Coast Guard.
I'm sorry, there's been a motion and second to defer. We have had a community meeting. We've taken a number of phone calls and emails. I think we have a very clear direction on what needs to happen next.
I don't have a clear direction.
Well, you were at the meeting, you made presentations. How do you not
Yeah,
have
but
a
we
good-
don't, but staff doesn't have a clear direction to
Yes,
negotiate with the Coast Guard.
I've been speaking to staff, it's my item. I have been speaking with staff, we have very clear direction, and if you would let me manage my item, I would appreciate it. It's been deferred, there's a motion and a second, and as soon as we have more information, I will share it, and we will proceed accordingly. Thanks. Can we call the vote?
I'd still like to at least have 5 minutes to discuss this with our transportation director, just to see if he can at least suggest some certain things to the Coast Guard. It's just gonna take 5 minutes.
With all due respect, it is my item. I have been working on this with the input from you and the community residents and other involved parties that came to the community meeting. And you're free to have a conversation with Jose on your own time, but how is this that I'm not permitted to manage my own items?
No one's changing what you can and can't negotiate with the Coast Guard. I think it's just important that staff, has some sort of direction for what to request from the Coast Guard. We have the rowing club here who took time out of their day to.
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor.
Point of order. What's that procedure?
Point of order, because.
I've asked Rick to give me procedure.
Sure, I mean, there's a motion and a second, so usually you would vote on that.
So look, I think it's important to have public input and consider alternatives from people who are on the water every day.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
We've just been told from the city attorney, we have a motion and a second, I gotta call the vote.
Call the vote.
So this is a motion to defer to April 22nd.
No.
No?
What did we decide, May or June? I forget what we decided, June, I think, to make sure they're back and we have time to.
Exactly, because
Okay,
of
so
the
deferring to
federal
the June
shutdown.
meeting.
So the June meeting is June 24th.
Because of
So
public
motion to
input.
defer to June 24th. I heard a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of deferring R7J to June 24th, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is deferred 7-0 to June 24th. That was item R7J.
To the rowing club, sorry, if the sponsor would have let us, everyone know that it was going to be deferred, you wouldn't have had wasted your time to come, and to those who are watching. But, we're gonna continue to make sure that whatever gets passed is not going to be detrimental to the safety on the water for you and your kids.
Clearly, that is never the intent, and that's not what's going to happen. You have my word.
Thank you. R7AE.
R7AE is amend model volleyball with electronic music concerts.
Move the item.
Second.
Hold on.
Did want to say my daughter has been going here since she was 3 months old.
No
but okay.
discussion?
I'd like to discuss this.
Commissioner Suarez.
Okay, can staff present, please?
Good afternoon, Lisa Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture. We're presenting now the amendment of the model volleyball event before you. They are requesting for this year to add additional programming. They're a longstanding grandfathered event. They've been 15 years with the city of Miami Beach. And for this year, they're proposing to add nighttime activations with DJs Saturday and Sunday until 11 p.m. We did meet with them to bring down on Sunday night to 10 p.m. Their activations. It will not be a tented event. It's out in the open. As part of our special event permitting process, they do have to receive approvals from state. It's reviewed internally from all departments, including environment and sustainability, and we're going through that process right now.
And just in terms of the volume, when we had the college football concert, which I actually thought was awesome, excellent. I had 3 generations, my family there. We did get complaints that the music was loud. I'm going to guess that that event was for 70,000 people, and it was professionally produced by some of the biggest event producers in the world. We're not talking even in the same ballpark as the decibel level that will be emanated, especially on a Sunday evening.
Any event has to adhere to the noise ordinance, the county and the city of Miami Beach noise ordinance that starts at 11 p.m. However, If any noise is heard within 100 feet, they would have to adjust that or even be shut down. So that applies to any event, any time of the day.
So I guess what I'll say is I'll place my trust in you all. However, I'm guessing you don't want this to be a one and done type thing, right? So there's no coming back next year and going, I'm sorry, we didn't realize something. If you mess up, and we're not having this discussion next year. So take it as you will. Let's be respectful. Let's manage this perfectly because it's not a second chance opportunity. Let's really get this right from the get-go.
So when is the event?
I'm sorry?
When would the event take place?
The event is taking place Saturday, April 18th and Sunday, April 19th.
Of this year?
Correct.
Okay, and is there any proposal for the following year?
This is an annual event, so they technically do come every year for the last 15 years.
Okay, my only concern is turtle nesting season, right? With lights, and, I had a brief discussion with Amy. Is there any way to mitigate the lights on the beach?
Absolutely. Through the turtle ordinance, they would have to adjust and have a lighting plan. Most events end at 9 p.m. during that time. So it's going through the process now. We would wait to see what the state would require of this event in order for them to adhere to the turtle ordinance.
Is that, Amy, if you don't mind, is this something that your department is going to work with Lisette on making sure that it is turtle compliant?
Yes, we will, Commissioner. Our ordinance, which we updated in October of 2024, has some very specific requirements for any events in the evening. First, it says they have to have a permit or an exemption from the state, and then any lighting associated with the event cannot be visible from the beach after 9 p.m., and any authorized lighting must be low wattage, long wavelength light source, shielded and directed away from the beach. So we have an expectation that it would be very low light, that there would be shielding, and that it would not be causing an impact.
Is this on the beach?
Yes, it's on the beachfront.
So how do you wrangle those two? It's on the beach, so obviously there's going to be light.
Yeah, I mean, the whole goal is to minimize the situation. But it is something that the state may allow, so our ordinance minimizes it as much as possible.
Okay, well, I hope it's minimized. I'm a big turtle fan, so, just make sure that we can, minimize the amount of light pollution, even if, and it's until what time, 11 o'clock?
9 p.m. is our
Until 9
ordinance.
p.m.
9 p.m.
But they just said 11.
The application that they've submitted is until 11 p.m.
So when is it going to go till?
I'm sorry?
So when would it go till?
It would go depending on what the state recommends. So if the state recommends 9 p.m., they would have to end at 9 p.m.
Can we recommend, as the city, 9 p.m.?
Absolutely.
We can. Our ordinance recommends that the light be minimized after 9 p.m. Any lights have to be sea turtle friendly and not visible.
As amended. I'll move it as amended.
Till 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Rick?
Can we tell the question?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'd like to make an amendment to make sure that the event ends at 9 o'clock.
That would be, this is approving the event, but that would be up to the special event permit to reduce the hours, right?
So motion as amended.
And just to be clear, what is the amendment? Because I want staff to.
The amendment is to qualify the special event permit so that the music ends at 9 o'clock.
Okay, good.
And I do believe that the ordinance as it's currently drafted says that the event has to be concluded and any loadout that happens that evening has to be concluded as well. So if they're going to load out that night, that would have to start before 9. Or they would need to load out the next day.
I would say the event should end at 9. If we say that the loadout has to happen by 9, then might as well not give them any approval. Because then we're, just effectively just destroying the event.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable having an event on the beach till 11 o'clock. And then coupled with the fact that it is sea turtle nesting season. We have a code that says end at 9 o'clock, loaded. And the reason why we have load in, load out is because trucks come on the beach, right, with their headlights, they could run over a sea turtle. We don't want that.
Right, but they can load out the following morning.
Correct. So what I was just going to say is typically our event has run from 12 to 8 p.m. What we were asking for was to get a couple more hours into the evening. This was the first last week that we heard about sea turtles, and we're not trying to do anything that is against what city needs to happen in that scenario. So I think we were asked to move the event on Sunday to 10 p.m., and we said that was no problem. And we don't load out until Monday. So it's not an issue for us. And we don't do any interchangeable loadouts between Saturday and Sunday.
So what you're saying is you would end at 9 and then load out the next day, leave everything
Yeah.
as is, and then.
If that's what we need to do,
If
yeah.
you're requesting at 9 PM, yeah.
Yeah.
What we've been told through our production, who's produced hundreds of events on Miami Beach, Josh Blaze, who we've worked with for 15 years. They did events in April last year, and they use amber lighting, and so that is something we've taken, serious.
That was the protocol we were told that we could put into place that has been successful in the past.
Let me ask you this, since the loadout is happening the following day, I feel comfortable with the schedule. Because my concern would have been, okay, if it ends at 10 o'clock, and then at 10 o'clock they do the loadout, well, clearly I have concerns with that, but based on what's being stated on the record, that the loadout is gonna happen the following day, at a time that it's not going to conflict with our code as it relates to the sea turtles, then I'm comfortable with the schedule as was presented in the agenda item.
Which is what, 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock?
Sunday would be 10 p.m.
Sunday would be 10 p.m.
Well, there's gonna be light after 9 o'clock, and then our code says after 9 o'clock, there's not supposed to be light on the beach. But what I'm saying is, instead of having to end at 8 o'clock and have an hour of loading time where they have to shut off an hour later, what they're saying is they'll end the show and then load out the next day during the day where they don't have to have trucks on the beach with the lights on, possibly making disruptions.
So Amy, if I could, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas has been asked.
So how long have you been planning the concert?
So we first brought up the fact that we wanted to do this back in August.
With our staff?
Correct.
And were you ever told about sea turtles back in August and
Not
about?
until the first week of
Okay.
March.
So I do feel for you guys. I mean, you have a concert less than a month away, and here we are telling you have to reduce the hours by 2 hours. I don't think that's fair to you. And I'd like to at least allow you guys to have the concert till 10 p.m. at the very least, and I respect the sea turtles, but you really should have been told this. You've been promoting this, right? I mean, I think
Correct.
I've seen ads, and you've been selling tickets for this, and so, I don't want to pull the rug out from under you with less than a month from your event. So I actually would like you to be able to have your concert till 11 p.m. If I don't get the support from my colleagues, maybe 10 p.m., but I think 9 p.m. is just unfair to you.
I
and what-
didn't
the work
realize
you've
that
been-
staff didn't tell you that, so with that, I will withdraw my motion and support what you're proposing.
And obviously, we have 7 cooks up here in the kitchen, not the turtle soup kitchen, relax. Would there be appetite for 9 p.m. on Sunday? Right, and then we could go till the proposed time that we had originally on Saturday, which is fine.
Yeah,
But
so
just in terms
Saturday
of-
right now, as it stands, was 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then Sunday, we were asked to go from 11 p.m. to 10 p.m. just last week, so.
And I'm very rarely.
Yeah, which is fine with
Yeah,
us.
like 9:30 even, something like that.
Yeah,
just
I mean,
given it's a
typically this
Sunday.
event has always ended at 8. So like with this request originally and trying to do something a little bit different, and,
Yeah.
the VCA has given us a big awarded grant for this exact moment. So we want to be able to pull through on all home fronts.
And Amy, is this mitigated? Is the amber lights, does that provide sufficient mitigation?
Using amber lights.
If they do it properly, that is the goal of the ordinance, that the light is minimized, that it's not visible, that the light is shooting downwards, it's shielded, not visible from the beach. And so it's a tall order, for a concert. This has been in place since 2024 in October.
And you'll be there to, or guide them and help them?
Code will be, that's part of their job. I mean, I'm out there often as well, but it is a tall order. And we anticipate that if they're on the beach after 9, that they would need to comply.
How come, Lisette, how come you didn't tell them about the sea turtle? I mean, maybe explain,
Sure,
correct yourself
thank you
on the
for giving me
record.
the opportunity. They just mentioned that they work with a producer who's been doing the event for 15 years. He's aware of turtle season. This is something that all events know about, especially experienced producers that we have on the beach. So it's not a new turtle.
So they knew?
They should know. Their producers should be aware. We did have a conversation with them. It wasn't until February 6th that they emailed us with announcing the details of what they were
And
planning on
when
doing.
did you respond to that email? It said-
We reviewed it internally, if I may, and then we scheduled a meeting to discuss with them and have a conversation about, are you going to have a tent because you're doing a concert until 11 o'clock at night? Are you willing to go down? People work, there are residents in that area, so Sunday till 11 was something that I didn't feel was feasible. So we had a conversation with them after we reviewed internally. We permit over 600 special event permits a year. So we also had to take our time to review everything else as well. It's not, you understand our workload. And
But-
so
I think it
to
would
tell
be-
me that we took us a month, we are reviewing a lot of permits.
I think it's really hard to plan.
And I don't think that it's fair.
Listen, I understand you have a lot on your plate, but at a bare minimum, we just passed a law in 2024 specifically for sea turtle lighting. How come it wasn't explained to model volleyball that, look, 9 o'clock is the last hour?
Sure, so if I may, when they go through the process, this gets presented to the state as well as we review internally. We have been reviewing those details of their event that they submitted last month. And so once the state reviews, is what I said at the beginning of this item, the state will then return and give feedback on what they need to do the amber lighting, to be able to do the
But
things
forget
that they
about the
wanted to
state,
do.
I'm just simply saying our own code, the code that we
The
passed.
code says it has to be minimized. Doesn't say that they can't have any lighting at all. And I defer to my colleague who's more versed in this. But what I'm saying to you is that the ordinance, the way that it's written, does not preclude them from having an event with lighting. It just has to be minimized and it has to follow
Well, let me ask
what
the event
Amy
pro-
stated.
Sure, but let me ask the event producer, was any of this relayed to you?
No.
But they're not the ones who are pulling the permit. The person who's pulling the permit, the producer, is not here today, who can't speak for himself, but he knows and he pulled the permit for the event that they mentioned the year prior, so he understands.
He also mentioned to us that he did other events in April in the late hours of the evening.
Right,
last-
following
I
the,
think,
following the same recommendations from the state and from the city.
Hi, Olivia. By the way, Olivia and I went to high school together.
Elementary.
Elementary school together.
Let's get it right.
Any,
Sorry, Olivia.
any stories you want to share, Olivia, that?
No.
I don't know, David.
We could go to midnight if you share the right stories.
It's like, who wants my vote?
Listen, look, it's a soft spot for me. It was a soft spot for Mark Semelian, of the sea turtles. And I just want to make sure that there's no disruptions because,
Yeah.
we have, the last thing you guys want us also see is a sea turtle get run over or
It's
crushed.
not- it's not what we're
it's
looking
not, it's not something that you want. It's not something that we want to deal with. But so at any event, is it possible to really put curtains on the side? Because it's hard for me to fathom a concert on the sand without light spilling over. I mean,
I think that what we plan to do is everything that we're told we need to do. Like, whatever the guidelines that are put in place are there from the state. Like, we're not here to go against any guidelines. That's why we've had a perfect track record for 15 years. And this event has historically never had an arrest, never had a shutdown. The police are behind us. The VCA's behind us. Police even play in this tournament. Like, everyone loves this event. And it's been the same exact event for 15 years. And we're trying to do
this is a
something
little different, obviously, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this is
we're
at
trying to
night,
do
yeah.
something a little bit different this
Yeah.
year. And we've been really transparent about that from the beginning.
And then we want to reward good actors.
We don't want to give you a reason to not have us come back. Like, we're trying to do everything right, and we're here to be transparent on anything that we're planning.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to be there. I'm going to make sure that I'll be there to participate, and I'll make sure that the lights. I'll make sure that, I would
course.
hope that our sustainability director is also there to assess the situation. Okay.
No, I mean, listen, we're grateful to be still standing 15 years later on this beach, and we're not here to jeopardize anything for that going forward.
Commissioner Mateo Salinas.
So I just want to suggest that, and Lisette, you have a lot on your plate and you do a great job. You do in your department. There's so many events, especially in this time frame. But I do want to encourage, so that similar events don't get to this. What's the better way? What's the better conduit? Why isn't the 3 points guy person here? How,
I'm not sure who
what,
that is.
so I just wish the communication would go a little bit smoother so that way you're not caught off guard, no one's caught off guard.
Absolutely, and it all depends also on how soon we receive the information. So we could talk about it for 6 months, but until we receive confirmed information in writing, then we can't move forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously really challenging for us to stop everything to wait to get a response when we
For
are,
30 days.
we're planning an event that is approaching very quickly. So
Sure.
we tried to keep every update as best as possible. And Lisette, I think you can, vouch that we have been transparent across the
Absolutely.
board.
There's no,
And,
challenge to
I
that.
sent along every DJ we were planning to have there, the marketing plan, everything. And unfortunately, they have busy schedules and they didn't get back to us for 30 days.
That's not correct, if I may.
30 days.
The 30 days, yes, but it's because we were reviewing internally, not because
But I
we
can't
were
stop
sitting on
I
it.
can't stop everything for
Well,
30 days.
We're not going to go
There was
back and
an- if
forth.
there was an
but
issue, I
if
would
Yeah,
have
let's not go
somebody-
back and forth.
If your
Let's
event is
let's
in
not go back
April,
and forth.
do not submit things in
I'm
February.
just glad we're at a good place now, because I do think that this is a successful event, and I, wish you the best of luck with the concert. And that's all I have to say. I think do we have a motion on the floor? I'd like to move the item.
Actually, the motion was withdrawn by Commissioner Fernandez, so I don't,
If we could clarify the hours, please, just because there's been a lot of back and forth.
yeah, I don't know. I don't have a motion yet.
I was going to second your motion, Commissioner Mazzilli.
One last question, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Someone's asking, is the speakers going to be pointed west or east? Or
East.
East.
Okay, so away from-
That they're
That-
all to the water.
And that was
That's
part of the
what-
meeting that we had.
And that's, yeah, we've
The
done
sound
that.
waves.
We've done that every.
That actually
We've
does.
also never been shut down for noise.
Yeah,
ever.
we've done that every year.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that model volleyball, your event and your concert series can proceed Saturday night, 11 p.m., Sunday night, did you say 9 p.m., Commissioner Magazine, or? 9:30.
I mean, listen,
just keep
I
it-
think we can just
listen,
give them, I think
If we can go till 10 and then make sure we.
just
One
give
at a
them
time, one at a time, please.
I think we can give them what they asked for. This is going to be a first. I'm going to be there. A lot of us are going to be there.
Great.
If there is a concern about lighting, I mean, there's, you guys put your best foot forward. And if it looks like this is fine, I don't see how it's going to be fine, but I'm willing to be open-minded and see how this works out. And then, we'll assess the next year.
Sounds great.
I want to just put it on the record, the importance of us being there at these events that we're voting on. And by the way, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at Wadapalooza, for the fitness competition, but I had to be at a wedding at the same time. The mayor and I were at a wedding at the same time. But yeah,
Separately, did you see the competition that Commissioner Suarez and I had?
you gave Commissioner Suarez
36.
a run, on those push-ups. But, we're put in the position constantly about having to vote on events. And events that oftentimes, we can't even step foot in them to understand what it is that we're approving or not approving and the impacts that they're causing and the back of house and the noise and the lighting and the sanitation and the flow of traffic and everything that goes along with approving these things. We need to do a better job in making sure, because it's hard for us to vote on these things and then be told, oh, well, yeah, no, you can't step foot there because of whatever reason. Well, how can we vote on stuff that we have to make decisions on if we're not able to experience what we're voting on? I mean, it really is important for us to be able to understand these events when we're voting on them. In the past, I've attended model volleyball, and I know the caliber of the event, how good it is for the city, the amount of athletes and the amount of partnerships that you have. And really, it does elevate our city. And that gives me confidence in voting for this, because I've been there. I've experienced it. I know to trust you as a good partner of our city that's going to protect our environment, that's going to protect our businesses, that's going to protect our residents. But I just say it, Mr. Manager, because, when we just need to keep that in mind, because a lot of times these items do come before us. And it's hard to, out of thin air say, yeah, I'm going to support this or not, when we really don't experience them. We don't experience the challenges or how it's good or how it's bad a lot of times. So I just, want to put it out there for the record.
Commissioner, and I would like the record to reflect, and also send to my girlfriend, I will be attending model volleyball on official city capacity. So thank you.
And by the way, think, by the way, you reached out, by the way, and for example, with Future Proof, you've reached out and you said, you know, if people want to experience Future Proof, but I think, you know, that should have been through the city. That outreach should have been through the city for us to understand what it is that we're voting on, what we're supporting. And you were very kind to have reached out and made sure that we all felt welcomed. But that really needs to be coming from the administration. We need to make sure that we experience these things. Because the worst thing also a lot of times is that then we have elected officials from other jurisdictions who are there, who tell us about it, who tells, oh, I didn't see you there. And it's like, oh, well, sorry, you know, we can't be there. Yet we have to vote on it, and it's hard to explain to our residents, you know, then why we don't know the impacts of something.
We'd be really excited to have all of you there.
Yeah, we would welcome all of you with open
Yeah.
arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I try to make every event, I often do get invited to come, sometimes speak at events, so.
Yeah, but those don't make their way down to us, and I think it's somehow that needs to be addressed.
And I agree, Commissioner, we do sometimes have challenges with events that the city doesn't sponsor because they're not obligated to provide tickets, but we have been asking the promoters that are doing those kind of events to provide opportunities for our electeds to show. I was under the impression that Future Proof was reaching out, and I'm hearing that they did not, so that's frustrating.
And I'm grateful to my colleague, you know, who did reach out in a very collegial manner to make sure, but, you know, next year we're gonna have to vote on something relating to that again. And how do I make a decision when I'm not able to see the impacts and experience the impacts? It puts us in a very difficult position.
And Mr. Mayor? also-
Commissioner Suarez, and let's call a vote.
So moving forward, so that we're not putting our vendors in these positions, can we put in writing that during sea turtle nesting season, if there's really no more things that could impact disorientations, that, for example, after 9 o'clock, you have to be out and done?
Commissioner, we would have to amend our ordinance to do that, which the commission could do that. But right now, the ordinance basically says after 9, you have to have the minimized lighting, the sea turtle compliant lighting. That's how it currently stands.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Can you help explain that amendment in terms of what the lighting is after 9 p.m.?
Yeah, do you see how, like, this is, that's a perfect example of one hand not talking to the other.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they don't even know what the minimization is. and that's-
Josh does know, he's produced last year in April, he is our lead on production, and we've already had conversations with that.
Let's call a vote.
The team as well.
Let's call a vote.
So I have a
I'm
motion.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, we just
I
gotta keep moving.
understand.
and
Thank you.
It's an important conversation, but.
No, thank you.
As is. So,
All set?
so I have a motion from Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas as is. And I thought I heard a second from Commissioner, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do Commissioner Magazine as is. All in favor of R7A as is, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved. Olivia?
Yes?
Didn't get your names. Can you both introduce yourself?
Of course. Olivia Ormos, and this is Michael Malone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward. Let's call R7B.
R7B is a public hearing approved for Rainbow Crosswalk replica, R7B.
I move the item.
Let's call the vote.
The second was Commissioner Bott. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. All in favor of R7B, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7B is approved 7-0.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry, I know maybe one of the city attorneys reached out. I don't think I had a chance to get back to him. If you could add me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I always say we are strong because of our allies, and you all are incredible allies, so thank you.
Thank you. R7W.
R7W is waive rental fee, use of Pride Park on April 4th, 2026, R7W.
I move the item.
Call the vote.
It's R7W. I've heard a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas on R7W. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7W is approved 7-0.
R50.
R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, accepting on a 5/7 vote after holding a duly noticed public hearing, the recommendation of the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee at its February 19th meeting, amending Chapter 82 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 6, entitled Naming of Public Facilities and Establishment of Monuments or Memorials by amending Section 82-503 thereof, entitled Naming of Public Facilities, Co-naming and Renaming of Streets by amending subsections C1A and C2A to provide additional criteria and procedures for the co-naming of streets and providing for sunset provisions, therefore, providing for repealers of ability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading. It's a public hearing. It is item R50.
I move the item.
Call the vote.
1 second. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak on R50. I heard a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is on April 22nd. That was item R50.
R7K.
R7K is authorized expansion of Forever Proud Lighthouse Banner Program, R7K.
I move the item.
I separated that.
Commissioner Suarez.
It's okay.
We're doing this item.
Yeah, we currently have a proposal before us to expand the Forever Light Pole banners as a way to affirm inclusion, support a community that has faced discrimination, and enhance the vibrancy of the Art Deco Cultural District. I support that concept, and I believe we should apply that same framework to an idea that I have. I'd like to propose a similar banner initiative using Israeli flags around the Wilsonian, specifically on Washington Avenue from 10th to 11th Street, and along 10th Street from Washington Avenue to Loomis Park. For me, it comes down to visibility, safety, and consistency. It's not about foreign policy, it's about standing with our Jewish community at a moment when anti-Semitism is rising, including very fresh incidents that we've seen here in Miami Beach. The location is intentional. The Wilsonian was founded by a Jewish family, and its founder's father was Miami Beach's first Jewish mayor. Jewish leadership helped build this city. The Wilsonian's mission also examines fascism, propaganda, and forces that led to the Holocaust, which makes this location especially meaningful. If we're willing to use public space to visibly support one community facing hostility, we should do the same for another. And that's not special treatment, it's equal treatment. Inclusion isn't just what we say, it's what we show, and Miami Beach should be clear. Hate has no place here, and our Jewish community will not stand alone. So with that, I'd like to see if my colleagues are okay with also including Israeli flags around the Wilsonian, especially with what's been going on in the world, almost what seems like on a daily basis of anti-Semitism.
I am fully supportive. Thank you for bringing it up, Commissioner Suarez.
And Mr. Mayor, and I'll say I would love to join you in that. I believe it was before October 7th when Israel was celebrating its 75th anniversary. I have brought an item to the City Commission to display the Israeli flag in celebration of Israel, in celebration of our Jewish community. And at the time the item was pulled, I didn't have support to move forward with that item. But I share the sentiment. It's important. I tried to do that very same thing for the 75th anniversary of Israel, realizing that we're all communities that have a target on our backs, sadly. And unfortunately, though, we wait to react after events like October 7th happens to display our support. No, we need to show our strength always. We need to show that we stand with the people of Israel and with Jewish people after October 7th, but before October 7th happens. We need to show that we stand with the LGBTQ community as they were rising through progress, but now that they're being pushed into the shadows, now more than ever, we need to do that. We need to do it with the Hispanic community and immigrants in general that were embraced and have been hugged and have been part of the beautiful history of our country, but now they face the target of them being the enemy and being put into inhumane conditions in places like Alligator, Alcatraz, and others. These are the people that have always been a part of our community, that we have always celebrated and elevated, and that slowly our society has placed a target on them and push them back into the shadows to justify all the evil actions that are being done towards them from legislators on all the way down. And so it's 100% consistent with what I tried to do years ago. I wish you would have been on the dais back then to have supported me at that time, and I'm proud to support you now as you take the lead and charge on that.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Dominguez.
I have a question for the city attorney. Wasn't there an ordinance that prevented flying foreign flags in the city, and that's why?
Yeah, I want to look into, we do have some, in the LDRs, some restrictions on flags. So my office is going to look into whether doing this would require an amendment to the LDRs, because it sounds like there's support for the item. So if there is a need for an amendment, we will prepare something.
Thank you.
So
Call the vote as amended?
As amended.
Yes.
We have a motion and a
100%.
second?
Yep.
Okay.
We have to remember that when one group is being attacked, the same people who are attacking the LGBTQ community are the same people who are going to attack Jewish people, and the same people who are attacking Jewish people are the same people who are going after Hispanics and who are going after other immigrant groups and who are going after the Black community. It is just a systematic intolerance against all of us, regardless of what the group is called. Is anyone who is not like them is not welcomed, is not supported. Even they were saying, someone was even saying the procession of the Eucharist that's done during Holy Week in many communities is anti-American. How dare they? How dare they say that the procession of the Eucharist is anti-American? You know, and so this is the target that we're facing now. And I love that we're doing this together, because the LGBTQ community and the Jewish community have always been allies and have always been in the same fight, in a parallel path, supporting each other. And that's the vision that I love, that when we are in a parallel path, supporting each other and pushing back against the hate that is targeting all of us. That same hate, the hate against gays, is a hate against Jews, it's the hate against immigrants, it's a hate against Blacks, against anyone that is not, you know, a white Christian in this country. And we need to push hard against that hate.
And Mr. City Attorney, if maybe to correct, not flags, but we're going to have banners, Israeli.
Yeah, I understand.
With
We're going to look into
the Star of David. It doesn't necessarily have to be the flag.
If it's just the Star of David, it's not the flag, that would not require an amendment.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't know. I want to see, I'd like to see Israeli flags
Well, we'll look
as
at-
a banner.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we should start changing the flag, personally.
Correct.
No, I mean, if you could.
It's not a flag. It's
you
not
can
a
have
flag
symbol
pole.
to
It's-
represent.
It's going to be on a banner, just
Right.
like any other banner.
We're going to look into whether we need to amend the code. If we don't, we absolutely won't do it.
Good.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? R7K is approved 7-0 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I have a great sense of notches
Yeah.
Knock us.
Knock
Very
us.
good.
Knock us. Knock us.
Lordy, Alex, it's not nachos, it's nachos. You either know it or you don't, man, it's nachos.
Alex is learning a little Yiddish.
A little
Commissioner
Yiddish.
Fernandez. Thank you all. R5P. Commissioner Fernandez.
R5P is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, amending chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 5 entitled Rezoning and Redevelopment Approval, section 2.5.3, entitled Design Review, subsection 2.5.3.3 thereof, entitled Administrative Design Review, to extend the planning director's authority to administrative review of eligible temporary surface parking lots by amending article 13 entitled Historic Preservation, section 2.13.7 thereof, entitled Issuance of Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate to Dig, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition, to expand administrative review authority for temporary surface parking lots, and providing for codification, repealer servability, and an effective date. R5P is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote.
I move the item.
Second.
Call the vote.
Tom, if you could, maybe just 1 minute overview, and where I'm at with this, I think it's good administrative review. I hate surface parking lots. I think they're the worst absolute land use that we can have, especially as we're trying to make a more walkable, vibrant city. I get that they're a necessary means, especially as development projects may be coming underway, especially as we're in a housing crisis. I'd much rather see people living as opposed to cars being parked. So the one thing I want to be cognizant of is that we're not just allowing these forever covered land plays that essentially remove the incentive or as much of an incentive to create much needed workforce and attainable housing, because a lot of these surface parking lots are in the exact areas where we could probably have some housing development that would be in line for attainable and affordable housing.
So, Commissioner, what this ordinance basically does is it allows for administrative design review of surface parking lots where they're currently permitted. So right now, if you're in a commercial district, whether you're inside a historic district or outside an historic district, in most instances, if you want to do a temporary surface parking lot, you would need to go before the design review board or historic preservation board. What this ordinance does is it allows.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It allows for administrative. Now, all the other requirements, landscaping, surfaces, everything else have to
Got
be
it.
complied with. They just wouldn't have to go to a land use board.
Got it. Thank you, Tom.
I move the item.
I have a motion for Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I have one person in Zoom requesting to speak. Call-in user 10, please state your name. You have 2 minutes. And are you calling on R5P?
Good afternoon. Yes, Matthew Goltanoff, 125 Jefferson Avenue. I am calling about this first reading. I just want to call in and say that I have concerns about making it easier to build surface parking lots, as it's already been expressed by members of the commission. Surface parking lots are the least desirable use, land use for land in a urban environment, and this may very well be going down the wrong direction. I'll remind everyone that the site of the 5th and Alton Tower was a surface parking lot for many years. It fell into disrepair, some people said, and had a number of questionable, it was taken care of in ways which was not great for the community. Ended up leading to a tower, of course, that's over 500 feet. So I just want to call and share my concern about making it easier to build surface parking lots in our urban environment. Thank you.
There's no one else, so the public hearing is closed. May I call the roll?
Yes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matil Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yep.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Here, there we go. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 22nd. The item passes on first reading, R5P.
R5R. Thank you, Tom. Tom, I hope you saved that tape from before about your
Yeah.
You use that for your resume.
No, I'm actually going to use it for my next evaluation from the manager.
Nice.
R5R is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 2, entitled District Regulations, section 7.2.2, entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, single-family residential districts, by modifying the two-story house standards specific to open space requirements for side elevations of single-family homes and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5R.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom, if you can lead the commission on what this intended
Sure.
for.
This is actually a very simple amendment to Chapter 7 of the LDRs. Currently, when people are building new single-family homes that are greater than 60 feet in length, that are 2 stories in height, they're required to provide a minimum amount of extra side yard open space. And so if they meet the minimum setbacks, this requires minimum dimension notches. What this particular ordinance does is it updates and clarifies where that open space can be located in order to simplify it, allow it to be better used, and to hopefully improve and expedite both the ability of an architect to design the space as well as for it to go through the permitting process. It doesn't make any reductions to the amount of open space, but rather simplifies the requirements and allows for a redistribution of it. And the administration and the planning board are supportive of it.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Bott.
Tom, can you explain why it was originally crafted the way it was? If there was an intent for there to be the space along the sides of the house as opposed to anywhere within the lot?
Yeah, this was actually originally drafted back in the mid-2000s, and the intent is the same as today, and substantively, it remains the same as it was when it was drafted. And this is so that if you have a home that's 2 stories in height, that's longer than 60 feet in length, you don't have a solid blank wall. And so that was the whole purpose of that requirement. The amendments here maintain that requirement. They just provide more flexibility in terms of the shape of that open space, where it can be located, and how it can be used and what the elevation of that space is. But substantively, it will still require that you break up those long expanses of 2-story elevations.
So how would that maintain the requirement to break up the uniform facade if the space can be relocated within the lot itself?
Well, when I say relocated, you can do it in multiple locations. So under the ordinance, the additional open space shall be at least 4 feet in depth, and then we've added a requirement that it be at least 4 feet in width. And it must equal 1% of the lot area. So if somebody wants to do one large open space, that's at least 1% of the lot area, they would have the option of doing one large cutout somewhere along that side elevation, or they could do multiple cutouts. Either one would address the requirement to break up that elevation. Currently, under the code, it requires a depth of at least 8 feet, which has proven to be challenging. We think that by reducing that, but having a minimum width, will allow for more variety in terms of how this is actually applied to new homes.
And is there any requirement for what it has to be, whether it could be pavers or a swimming pool or green space in terms of sustainability and water absorption?
Yeah, at least 50% of the open space area has to be either pervious landscaped area or some type of water feature. There wouldn't be enough room to get a swimming pool in there, but at least 50% of that area. Now, if they only do 50%, that doesn't reduce the total amount of pervious area and lot coverage that would be required in the home, and it wouldn't affect the minimum open space requirements in the front or the rear yard, as this is in the side yard.
Okay, so the total would be the same, it just might not be on the sides.
It was, this is specific to the sides, and the total would be the same. It's just that you may see multiple locations of this as opposed to, say, one big one.
Yeah, it just gives more flexibility to homeowners and
Correct.
architects. Yeah. I'd like to move my item.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for April 22nd. That was item R5R.
R5W.
R5W is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 10 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Animals by amending section 10-2 thereof entitled Fines for Violations of Animal Control and Ordinance Unpaid Fines to Constitute Lien and Basis for Revocation of City Parking Permits decal by amending and identifying those sections of the city code to which the general penalty provisions set forth in section 10-2 do not apply, and by amending section 10-11 thereof entitled Running at Large Prohibited, exceptions by providing enhanced civil penalties for animals running at large and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5W.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, so this sort of came to a head recently with a really unfortunate incident with a child getting mauled by a dog. I am a rescue dog lover. I have rescue dogs. I have had rescue dogs. This is not an anti-dog provision. This is an anti-irresponsible owners provision. We have, the worst case example, which is the child who got mauled by this dog. We have other examples of neighbors who refuse to keep their dogs on leashes when they're taking them out for a walk and letting the dog evacuate all over the neighbors' yards without cleaning up. No matter how well-trained a dog might be, at the end of the day, dogs are still animals, and they can have a bad day like everybody else can. And, by having them off leash, that just sets up a situation where somebody can get hurt. And I don't think that's necessary. I think in a congested city like ours, we need to respect the fact that we share space, and this just makes it safer for everybody. So with that, I'd like to move the item.
I'd like to make a comment.
Commissioner Suarez.
The only issue I have with this is, I take my dogs to South Point Park, and sometimes, South Point Park, there's no gates. And sometimes they run off to where the light tower is. I mean, can we make an amendment that maybe 200 feet from any dog park, there's like a grace distance? Because if they run off and then there's a code or a park ranger said, your dog ran off, I'm going to give you a fine now. I'd like to just at least have some sort of buffer between the dog park and outside the dog park.
So if I may, through the mayor.
Commissioner Bach.
I think one of our colleagues is working on something for South Point Park. I also, Chief Jones, sorry to call you up for a pop quiz. I don't know if you remember where this incident happened. My recollection is that it may have happened in South Point Park.
Good afternoon, Wayne James, Police Chief. I don't think it was South Point Park. For some reason, I think it was at the park in 53rd Street, maybe?
It was where? I'm sorry?
53rd Street?
53rd Street. Well, regardless, it's first reading. I hear what you're saying. Let us talk about if there's an option. I'm concerned about that, about giving some kind of 200 feet seems really.
100 feet, something just reasonable.
So let us work on it between now and second reading. And
If I may, through the chair. So the title for this ordinance relates to the fines that apply, because the code already prohibits dogs off leash. So if you'd like to bring a separate item, Commissioner Suarez, to add a buffer zone, then we could work on something with you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I have a concern with it. I think, if the policy is that animals need to be on the leash, they need to be on the leash until they enter the designated dog park. Having an exclusion area, a buffer area, I think then becomes very subjective. What is 200 feet? Most people don't know.
And I totally get it, but South Point Dog Park is just very unique in the sense that your dog can just run away, like into like another yard, and so there's no gate, and that's the beauty of that dog park. And from what I understand, there's rarely any ever incidences, and I just want, I don't want to have to be in a situation where there's a park ranger who doesn't like a particular resident who just targets someone, and because it happens to my dogs quite frequently. I mean, they see.
Park rangers don't like you? Wait, what?
I was gonna say it's probably because their owner.
I'm just simply saying that particular park, it's open for a reason. It's beautiful, and there's no gates. So I don't want to have an unintended consequence of people not wanting to bring their dogs because they might run off.
For as long as it's specific to that dog park, because most of the other dog parks
Sure.
are gated, and I just don't want to have, the situation that now 100 feet, 200 feet from all dog parks, we're creating this buffer zone where you can have animals just off their leashes. That's very unique at South Point Park, and so I don't disagree
So
with that.
if I might, I would encourage you to bring a separate item. I don't want to muddy this. We did have another episode that was in the dunes where a very aggressive person with his very aggressive dog was targeting the cat feeders and the cats and the dunes. I think, I'm open to hear what you propose. I would like to keep this clean, and I would like to move this item as it is.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Yeah.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, as is Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for April 22nd. That was item R5W.
R7Y.
R7Y is fee waiver of $25,000 for model volleyball event.
Commissioner Magazine.
Sorry, this was meant to be heard in tandem. This is something that we've done for this event, I think, for all 15 years. We're not giving money away, we're not handing cash, but this is a fee waiver that we've done for at least 10 years.
Second the item.
Yeah, excellent. I'll move.
Let's call the vote.
On R7Y, I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of R7Y, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7Y is approved 7-0.
R7AH.
R7AH is authorized city attorney challenge HB 399, large destination resorts. This was an addendum being heard after 5 o'clock.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I placed this item, R7AH, today to ensure that the city of Miami Beach is fully prepared to respond to HB 399 should it be signed into law. As you all know, over the past few weeks, we witnessed the legislature insert itself into what is fundamentally a local decision that falls under the jurisdiction of the Historic Preservation Board, a local decision that directly impacts the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. This was a real decision by the legislature affecting real people in a built-out community like ours, where residential buildings coexist side by side with hotels. And while the language in the bill is written broadly, it is clear to anyone who is following the issue that this was crafted very specifically with Miami Beach in mind, with an outcome that is to bypass the process of the Historic Review Board, of the Historic Preservation Board, that exists to ensure that there is objective criteria that's being applied, that there is community input in these decisions, and that there is thoughtful planning put in place. I want to just take a moment to acknowledge and thank those who have fought in this. And, the Mid Beach Neighborhood Association, Alicia Casanova and Ana Maria Ferreira Mello have taken such an incredible leadership role advocating for the residents who they represent, thousands of residents who are very much concerned about traffic, about infrastructure impacts. The organizers of Stop the Six Flag movement, the Wise family, and also, our legislators in Tallahassee, Representative Basabe, who made it very clear to his colleagues in the House his opposition to this bill, and he voted against this bill. Our Senator Chevron Jones, who really fought tirelessly on the Senate floor, including sponsoring an important amendment to remove the Fontainebleau provision from the bill, and that it almost passed. It almost passed. That amendment almost passed. But now is the time to turn the page from the legislative side of it. And so this resolution does one simple thing, but an important thing, which is to authorize the city attorney to evaluate what legal options we have available. Filing a lawsuit is certainly one potential avenue, but it's not the only avenue that our city attorneys can explore. And so this authorization that we're giving them through this resolution ensures that the city attorney has flexibility to explore all appropriate legal actions, whether that involves litigation or any other type of legal remedy that might be available to the city. And so I just want to make sure that we preserve the rights of our residents, the rights of our process, a process that was started, and a process that protects our community. Because at the end of the day, it's our duty. It's our duty to protect our residents. It's why we have these processes in place and to ensure that their voices are respected.
Commissioner Magazine, Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Fernandez, thank you very much. Thank you for being so out front and vocal about this. I agree with the comments that we've been making all along, where local decisions belong in local control, and we continue to see preemptions happening at state level. I just want to clarify, I wasn't sure when I read, when I discussed this yesterday with our city manager and city attorney, but I think you provided some good clarity, which is exactly in line with where I wanted this to go. Is this isn't just letting the genie out of the bottle and then we have no say or control over what happens. This is directing our city attorney to explore options, explore what remedies are available and possible on the table, and then kind of comes back to us and we can collectively discuss what the appropriate next steps are.
And I just want to put clarity. I'm not sure that it comes back to us, because I think with this, the challenge with this is that we don't know what could happen. We don't know if this gets signed into law. One has to assume that this will likely get signed into law. But once this gets signed into law, it is my understanding that this is a bill that goes into effect immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so the moment that it's signed into law, a lot of quick action might happen. And I just want to make sure that that the city attorney knows that he has authorization to pursue whatever legal actions are available to the city. And that might not necessarily even be filing litigation against the state. There might be other options, which I encourage all of us to discuss privately with the city attorney, but I just don't want our city attorney to have to wait, 36 hours, 48 hours for us to advertise a sunshine meeting or to call a special meeting of the city commission, or have to wait a month for us to, because a lot that could happen the moment that bill, there's income paper with that bill. And together with this, actually, what I would love to do is separately urge the governor through a separate motion not to sign this law, to urge him to veto this law, because I think our residents have been indeed very vocal about the significant impacts that this will have in their quality of life, and the significant concerns of inserting the legislature inserting itself in a due process that had already been initiated, which is a whole different concern in and of itself. And because of that, had this process not been initiated, it would have been less egregious. But the fact that the process was initiated and things just went a different direction because residents were simply exercising their rights, their right that they're entitled to voice their opposition, is certainly something that is very concerning. And so with this item, I would like us to consider a separate motion, very respectfully urging and encouraging the governor to veto the bill.
And I'll second that motion, and that's, I agree with you there. For the original item that's on the table, I guess what I'm trying to strike a balance of and thread this needle is not being caught behind the eight ball. I agree wholeheartedly that we need to be proactive, need to have a lot of tools at our disposal and not be reactive, proactive. But at the same time, I'm not giving you the message, Rick, the second this is signed, go out and sue the state. Because I think there's a lot of considerations that we need to consider, the implications that'll have. Not saying that's yes, not saying that's no, but that's not the mandate that I'm delivering here. The direction is, let's start proactively thinking about what options are at our disposal, what tools in our toolkit, and really be proactive in thinking about how we likely will respond when this is likely signed into law.
And I think through the mayor, should the city attorney determine that that litigation is the right path, I do not see a world where our city attorney would make that decision lightly and without considering reaching out to every single one of us and making sure that he has the support of his elected bosses on something like that. To say that he would have to come back to this body, I would say could potentially create a delay if any action that he takes regarding this has to come back here. It could put us behind the eight ball. So I want to make sure that we give him authorization, and then he can check with each one of us individually, as has been done in the past. The city attorney has authorization, and he can check with his bosses on if it rises to a lawsuit, which I don't know that it will. He can check with each one of us.
Commissioner Bott.
So in addition to what my colleagues have said, and Commissioner Fernandez, thank you for once again being on the lead on this. This is the worst case scenario. This is when a kid goes to dad and asks to get something and dad says no, and the kid immediately goes to mom to get a different answer. But in this case, the kid went to somebody who doesn't live here, who doesn't represent this district, and then, to get the item added, and then went to the governor who, he has a long relationship of supporting to make this happen. That is not how local government is supposed to work. And I'm sorry, sometimes you win them and sometimes lose them. And people are supposed to abide by local decisions. So I fully support giving our city attorney the ability to go explore and investigate to see what resources might be available to us to try to nip this in the bud, not just for this, but, for anything that might come down the pike. I think once one developer sees this, I think that it's going to stir up a lot of very unfortunate unintended consequences, follow-on consequences, and I think it's really bad policy from the state, taking away, once again, home rule, and it's something that's got to stop.
And it's not when they see it, they're seeing it already. It happened with the Unsafe Structures and Resiliency Act. It happened with Live Local. It's happening now with this, and that is, the concern.
Commissioner Suarez.
So are we giving the city attorney sole discretion on what to do. Because I don't think it should be upon the city attorney to make that decision. I think I'm certainly okay with seeing the exploration of options and being presented to us. I don't really see it, I mean, once you have your analysis, you can come back to us and say, hey, here are your options. How would you like to proceed? I certainly don't want to give the city attorney the reins to potentially make a lawsuit, that we haven't discussed. I think that's kind of crazy. I think we're the ones who should be deciding that. If we're going to say we're going to sue, then that should be the motion. And, look, there are some serious consequences to what we decide today. The governor has line item veto, and there is about $5 million in appropriations to our city that's on the line that could potentially be cut. In fact, I have it on the screen. PJ, if you could put that up. We have, the West Avenue project that the state's giving us $900,000 for. Unidad, $500,000. The Beach Walk security bollards, $850,000. Miami Beach Alton Road reconstruction, $900,000. And, pedestrian safety in Pier Park, that's $2 million. And you can close the slide, PJ. And look, this governor has a reputation for retaliatory political engagements, and I don't look. I think we're going down a really dangerous rabbit hole here on challenging this, especially with so much money that is potentially coming to us that our city depends on to fund things that are very necessary. Look, I'm all about local control, but I also have to be mindful that there is a state government, and there is a governor who has the ability to really hurt us with the stroke of a pen. And we all got a call from our city attorney last night about this, and the chances of any lawsuit is probably not good, okay? To not get into details.
I think that that's the type of detail that we don't discuss in public.
Yeah, look,
And we're not authorized, we're not directing a lawsuit.
Let me finish, please. Okay. Look, that's the unknown I'm not comfortable with. I'm okay with having him explore and then have the mayor call an emergency meeting and then bring us to options to discuss, but I certainly don't want to have a decision like this that has serious ramifications at the state level to be decided by our city attorney. I think it needs to be decided by us. So I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. I'm not saying no to this, but I certainly don't want to leave the final decision in the hands of one person. I think it should really be a collective decision between all of us.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say something similar. I think we can get to the same place. I really do, because for the most part, I think we're all in agreement on we want to potentially have all our options. Maybe it's the lawyer in me. I can't imagine a situation other than a temporary restraining order, which I don't think that's even applicable here, but I don't want to speak for Rick, for our city attorney. I mean, generally, you have to prepare a lawsuit. It takes time. We can convene an emergency meeting if we had to. I think the spirit is good. We're directing our city attorney to take all actions that potentially, and we're just asking for the opportunity to weigh in. This is a major decision. Obviously, we're all disappointed. I was standing right next to you at that press conference, and I appreciate everything you've done, Commissioner Fernandez.
It's teamwork. It's not me. It's teamwork.
No, and we held the press conference, and I came out, and we were working with our lobbyists and reaching out to electeds, but ultimately, this is where we're at, And I think we can still make a very, very strong statement. We've made it clear how we feel, and we're standing with our residents who have been very vocal against this, but ultimately have the opportunity, because there's so many different factors that could happen here. One, I suspect there's going to be a lawsuit by some of these condominiums or associations. I'm anticipating that's going to happen. Then that may change how we approach it. I mean, there's so many unforeseen aspects because it hasn't even been signed into law yet. I do share some of the concerns. I'm not saying that we shouldn't take action. I am disappointed that our zoning laws were preempted. We've been very vocal that we don't appreciate the fact that we are elected as the local body to represent our residents. We should be making decisions. And it's increasingly being taken out of our hands, which is unfortunate. At the same time, there is a significant amount of funding that we've been getting from the state that we've used to good use, including the resources during spring break. Doesn't mean we don't fight these issues, but I at least would like to know what we're up to before we actually go there. I'm not, and it's interesting. You made a comment, Commissioner Fernandez. I thought was interesting because you said, well, I'm not sure we would file litigation, but the way this reads, it's almost like we would. And it's almost like we're trying to tell the state, hey, this is what we're going to do, right? To take any and all appropriate legal action, including the initiation of litigation. That's like, there's many different avenues we could take, and that's the one we're actually highlighting. And whether, again, I don't know if that's the avenue you're thinking. Obviously, we've had conversations, so I have a sense, but I'm not going to say it, what your thinking is. Anyway, I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Yeah. So if I may, I think our home rule is very important. But I'm going to say this, and so are the dollars that we get from the state of Florida. No amount of money, not a dollar, is worth surrendering our rights, our home rules, or the voices of our residents. I'm not going to let our city be intimidated. Every year we sit here and, I have to hear, oh, but Tallahassee is watching this, and so we shouldn't do this because Tallahassee is watching. And yet every year, year after year after year, we're getting preempted. And it's not stopping Tallahassee from preempting us. And so, I'm not going to put an appropriation value on the rights of our residents to be able to have a fair hearing before the Historic Preservation Board. That is invaluable. That is their voice and that is their rights. And I don't feel comfortable, saying that because of grant dollars that we get from the state, that we wouldn't feel comfortable in defending that, or the code that we've adopted over the years. I think we appoint a city attorney who we trust to work with all of us. And what we've been told is that the governor could sign this bill at any moment. And once the governor signs that bill goes into effect immediately, unlike other bills that might go into effect at the start of the fiscal year or might go into effect January 1st. This is a different type of bill, a bill that can go into effect immediately. And I think we should be giving the city attorney that authority to take any and all necessary and appropriate legal action as it relates to HB 399. And again, if we trust our city attorney, we trust he's going to check with each one of us. I think if our city attorney chooses, not that he will, but if he chooses that litigation is the path that is best for the city, if he determines that, I'm sure he will check with each one of the commissioners before he moves forward with something as significant as that. And I'm sure that if he sees that
that there isn't support for that, I doubt that he's gonna do something that doesn't reflect the desires of the elected leadership. But I think it's important to give him this legislative authority so that we don't hold back the process in having to call a sunshine meeting or an emergency meeting or wait till the next city commission meeting. I don't know that he's going to move forward with necessarily proposing a lawsuit. I think, as you've mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like you've been briefed, and that there might be other avenues through which, one could challenge HB 399. And so I think that the resolution is appropriate as is written.
Commissioner Suarez.
But Mr. City Attorney, wouldn't it have to be signed into law in order to take action against the bill? So wouldn't it, shouldn't we wait to see what the action is? I'm assuming it's gonna get passed for sure, but after it gets signed, wouldn't it then be prudent to have, options for legal action at that point? Because, at this point, it seems kind of moot because it hasn't even been signed into law, and what Commissioner Fernandez is saying is that we need to act now. I'm under the impression that we need to act after the bill is signed so that you have, I guess, some sort of standing of where to position yourself.
Well, we would not file any litigation until the bill is signed into law, that is for sure. But I think Commissioner Fernandez, and I'll let him speak for himself, has a different view as to what this does.
And I understand what Commissioner Fernandez is saying, but I for one would like to have the options of what the city attorney's plans to do. We're the elected officials. Let us decide what the best course of action is on the menu of options that our city attorney's doing. I don't want him deciding what to do. He doesn't even live here. So, I think it's prudent for us to get options. There's no problem with waiting because the bill, we can't even do anything until the bill is signed anyways. And that gives also time for our city attorney to really research this because this was put on last night, less than 24 hours ago. So, and we got calls that I certainly didn't like to hear. And I think, look, all I'm saying is I think we should give the city attorney a little bit more time to digest this. He's had 24 hours, less than 24 hours to see this. I don't think we're under any time constraint because the bill isn't even signed yet. And it gives, and I certainly don't feel comfortable having our city attorney make decisions that could impact things that are, forces in Tallahassee that could really come down on us. I think we should be making that decision, not handing it off to someone. And I think that's the reasonable thing to do. I'm not trying to stop this. I'm simply saying, like, let's be in control, not have the city attorney, who doesn't even live in Miami Beach, be in control.
Yeah, so just to be clear, some of the comments, I don't think anybody here is back down from Tallahassee. We have made it so clear in every which way how we feel, and often we get some blowback from representatives in Tallahassee, and that's okay. But I also think it would be, and this is why this is a healthy discussion, I think it would be a detriment to our fiduciary duty to look at what the potential consequences could be. We hope they won't be, but I think we certainly have to explore that. Doesn't mean we back down, but they're real. I mean, to be honest, if I could also, I mean, if our city attorney calls me after this is signed in and says, I'm contemplating X, Y, Z, I could just call a special commission meeting, right? And then sort of foresee, because I don't think anything's going to happen. That takes 24 hours. So I don't think usually anything happens that quickly. He's got to talk to all 7 of us. I just think there's a lot of unknowns. I personally think this is such a major decision, whatever step we take, and maybe it is. Maybe whatever. I'm not saying I'm not going to be supportive. I might be, but it's a very major decision. We're not happy with what transpired at all. We've as I said, we did everything we could. The press conference, I mean, I came out on social media. the conversations, the calls. At the same time, though, it's, we're dealing with a situation where the governor either signs it or doesn't sign it. We're dealing with our second largest employer in the city. And I think we need to be very hands-on on how we approach this and what decisions we make. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted, I would prefer it to come back to us. But I'm glad you brought the item. It's a good item. To me, I would rather not take that control out of our hands. By the way, I was consistent with this even during, we were talking about, I mean, it's a different issue, but during spring break, right? I was actually giving pushback because I was like, hey, do we really want to give all that control to the city manager and making changes without us as the legislative body weighing in? Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, I'm absolutely going to support the part of directing the city attorney to begin exploring all of our options. I do have a couple of questions. Rick, maybe this is for you, and assuming that this law gets signed into place, what rights does the Fontainebleau have? If this gets signed in on a Friday, can they show up Monday with a bulldozer and just start clearing things out and constructing a water tower? Or are there still things within the city and processes that they need to go through? And I guess where I'm going with that is, I guess that in part forms how immediate we need to be with our response when this does get signed into law.
They would need to apply for the variances that they requested from the HPB, that they would have to start that process administratively. So that would be the first step.
And presumably like demolition permits, building permits, or all those things completely waived and it's just do whatever you want?
Well, I think they would first need to substantiate that they meet all the criteria in the bill for a large destination resort, the acreage, the number of rooms, the 70% occupancy over the last 3 years. And if they did meet that criteria, then they could submit an application for administrative approval, again, of just the variances.
Us?
No,
Or not
just
the commission, but the city?
to city staff, yeah.
Okay,
for
so
the-
not
for the variances.
Tallahassee, not Florida.
Correct.
And then the second thing, I think we should at least have some discussion and be honest about, right? With this, are we just directing the city attorney to kind of file lawsuit come hell or high water?
No, we're not.
Right? And, well, let's discuss that, right? If he comes back and goes, bill was signed, I'm ready to essentially act if you all kind of give me the green light, how are we going to come to that decision? Are we going to handicap the odds of, okay, I think we have an 80% chance of winning? Then maybe we're like, you know what, go ahead, let's roll the dice here. We understand the consequences, but if we can do that, then this is worth going all in on. If Rick comes and says, well, there's a 20% chance we win, do we say, you know what, we need to be principled and still stand up for our residents and show them we believe in them, even though this has just been handicapped at 20%? You know, how are we making our next decisions? Especially if we're not going to be able to talk amongst each other.
So,
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And so I just, want to read what we're enacting here. It is authorizing the city attorney to take any and all appropriate legal action to challenge that portion of HB 399, creating section, whatever it is, entitled Large Destination Resorts. So we're not directing, we're authorizing the city attorney to take any and all necessary and appropriate legal actions. By the way, I think the bill has been presented to the governor. I don't know if Peter is here, but the bill has been presented to the governor?
Today was just.
Today. Okay, so our intergovernmental.
Hello, Peter Lisaragi, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison. The bill was just presented to the governor today, so he has until April 2nd to decide whether or not he's going to sign the legislation.
Okay, and when is our next city commission meeting?
April 22nd.
April 22nd. So.
Peter, I know you're not a prophet. If I could just have, do you have any doubt that the governor's going to sign it?
To be honest, I don't have any doubt that he's going to sign it.
I think, yeah, I think we're all on the same page on that. So let me ask you this, because I think we're looking very narrowly about litigation, but, there's more than just litigation, and the city has many
legal tools that it could consider. Obviously, litigation is one of them. What I'm hearing is that the body has concern with giving a blanket authorization for litigation. The mayor, you're committing that if it is necessary for there to be litigation, that you would call for a special meeting at the request of the city attorney, or if I ask you for a special meeting because he feels that you would grant that. So let me ask you, Mr. Attorney, because my concern with that is that even in this discussion, as we were discussing this, we almost stepped into the territory of publicly revealing strategy that we may not want to discuss in the sunshine. And while a vote should absolutely happen in the sunshine, would it be possible to discuss the merits and the strategy part of that in an executive session? Or an attorney-client privilege session?
Probably not. Those
And
are.
that's my concern. I don't want to reveal to a billionaire what our strategy would be so that he could use our.
We may be able to, in the context of the financing for the expenditures, that is potentially an angle that we could use. But I'd want to look into that. But absolutely, if that was not an angle that we could use, I would discuss with each one of you individually, and then you would vote at the special meeting.
And so my concern is that then we get to, you know, a special meeting and, you know, especially when things are, when there's not a consensus, we start debate and we start entering the territory of revealing strategy, or territory of speaking publicly and creating a record that then can potentially be used against the city's arguments. And that would not benefit our residents. And that's where, you know, the same way that our city attorney, you know, would brief each one of us privately, you know, if we trust our city attorney, we have to trust that he will not file something as significant as filing a litigation if he doesn't have the backing of the commission for it. I mean, he's not going to put his job in the line for that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Just because Commissioner Fernandez, you know, wants to.
You don't know
let's say,
how
file
strongly he
litigation.
feels about this. No, I'm kidding. Well, the irony is, I mean, I don't want to say I know for sure. I have a pretty good sense as to what would happen or not happen.
Yeah,
I'll keep that close to the vest.
Mr. Mayor, I just think it's good for us to decide. I don't think the city attorney should decide that, you know, this sort of case where it has severe, you know, ramifications of what could come out of it. Let's keep it in our hands and make a decision, you know, moving forward. Who knows what will happen between now and then. Plus, I think the city attorney needs time to really digest this. Like I said, in the last 24 hours, this was put on our desk and on his desk as well. I think there's no rush to do so, and especially writing a blank check. I don't feel comfortable writing a blank check to our city attorney to make a decision. I think as soon as he has an opinion, you know, maybe we instruct you to give an opinion of perhaps, you know, what our case would entail. Is this something that you would hire outside counsel for? Because I understand if it's going to be outside counsel, it could cost us millions of dollars on top of the fact that we were going to lose all our appropriations. You know, then we're starting to really get into seven-figure problems that I don't want to happen to our city. I completely respect and understand that I don't want Tallahassee trampling on us, on our rights for zoning, but at the same time, this is the reality that we're in, you know, and this is millions of dollars that is at risk for our city, and I don't want to lose that. But again, at the end of the day, I think it should be our decision, and I certainly don't want to be writing a blank check to staff to make policy decisions. So,
Rick, are there other options on the table, either besides or in addition to litigation? Or is that something you want to kind of discuss with us privately?
I would rather discuss that with you privately, but certainly there are things that could come up between now and when the law comes into effect.
And I think
but-
we're all almost perfectly aligned here, right? We are giving you, we all want to fight for our residents. We do not want to roll over to higher authority. We want local control to remain in local control, and we want to fight for that. We want to instruct you to go exhaust what our different options are, right? And whether it be in a public forum or calling us individually and we make a collective decision, then we essentially make that decision then. I think
Yeah,
that's
if-
where we're all at.
I would certainly speak with each of you individually. I cannot poll you. So if it comes down to that, if that's the direction the body gives today, then there would need to be a special meeting.
Would this fall under a potential sunshine, well, not a sunshine meeting, meaning a legal meeting with us because it impacts a litigation or potential litigation?
Unless there's active litigation, I would not be, I mean, I said earlier that potentially to discuss financing strategy, but that really only applies when there's active litigation. So we would have individual briefings, but we would need to have a special meeting.
No, I think the public
I make
should
a
deserve,
suggestion?
I think the public should see how we go about this. I don't see why we need to have this out of the sunshine. I think this very much needs to be in the sunshine.
I only mean it because if there's potential
Strategy.
strategies. Now, remember, litigation gets very detailed. There's sometimes you could say, you know what, we're going to do these causes of action, but not these at this time, depending on what the defense does. I mean, there's literally a lot of strategy that goes into this. That's why lawyers get paid a lot of money, right? So that's probably something you don't want to be discussing out in the public. The fact, yes, whether to file a lawsuit or not, I think that's appropriate. But to discuss specific strategy, now you're giving the defense.
I don't think we're going to be discussing specific legal tactics on the dais. I think it's just going to be, these are our options. This is what you can do. And that you can either hire legal counsel, outside counsel, you can have us do it. You can do nothing. You can do this or that. But I don't think we're going to be going into the weeds of each, I'm not. I mean, I give you my word, I'm not going to do that. But I think we just need to decide as a body in the sunshine of what we're going to do, not what he's going to do. That's all I'm saying. I think it's crazy that, again, I don't want to have staff decide this. I want us to decide this. It should be us, and hopefully it'll be a unanimous decision.
So, Mr.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, it's not just staff, I mean, it's our charter officer who is, vested with looking out for the best interests of the city, and we hire him to be the city attorney because I assume we all trust him to be our city attorney and to defend the best interest of the city. And so, I think a good amendment perhaps could be that if the city attorney determines, and again, it's if, we're not saying that there will be litigation, if the city attorney determines that litigation is necessary, that he should only proceed with litigation upon consultation. So at least he can reach out to each of the commissioners, discuss it with each of the commissioners, and determine on his own after consulting with his clients whether it is still in the best interest of the city to move forward with this. And by the way, even and that would also not only allow us to have a say directly to him, it wouldn't preclude any one of us, if we wanted to call for a special meeting, to request one from the mayor or to submit a request to the city clerk. But I do think, a lot of times, we don't know what could happen. These things could move very quickly between now and our next meeting on April 22nd. A lot of different scenarios besides us litigating the city could happen. Us litigating the state could happen, and I don't think we should hold back or tie the hands of the person who we have appointed to look after the best legal options for the city. I would propose that we amend the resolution, hearing the feedback from all of my colleagues, that we amend the resolution to make it clear that if the city attorney determines that there be litigation, that he only do it upon consultation with each of the members of the city commission.
because that way, if anyone has any significant concerns, someone could call for a special meeting of the commission if there were to be concerns at that point. And I don't know if that's something we can
Yeah, and if I may, through the
propose.
chair, in order to direct me, it would have to be a special meeting. Like, if I can't call you individually and ask, and poll you. So either you authorize today, or if the will of the body
Okay,
is to
but
come
wait,
back.
no one is directing you. Okay.
I understand.
We are authorizing you we are authorizing, which is different than directing, we're authorizing you to take any and all necessary, legal and appropriate actions.
Sure.
And so, you know, without us even putting this language in, if you were to file litigation, you wouldn't consult with each one of us before filing litigation?
I would absolutely consult with each one of you, but in order for what is being decided here, to get direction specific, it would require a special meeting. I can't poll.
That's not what you told me. When we created this item, you told me that with this item, you would have authorization to file litigation if you felt that that was the best course of action.
Well, that is true, but that would not require me polling each one of you. This would authorize
No
me
one's
to
telling
do
you
it.
to poll us. But you may want to discuss your strategy. What are the positions of the city? What are the arguments of the city? What are the claims that the city would be bringing forward? You wouldn't be briefing us and consulting with us on that?
I would be, sure. That's fair.
I didn't get a clear answer from that. Again, I'm simply saying, have him give us a menu of options. The mayor is willing to call a special meeting within a 24-hour notice, and then let us decide. I don't want to give the city attorney, I understand he's a charter officer, I don't want to give him a blank check. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think we have plenty of time, we shouldn't rush into this. The bill isn't signed, I understand it's at the governor's desk, but come on, like, we can still make a decision in a very short period of time if this, once he gives us a menu of options. I mean, I don't even think he feels comfortable kind of doing this himself without getting direction from us. And he just said that he can't poll us to have direction. It has to come from a sunshine meeting, explicit direction on what to do.
Mr. Attorney, you don't feel comfortable? Can you confirm that for the record?
Sure. If the direction of this body authorizes litigation, I would feel comfortable taking action. If the direction is, come back and get further direction, then I would need further direction. So the way that the resolution is currently drafted, I would feel comfortable taking action. I would consult with each one of you. I would explain what, my thoughts are. And as you pointed out, if somebody wanted to call a special meeting, in that case, they absolutely could.
Yeah, if you call all of my colleagues, and there is and again, this is if, a big capital I and a big capital F, capitalized if that is the route that you decide, someone could call a special meeting, and the mayor has said that he would grant the special meeting, and the commission could give you a different avenue, but I wouldn't want to hold back, your ability to do work on something that is very time sensitive, that's so important to so many of our residents. And again, I trust that. I think if you feel that there's hesitation, not that you would poll, but if in consulting with people, that there's, concerns, and legitimate reasons that you probably wouldn't move forward with it. I mean, I trust you with that. I think when we appoint you to be city attorney, most of us trust you with that.
So, it's interesting, Commissioner Fernandez, it may not sound like it. I actually think we're very, very closely aligned. There's a couple of things. One, we're talking litigation a lot, but the resolution actually says any and all appropriate legal action. Actually, in the last 48 hours, I've heard a couple of a menu of different options that could be
That's correct.
appropriate. So we've focused on the litigation, but there's actually other avenues as well. So,
Overly focused on litigation.
right, so this conversation sort of honed in on that, but I think we're both on the same page that there may be other avenues, which, again, sort of, that's kind of why I kind of want to hear it out in the open. And that's kind of where we only deviate, where, you know, obviously if the city attorney comes to us, then we're having a one-on-one with him. The beauty of this process is that we get to talk to each other, which we're not going to have the opportunity to do otherwise. So,
Listen, I'm just one of seven. I would love to hear what my colleagues have to say, quoting the great David Suarez. You know, would love to know where my colleagues stand on this, because
Pretty
it
sure
is
I'm
a
not the
very
only one who said
interesting
that.
point.
I think collectively, just we all are looking out for our residents, and
Yes.
this was not the way we wanted this to go down. Then the question is how do we respond? What is in the best interest of our residents? What is in the best interest of our city? And again, I think we're pretty much aligned. It's just the slight nuances, whether it comes back to us as a full body to make that final decision, or whether the city attorney just.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't mind saying, I'll tell you this much. I don't even mind delegating that decision to you and the city attorney. I just don't want us to get held up by bureaucracy and by time on something that the city attorney might need to act quickly on. And so I don't mind saying, you know what, the city attorney, you know, together with the mayor can determine whether we proceed with a lawsuit or not. I just don't want bureaucracy having to notice a meeting, someone's out of town, 2 of us are out of town, 3 of us are out of town, you know, and that type of stuff to get in the way of something that is so incredibly sensitive to so many of our residents who have been so passionate and so vocal about this, that our personal schedules and that advertising a meeting and all that could get in the way of the business of the city protecting not only its rights, but forget about the rights. Most importantly, the voices of those who have entrusted us with public office, who have been usurped by some senator in Ocala that knows nothing about my idea about the traffic jams on Collins Avenue, that has no understanding on how this will directly impact not only the quality of life, but even the safety of the people who live in this area. And I don't want bureaucracy to get in the way of doing that. So that's what I would suggest, so that, you know, I don't mind delegating that authority to you, that the city attorney, if, again, big capital IF, capitalized, if the city attorney, decides that this is the best course of action, that he consult with the mayor on that and get buy-in from him, because I trust them both. I trust them both.
So, and
I
one
appreciate
thing-
that, Commissioner Fernandez. Oh, Commissioner Dominguez, I promise, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thanks. So this is a very difficult item, because we keep getting home rule removed from us over and over, and we just sit back and say, okay, we'll try harder next time. And it's not right. I agree with Commissioner Fernandez 100%. We need to have to have this ready to go and agreed upon, and it's not a blank check. It's, we can have parameters on there, and the city attorney would still be calling us. But enough with being afraid. More and more keeps being taken away from us, and we don't fight back hard enough. And maybe this is what we need. Maybe other cities will join us. I think it's very important, and it really sends a message.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, I agree with that, Commissioner Dominguez, and I do think it is wise of us to expand our toolkit to as many possibilities as possible. And we've, sat here and focused on what if about litigation, but I think we should really expand that toolkit. And even to the extent where I don't know if we do an urging, but ask the Fontainebleau to come back to the table. It's, okay, we recognize maybe now you do have the upper hand, but is there some sort of way where we can say, we're all one community, you're our largest employer, our largest taxpayer, but you operate in our are we really going to go with this totally at odds? Maybe we can find some way that this becomes more palatable for the community where we actually are working together. Maybe that's not on the table. Maybe there's no appetite whatsoever, but I don't think we should limit any tools in our toolkit. And our direction to you should be as, being as creative and unique as possible about what our different options are.
So Commissioner Magazine, are you saying that he should come back to us for us to decide what the path forward is?
I mean, it seems, if we're saying litigation isn't the only option, which I think we've all collectively said, right? Then it seems as if that is the natural scenario that occurs, right? Because the only way you know.
Let me ask you, Mr. City Attorney, is there any benefit or not benefit to doing this right now, or if we wait, or for you to give us an option? I mean, what would be the downfall? I mean, because there's this, apparently, it seems like there's a scenario that if you don't act like right now, something's gonna happen and we're gonna lose sort of like the upper hand. Is that the case, or
There is some concern timing-wise because the governor's expected to sign the bill. Now, is it, a lawsuit that needs to be filed immediately? But what if April 22nd commission meeting is canceled for whatever reason and you all don't meet until May? So there is some time sensitivity.
So the only time sensitivity is to actually have a meeting?
In other words, if you're not acting today and not giving, let's say that this item just.
No, I think what we're debating now is you're gonna come to us and give us a menu of options, or you just unilaterally decide on your own what to do. What I'm saying is, or what I'm asking is, if we go ahead with waiting for you to explore your options, which you're gonna have to do anyways, and come back to us to decide, what is that time frame delay going to cause us?
Okay, well, the option that Commissioner Magazine mentioned, which, would be a welcome option, and I would work closely with the city manager and his staff to see, is there any way to find a common ground with the Fontainebleau that works for the city, that works for the residents, that works for the Fontainebleau. That would be something that we would start working on immediately and bring an option
How
to
about
the table.
how about we bifurcate that? How about we say, everything else, you can go forward and you can do, but any sort of litigation has to come before the city commission for us to vote on, which this mayor can call for a special meeting.
Yeah, and as I think about this, I mean, possibly suing the state, which I'm not for, I'm not opposed to, right? But I'd want to know the specifics of that, is one of the most consequential decisions we could ever make. And the buck stops with us. We got elected. We put our trust in you. You are a charter officer. We put our highest trust in you, but the buck stops at us, right? So I'm not ready to delegate the largest decision that we could make, suing our partner and somebody that has significant power over us. That's not to say we're not going to do it, but if we're going to do it, I don't want this wishy-washy phone call. We're kind of giving you some direction. I want you to come and say, commissioners, mayor, here's what's at stake. This is our strategy. And there's no wishy-washiness. It's, you know what, we're going to or we're not. Because ultimately, we're the ones that got elected by thousands of residents. And that's where the ultimate responsibility shall lie, right? I don't want to put that on you. I'm not going to leave you out there, I don't want to say to dry, but that, if we're going to take one of the most consequential decisions a city can take, suing a state, then we should be the ones that are signing off on that.
Rick, have we ever sued this, has the city of Miami Beach ever sued the state of Florida?
Not enjoined on a suit, just.
I not to my knowledge. I know that we've challenged We filed an administrative appeal with the FDOT not too long ago, but I don't believe that we've filed a suit against the state.
Right, and the reason why I asked that is sort of following up with Commissioner Magazine and saying it's, again, all options, but it's a very consequential decision. That's what I'm trying to get at. In the 110-year history of the city, we haven't done it yet.
I think there may have been something with rent control back in the 70s
Oh, really?
when the constitutional change that happened. back
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I know that it's been mentioned here that we should go back to the table with the Fontainebleau or same thing with the neighborhood association and come up with something better. And they've also been called a partner, but a partner doesn't wait for the answers from HPB and instead goes up to Tallahassee and slips stuff in at the last minute. So they have not been a partner to our city, and that's why we're having this discussion today.
Mr. Mayor?
Does that mean we should never speak with them? I mean, that's what I'm
Mike.
suggesting.
Mike.
Like,
Mike.
It is on. What does that mean? Like, we should just pencil this down and not speak with them? I don't get it.
I said we should speak to them,
Oh.
but calling them a partner is in air quotes because they didn't behave like a partner.
totally
But the
agree,
first thing
yes.
I said was,
Okay.
absolutely,
Yeah.
they should come back to the table. That's the very first thing I said.
Well, thank you. I was asking for clarification. Yes, agree. And when I say partner, I mean going forward. They are our largest employer, our largest taxpayer, and they operate in our city.
So
I
can
think
we,
it
can we,
might be-
can we
might
bring this
be
in
behind
for?
Mount Si- I think it's behind Mount Sinai,
I think
though,
just,
right?
can we just bring this in for a landing? I think if we can just bifurcate, if there is going to be any sort of legal action that the city attorney wants to take, he has to come before the commission for us to make a decision. Anything beyond legal action, bringing the Fontainebleau for a meeting to discuss, whatever compatibility, or anything else that is being contemplated, he can go forward with, but any sort of legal action, I think needs to be decided by us.
And so I'll say this because I want, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I know Commissioner Bond wanted to speak, so let me wait my turn. Because then I'll be reminded about protocol, following the protocol.
Commissioner Bond. You're doing great, Commissioner Fernandez.
Just for the record, the bill has been signed by the officers and has been presented to the governor as of 5:30 today.
Yeah, we said that 10
Yes.
minutes ago.
All right, so, Mr. Mayor, because I want this to be a unanimous item. And this is not my item, it's the city commission's item, and it's the city commission speaking. And so, I think two things that perhaps we could do. One, either we delegate to the city mayor, to be able to make the final decision with the attorney, so that it's not delayed by having to call a publicly advertised meeting and all of that. Or, we're all elected by the same people. And I understand where you're all coming from. So allowing for the city attorney to bring this back to the city commission for as long as it's not delayed by more than 24 hours. What I don't want there is to be a delay. If the city attorney feels that there should be a lawsuit and someone's out of town and, I'm in California and all of a sudden, and someone else is in Japan and someone else is in South Africa. And then all of a sudden, we can't have a vote on this because, we're all actually having a life between committee meetings and city commission meetings. I don't want that to get in the way of the city's business, of defending the rights of our residents, of protecting a nationally designated historic structure, of protecting the due process that affords a fair process for everyone. I don't want our personal schedules to get in the way of that. So I would propose one of those two amendments. We either delegate to the mayor the trust in him as well to be able to make this decision with the city attorney, or that if we do want a vote on this, but that not happen, later than 24 hours, that we have 24 hours to have that meeting. Otherwise, the attorney can go ahead and proceed with that litigation if that is what he feels is the right, move.
Yeah, and I like that, and I think the thing that I'm most looking for is not, oh, we need to reconvene just because this bill's signed. I'm operating as if this bill's already signed.
Right.
Right? I think what's causing even some cause, I don't even want to say delay, but just to give you some time to get your legs under you about what our full menu of options are, right? Because if it's not only litigation, what are our other possibilities, right? That's why, I mean, absent that, we'd be able to make a decision today and just operate as if this is going to be signed, because I think we all know that's a foregone conclusion, that this will be signed, right? So am I fair in saying, given that this is a rapidly developing situation, you need a bit more time to kind of present us with all the options and the different paths that we could take?
Okay.
Because if not, then I guess we can just make a decision here today, right? And say, yes, sue or not sue, if that's our only option.
Look, ultimately, what I want is clear direction from the body. And if that direction is that you want, want options spelled out before a final decision is made, if the body wants to make the mayor the designee to decide whether or not to bring litigation, I'm just looking for clear direction.
I know we're trying to land this plane here.
Yeah.
What are other options besides litigation?
I don't think we should be discussing that on this dais,
Yeah,
but I'm not the
I
attorney.
think we're good. I think we're good with Commissioner Fernandez. I'd be available. I think 48 hours is a little bit more reasonable, Commissioner.
No, I don't think so.
Japan? What, someone said Japan? Okay. Look, fine, I'll make myself available within 24 hours.
All right, are you fine with that, Mr. Mayor? Do you want the delegated authority, or do you prefer to come
I-
meeting within 24 hours?
I don't mind the delegated authority, as I said, but I also value everyone's input here, so.
I have to say that, to me, I feel better with the delegated authority, because I really have hesitation about discussing any type of strategy. And I don't feel, with all due respect to all of us collectively, including myself, disciplined enough that we won't put our city attorney into that corner of having to discuss strategy publicly, which would not be in the best interest of the city or its residents. And so, in the big if event that the city attorney determines that litigation is necessary, that we delegate final authorization on behalf of the body to the mayor for that. That way, we don't delay the process, and that would be my amendment to the item.
I'm sorry, can I just
Commissioner Bott.
get clarification? I don't understand what you don't feel comfortable about us talking about it with our city attorney. I don't understand.
Publicly in the sunshine? Telling the Fontainebleau and
No,
the
okay,
litigators of the state of
No,
Florida?
okay, understood that. But I thought there was a thing, we have these committee of the whole meetings when.
Those are actually public meetings. The shade sessions that you might be thinking
That's
of
what I'm thinking.
can only happen when there's active litigation and for
So
very,
not to discuss the possibility?
No.
So there's no way for us to meet as a body to discuss possible actions that wouldn't require sunshine notice?
correct.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
the residents want to know what we're thinking.
I guess I look at it again, I keep saying there may be a menu of options short of litigation, or maybe includes, but litigation, one of them, and then there's other potential options.
Right. But as it relates to litigation specifically, if that's the direction that the city attorney feels he has to go in, that, he be able to consult with the mayor as our designee to make that drastic decision.
Yeah, I guess where you and I may differ on this a little bit is, yes, if we were going to sit up here and discuss specific legal strategies and go into the nuances, I'd have a concern about that. But what I'm envisioning is this. Let's say our city attorney says, okay, we should have a lawsuit. He's going to draft it for us to review. And then we could sit up here and say yay or nay, without getting into the nuance of every single line. And anyway, if we say yay, it's going to be filed within hours. Literally, probably after the meeting, it's going to be 30 minutes later. It's going to be filed. So
That's very optimistic of you. We are a very engaged legislative body, and to talk about delineators. We go into the details of delineators. I'm sure that when it comes into litigating the state of Florida,
you know, we probably, you know, would be very engaged,
We would
in.
be micromanaging the hell out of that document.
So
I'm not sure
just so we're clear, the.
Can I just say, this is obviously a very consequential issue, very. That being said, the city is engaged in significant amount of litigation. I'm pretty confident that most of us do not read too much of those legal proceedings. So that's not taken away from us. We have good counsel, and in some of those cases, we have outside counsel.
So, Mr.
Because they're
Mayor,
large litigations. I'm just saying, I'm not so sure we're going to get into the weeds of every single nuanced cause of action.
so Mr. Mayor, the option before us, and I'd like you to speak on this, is to make you the designee to make the decision of, well, to speak with the city attorney and come up with a plan forward for the commission, right? I think you would be the one designated to talk strategy, and which makes sense because you're the only attorney on this body. And if you feel it is necessary to call a special meeting, call a special meeting. If you feel it is necessary to, I guess, follow suit, you know, follow suit. I don't know, is that something you're comfortable with?
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
I mean, my thinking now is if that it got to that point, I would call the special commission meeting. Because I
That's
don't.
how I think you would do. That's exactly
And
what
not
I
because
think
I'm not comfortable with it, because I respect this body and I would want to hear from everybody. But there are issues, as Commissioner Fernandez is raising. What if there are timing issues? Well, then that would be taken off the table, and you'd be, by this vote, you'd be recognizing and granting that authority. Also, there could be quorum issues. Let's say hypothetically you say people are traveling. I don't have any travel plans right now, I'll just say that. But, you know, some people could, and that's all fair. Some of it could be even work with that, I don't know. But, so I'm comfortable with what you're proposing, but I'm just telling you, my opinion would be, I would probably, again,
But
we're talking in a vacuum, I would probably try to call it special.
There's
meeting.
always the unforeseen.
Correct.
There's always the unforeseen. For example, we didn't expect for the other members of, I guess, the cabinet to sign this bill already and to be sent, or who is it, the legislature that signs it? I don't know who signs this bill before it's sent to the governor's desk. We didn't expect that to happen today. That's where we're at.
Yeah, but we knew it was happening.
Yeah, we knew it was gonna go, but, you know, but it's happening now, you know, and so things could happen very quickly. So, yeah, so I will amend my item. I will make an amendment to the item that should the city attorney determine that litigation is the course of action, that we designate the mayor to act on behalf of the commission, which could include approving litigation, declining litigation, or calling for a special meeting of the city commission.
And the way I think it should be written is you will give the mayor a menu of options of what to do, and then have.
Well, I think this has been specifically about litigation. This has been, Commissioner Suarez, the issues that you have raised are suing the state of Florida is a very drastic move. And I think we can all agree on that. And suing the state of Florida could involve outside counsel. We all agree on that. And that could cost a lot of money. I think we can all agree on that. And that you know, there could be retaliatory consequences. And for as much as I hate to say that we shouldn't be sacrificing grants, you know, we shouldn't be sacrificing people's voices for grants, those are real consequences. So because of those real issues when it comes to litigation, because how serious we take that we designate the mayor to make that decision. Now, there's other aspects, other appropriate legal actions that we shouldn't, you know, be micromanaging the city attorney on, that he should be able to act on. And I'm sure he, regardless, is going to check with all of us, and most certainly the mayor. But I think that's different. That's not litigation.
That is something that is very different, that I think should be the decision of the city attorney who we've selected. But when we're talking about litigation, that's the motion that's on the table. We've been debating here how we address litigation. That's been the nature of this whole discussion to this very point. And that is the motion that I have on the table. And that to the effect that the mayor may feel that a special meeting may be necessary, that not happen later than 24 hours, so that we don't hold back the city attorney from doing whatever they feel necessary.
I second.
Let's call the vote. I have a motion on R7AH as amended, delegating authority to the mayor and with special conditions. Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? R7AH is approved as amended 7-0. I had a second motion to urge Governor to veto bill. That motion was made by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Anyone, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
I'm sorry, what was that?
To urge the governor to veto, Fernandez made the motion. You seconded?
Yeah.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And I think what I would love, Commissioner Magazine, if you would make that motion, and I would join you in seconding it. I love the collaborative spirit of reaching out to the Fontainebleau and saying, listen, we're here, we're one community, we all live next to each other, we all deal with the consequences of the decisions that are made. You sidestepped us and you went over there, but we can still find middle ground. We can still find, an ability to work here locally on something that perhaps isn't as onerous on our community. I think we need to signal to, I think you're so right, that is leadership right there, Commissioner Magazine. I think we need to signal to Tallahassee that we were not the problem. That when people go to Tallahassee with this narrative that Miami Beach is the problem, they should say, well, have you met with the elected officials in Miami Beach? Have you tried to solve this locally? Because I think had they tried to come to all of us, I think we're all solutions-driven individuals that trying to find solutions. And so I'm happy to support you and join you in saying, let's reach out to Fontainebleau. Let's try to find a solution so that hopefully we can avoid the preemption altogether.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. I'll make that motion. Mr. Mayor, would you like to be the delegated authority to do that?
Sure.
Should staff do it? Yeah.
I think we need elected
Yep.
representation there. And I think it could also be included in the urging to the governor. I think it should be included in the urging to the governor that this city commission didn't have jurisdiction over the matter. And that this interest didn't come before this body, before going to Tallahassee. And to give us the opportunity to solve this locally, because we're extending this olive branch to try to solve something very significant at the local level, the way that it should have been from day one.
Well, Commissioner Fernandez, you bring up an excellent point.
He always does.
You really, honestly, this is an excellent idea. Is there any mechanism where, and we have someone from the Fontainebleau right here willing to speak. Is there any, because if for everyone watching out there, this never came before us.
Never.
It came before the Historic Preservation Board. And it really is a shame that we weren't able to work together with our second biggest employer and the commission. And it is a real shame, because I think between myself, Commissioner Fernandez, and everyone else on here, we would have came somewhere where it was comfortable for everyone and everyone would have been happy. And reasonable people and cooler heads would have prevailed, and we would have had an outcome that I think we would have all been okay with. Perhaps we have a special meeting to discuss this and ask the Fontainebleau if they're willing to come here, speak, and make amendments to whatever they're proposing, so that we don't have to have what is going on in the state. I'm sure, and Representative from Fontainebleau can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure they're willing to meet us halfway. And where if we can come to a conclusion, because when does the governor have to sign this?
April 2nd.
But when is the deadline? Is it
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
If we can somehow come, I mean, that is kind of short.
It doesn't even need to be before then, because.
Right.
We're not going to solve this between now and April 2nd.
Yeah, so, maybe we do have a special meeting where we do have them present a case before us, not the Historic Preservation Board, but before us, and then we can ask them to compromise on a certain set of things, height, amount of slides, amount of pumps, et cetera.
Is it open to the public or not?
And it'll be open to the public, of course.
No. I mean, is the water
Yeah,
park
exactly.
open to the public or not?
We could work on to the details, and then maybe they're willing to say, you know what, fine, we're willing to negotiate, and we're not going to do the maximum of what we could do. Because I'm gonna venture out to say that they're gonna try to be good neighbors and put their best foot forward. And if that's the case, it's really a win-win for everyone. So, I don't know, Ralph, if you want to come speak through the mayor, I don't know if you want to, but you're more than welcome to, and see, is there an appetite for something like that?
But if I could just.
And then let's call the vote.
While you're approaching, I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt. I will just remind everybody that there was an opportunity for continued dialogue with people making decisions where the residents were here to share their viewpoint, and the Fontainebleau chose to not engage in that conversation. And I'd like to be optimistic, and I would hope that if we extend them the opportunity to come before the commission, open to the public, that they would reconsider that decision that they made at that time and take advantage of the opportunity to engage as good neighbors.
Usually we require a tie, but we'll make an exception to that. Kidding, I'm just a joke.
I wasn't planning on speaking today, but thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Ralph Andrade, I represent the Fontainebleau. And yes, look, the Fontainebleau has been a great corporate partner, as a corporate citizen for decades. Regretfully, we are where we are, but they are willing to meet with the city, meet with the community, engage, and try and come up with a solution that, we're never going to make everyone happy, but that the community can live with and that the commission can hopefully support and get behind. So we're ready to talk whenever the city is. We welcome reaching out to or having MBNA participate in those conversations as well. Any of the community members that feel that they're affected by this, we're here
So
and
Ralph,
available.
if that is the case, that is great news. That's very exciting to hear. If that is the case, with great respect, would Jeff, Mr. Sofer, would he call the governor and ask him to hold off on signing this until we've had a chance to have that meeting? Because if he signs that bill today, I think it's going to be harder to undo the legislation, and that then has the follow-on effect of preempting us home rule for other decisions that might come down the road. It still gives him the opportunity to sign on April 2nd if we're not at a place where we all feel good, but it gives us a minute to try to do something that ends this drama.
You're seeing a unified commission willing to work with someone the way that it should have been from day one. Before they sidestepped us and they sidestepped our residents, they should have come here first. And so, we're willing to work with them. They've been partners. That partnership relationship is important. And I think Commissioner Bod is making a very reasonable point. If there really is a goodwill intent to work together the way the partners do, to call the governor, tell the governor, hey, listen, don't sign that bill, because you know what, this is a city that is willing to work with us. But what was done was something that just promulgates this false narrative, that we're not willing to work with people. We are 100%. And by the way, you see here a commission of people that dedicate themselves almost full-time to serving the city. Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Bod, Commissioner Mateo Salinas, Commissioner Dominguez, myself, we're all really, and, my colleagues.
Happened to me.
Well, you guys have full-time jobs.
I'm
But I'm
sorry.
saying.
I'm sorry.
No, but I'm not, but what I'm saying is that we're always very readily available. And yes, you guys always.
I'm always readily available.
I know
You tell me when the meeting is, I'm there.
That's not what I meant.
Let,
That's,
let,
that's, that's not what I meant.
let Ralph speak. I mean, Ralph, is this an appetite, something, like, look, I don't expect the governor to waive his sort of leverage, right? But I want to know, like, even if he signs the bill, I still believe that Jeff is willing to still negotiate in good faith and come to the table and say, look, you know, I understand I could do this, but, you know, after hearing this, we can do that. Is that something
That is something that the Fountain Blue and Mr. Sulphur is absolutely willing to do. He is happy and glad to meet and looking forward to meeting with the city, with all of you, either in a sunshine meeting or individually, one-on-one, as well as with the community at large. So yes, we're ready to have that conversation. And I don't want to get into how we got here, but a lot of stuff happened that is why we got here. Not that, let me just
And
take
look,
that
we're not
back.
trying to rehash old, you know, arguments, right? We're trying to move forward, and that's not the point of this. So anyone listening, so for MBNA, we're not trying to rehash old arguments. What we're trying to do is come to a possible compromise on something that is going to be palatable for the community, okay? You know, maybe, you know, the biggest concern that I hear is traffic, right? Maybe there is a certain way to alleviate traffic where it's not impactful at all. You know, another concern that I hear is, you know, day passes, et cetera. So we can probably work on something that most people can sign on and be happy with.
On people's views also, you know, how you position this, so you're not affecting the value of people's properties and their views. There's things that we have to consider, but.
So how do we want to go about this? Is this like a sunshine meeting? Do you want to make a designee? You know, I prefer, I mean, I'd love to be the one to negotiate this, if you guys are okay with it, or we do sunshine meetings. You know.
I think the mayor, I think the mayor is the figurehead of the city. And, you know, the mayor, I think out of all of us is the one that lives closest to this, that, you know, that deals with the Collins Avenue traffic, which would be affected by this. And so, you know, I would start with the mayor, who is the figurehead of our city, and take it from there.
Well, you tell us, you know,
Well,
who
and
to
I
talk to,
start with
and we will.
Commissioner Bott.
But I think MBNA needs to have a seat at the table for this conversation as well. So it's not a
100%.
closed-door negotiation, and I'm not sure why it wouldn't be held here with all of us.
Yeah,
And you know, like, what should have happened at the DRB,
I'm okay with the mayor being the designee. And then, you know, because, look, I mean, because when the cameras are rolling, it's a little different. But I think once the mayor can certainly have a meeting with MBNA.
Right.
And with Mr. Sofer, and have a closed-door meeting, and then whatever comes out of that,
Bring that to
the mayor can
commission.
bring it back to the commission.
That's right.
You know, really, because you're right, Alex. He's the figurehead of the city. He just won the mayorship in a very hotly contested race, and he deserves that right. So I'm okay with designating the mayor to negotiate between all the interested stakeholders to possibly come back with a compromise.
I don't understand why, you know, on some things we want to do sunshine meetings, on other issues we don't want to do sunshine meetings. Like, why wouldn't we have a conversation here, open to the public, where residents can be here, and we can share our perspectives, and
Eventually, it's going to come back to us.
And I do agree with you. I mean, and I've said that even on the other issue. I actually want to have as much as possible in a commission meeting, in the sunshine, everyone here.
But I
so
think they're
why would
completely
we
agree.
change, you know, this
But
is,
I think there should be, like, the moment we come to commission, there should be something that's negotiated. And none of us can legally, under the ethics code, negotiate on behalf of the city, unless they are voted on and appointed by the city commission to negotiate on behalf of the city. And so to the extent that something would be prepared, some sort of middle ground that mitigates the issues and that's brought to the commission, you know, I would want to, you know, designate the mayor, the city manager, You've been very quiet, Mr. Manager.
It's all been about legal issues, so, but I'm
You've been looking
certainly
left and not
Okay,
right.
so-
ready, willing, and
With-
available.
If I might,
Yeah.
so if we're trying to put together like a negotiating committee, my uncle was a labor lawyer for AT&T for decades, and so have everybody have a seat at the table. So if it's Mr. City Manager, if it's the mayor, if it's somebody from Fontainebleau, then also have somebody from MBNA.
Of course,
Those
MBNA and
four-
Stop Six
those-
Flag.
Those four entities need to roll up their sleeves, sit around a table, and figure out what they can live with, and what they will,
I agree.
fall on their sword about.
MBNA is our leading organization in Mid-Beach. They have done a very good job over the years advocating. They are incredible partners, and I 100% agree
I mean,
with
this
you.
is not, let's not forget that this is a very serious neighborhood organization. They're not fly-by-night representing a handful of people. They, in some cases, seem to know more than staff do on some issues.
It's true.
And that's not a slam to staff, but they live there. It's, this is their backyard. So
They represent
those-
several thousand people.
Yeah, and different kinds of, residential, business, commercial. So those four stakeholders need to be locked in a room and nobody comes out till everyone can sign on the dotted line, is my view. Not
Just
quite
like a
the-
conclave,
It's a conclave, right.
like a conclave.
And we'll have a little smoke going up.
I was about to say.
All right, so we're gonna have, okay, so just to recap, the city attorney, the city manager, the mayor, and MBNA at the table with the Fontainebleau. And once the mayor together with our staff feel comfortable that there's something that is well-baked, again, then this is all, hoping that the Fontainebleau, realizes that, they had here a government that is a very accessible government to work on solutions as opposed to preemption. Once the mayor feels that this is well baked, to bring that to the full commission.
And I want to just say, this is what the message to Tallahassee should be, is that we're trying our best to come to a compromise. And we're willing to do that. And the fact that we weren't able to do that from the get-go, and now that we are able to do that, really, I hope that they're listening, that, look, we're trying to be reasonable, and we want to make this work for everyone.
So, Ralph, I don't think you answered the question about whether or not Mr. Sofer would be willing to put a call into the governor and say, hold off until April 2nd.
Look, I don't have that authority. You're asking me, I would have to ask Mr. Solfer if you were inclined to do that. I don't, I'm happy to ask and get back to you. I do think the idea of designating the mayor or individual is a good idea, rather than start with what's sure to turn into, a public shouting match between all the different interests. If
So
we
I
could-
think we got there. So if you could reach out to Mr. Sofer and urge him to please respectfully, no one's taking anybody's power away, it's just giving us time to try to accomplish what should have happened in the first place.
I will, and if I could also ask my colleagues, is this the right order of operations, having the mayor negotiate and then come back to the commission? Because presumably, the commission meeting will be an open format, and as much as we all would love to, we are not going to please everyone, right? And there was a lot of passion at the HPB, and I would expect the same no matter what the outcome that's negotiated between MBNA, the mayor, and the Fontainebleau team. So are we setting ourselves up where a good faith deal, being optimistic here, a good faith deal and compromise could be struck between those parties, and then it comes to be signed off by us in an open meeting and pandemonium breaks
But I
loose?
think that's why MBNA needs to be a part of the conversation. And if they come out of, those four organizations come out of the meeting with an agreement that they all can sign on to, then we're just ratifying it. MBNA is going to be there negotiating on behalf of their full membership.
Commissioner? Well, I guess where I'm going, and yes, MBNA negotiating on behalf of their full ownership. I wasn't at the HPB, but from what I saw, I don't know if that was all how we think of MBNA, right? I don't want to speculate, but
That does not reflect MBNA.
yeah, and that's where I was going. Like,
But-
yes, even MBNA could be under the umbrella, compromise, and let's be optimistic, a good compromise is made. But at a public meeting, we're still going to have people with perhaps other special interests that are there to rile things up. And that's what I'm worried about.
That's their prerogative.
Yeah.
That's their prerogative, but it's our job and it's our jurisdiction ultimately to make the final decision. And also along the process, I trust, you know.
Of the mayor.
You know, of course, the mayor, you know, is negotiating there, but I also trust that the city attorney, the city manager is going to keep us abreast of what's happening in those negotiations, briefing us, so that they get our feedback. I mean, that's something that you're allowed to do, Mr. Attorney. Would that be correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and so obviously, you know, I think, you know, we need to delegate this authority to the mayor, but nothing precludes the city attorney, the city manager from briefing us as has been the case multiple times in the past with other negotiations where one of our colleagues is the designee to negotiate and staff just keeps us abreast and gets our feedback on stuff. But I do think that there couldn't be a stronger message to send to the governor as to why not to sign this bill than showing to him that there was always an avenue to solve this locally. And that we are a responsible body and that we want to be able to, in a very responsible, professional manner, work with our partners to solve this. Our, first and foremost, our resident partners, but our business partners like the Fontainebleau. So, you know, Commissioner Magazine, I would second your motion on this item. And I thank you for having that very thoughtful leadership of when this became such a tense and heated issue that you thought it is still the right thing to extend an olive branch, because, you know, we should always keep that door open to solve our issues here locally.
As you always eloquently say, it's teamwork.
Mr. Mayor, can I just close with, look, I don't want to misrepresent anything or overpromise and underdeliver. The Fontainebleau is always available to talk to its elected officials, whether it's the mayor, whether it's the commissioner, the city manager. Our doors are always welcome to have conversations with you, and to the extent we can resolve some of the outstanding issues, we will. I'm a little hesitant that we're calling this, you know, negotiations. That sort of implies, you know, sort of a legal setting. We want to have conversations with you. We want to see if we can, you know, address some of the concerns that are out in the community. That's all. I don't have the authority to say we're going to sit and negotiate terms. And what I have the authority to tell you is that we are happy to meet with the city, discuss potential solutions to what's the situation that's going on.
Part of us is in urging for the mayor to be our designee and reaching out to try and make that bridge.
No, we get that, Ralph. I guess I want to be clear because I'm gonna be showing up to these meetings. MBNA is gonna be showing up to these meetings. Somebody, whether it's
It
you
won't
or
be
Jeff-
me, it'll be.
No, hopefully it'll be Jeffrey Sofer himself, but it has to be somebody with authority because, as we all know, we don't want to hear.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry,
looking
I
to
gotta
waste
go back.
anyone's time.
It's got to be
I
somebody
understand
sitting in
that.
the room
Understood.
who can make decisions.
Understood. Thank you.
Call the roll. Could we include as part of this motion asking our lobbyist in Tallahassee to notify the governor that we are asking the Fontainebleau to work with us on this solution locally?
They may be watching.
Probably.
I'm guessing so, yeah. But sure.
All right.
Let's call the vote.
Make sure I got this right. So this is one, designating the city, the mayor, along with the city attorney, city manager, and MBNA to have conversations with the Fontainebleau to reach an amicable solution. And also include notifying the governor of that decision.
That's correct.
That would be a third resolution?
Yes, correct. So,
Okay.
well, we should recap, once we have if there's going to be litigation, the mayor would decide yay, nay, or call a special meeting. We have a resolution to urge the governor to veto the measure. We have a new resolution to designate the mayor, together with the city manager, city attorney, a representative of MBNA to sit and discuss with Fountain Blue, possible finding a solution that works for all.
Well, it may be more than one representative at MBNA.
Well, one or more representatives of NBNA. And last, to request that our lobbyists notify the governor of this new development.
So that's, all in favor, I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, all in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Yes, and Commissioner Suarez is a yes, so it's 7-0.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing the item.
Thank you. Thank you to the residents who have been putting up the good fight, Alicia, Anna Marie, the Weiss family.
Yeah.
We stand by them in protecting our home rule, and most importantly, their rights.
I'll even mention Marcia Schwartz. I'm sure you've spoken with her. She's been very vocal.
Yes. Marcia.
No, this is probably in the handful of top 3 issues of, that since I've been elected, of passion for an issue and resident engagement and involvement.
Number 1 is the pants.
By the way, since we are on this issue, Mr. Mayor, I just want to know, because in the event, let's say in the event this could be signed today or I don't know, 6:30, I don't know if the governor works past 6. I don't know. Let's say it's signed tomorrow. And the Fountain Blue could rush to submit their application. There's still a number of things that the city has to review: site plans, traffic impacts, other concurrencies that would apply, that those are part of the regulatory process, that they're not, that we're not preempted on. Is that correct?
I don't think traffic impacts, because I asked about a traffic study early on and was told no.
So I would ask Tom to step forward. I believe that there are still some checks and balances. I also don't know when the legislation would become effective. If
Immediately.
It becomes effective immediately.
Is it immediate? Okay.
I mean, we voted on the items. Do we really?
Well, I just want to make sure that if there are, that we understand clearly what are, in the event someone rushes to submit an application, which could happen, they could have an application ready to submit to the administration immediately when the governor signs this bill. There's still regulatory frameworks that they have to comply with.
That's correct, and I think that, as Nick Claire just pointed out earlier, we would first have to determine that they are eligible under this statute, because there are some benchmarks that they are going to have to substantiate. And so, assuming that they can substantiate that, then we will make sure that all applicable regulatory requirements that are not preempted are adhered to.
How about traffic impacts? Is that part of the review?
Again, it would depend upon the nature of what they submit. I wouldn't want to say yes or no without actually seeing an application.
But I'm just asking because, one of the legislators mentioned something on social media, and I just want to make sure that if we really do have, these specific oversight rights, that, that we don't just throw those out the window, that we indeed are, looking at every review option that we have and making sure that it's being abided for responsibly, respectfully, and fairly, but that we just don't, those are not thrown out the window by the preemption.
Yeah, anything that we're not preempted on, we will absolutely insist on compliance with.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's call R9A and R9B.
So, Board of Committees? Yes. Everyone has a blue sheet. In front of them, there's 1 seat for every appointee. You could do it by acclamation if you wish.
Let's do that.
Sounds good.
Okay, so R9B is done by acclamation. Congratulations to all the nominees.
R7X.
R7X is accept recommendation, close Ocean Drive during FIFA World Cup.
Let's call the vote.
Next, I heard a motion by Commissioner
We
Pond.
have city manager wants to speak.
So we were reached out to by the Ocean Drive Association who mentioned that we typically do close Ocean Drive during Memorial Day weekend. And because the first FIFA match will be June 11th, that there might be some value in extending that closure for Memorial Day through the FIFA games. Just wanted to put that out there, that that was an ask that was received by our office. We believe it's workable, but
I would be supportive of that.
Second that, yeah.
Okay. With that amendment?
So Eric, is as amended then? As amended? Yes, okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Monica Mateo Salinas, as amended R7X. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none. It's approved 7-6-0. Commissioner Suarez is absent at the moment.
R7AB.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry.
R7AB is purchase and install flags for FIFA World Cup.
I move my item.
Second. Full vote?
Motion by Commissioner Mateo Salinas, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. This is on R7AB. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 6-0. Commissioner Suarez absent.
R5S, as in Sam?
Sammy.
Sammy?
R5S is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending chapter 1, entitled General Provisions, article 2, entitled Definitions, section 1.2.1, entitled General Definitions, to create a definition for bicycle ride-share station by amending chapter 5, entitled Off-Street Parking, article 2, entitled Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Loading Requirements, section 5.2.14, entitled Alternative Parking Incentives, by modifying the alternative parking incentives to include a provision for bicycle ride-share stations by amending chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulation, article 1, Residential Use Incentives, to include a provision requiring bicycle ride-share stations by amending Article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.3 entitled Supplementary Yard Regulations by amending the allowable setback encroachments to include bicycle ride-share stations and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. This is R5S. It is a first reading public hearing. It is 5/7 vote required.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
I move the item.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor. It is a public hearing. I see Mr. Mitch Novick requesting to speak. Mitch, are you here to talk on R5S?
Hi, Ralph. No, I wanted to speak on the Fountain Blue, but I won't say what I had to say.
Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate it. There is no one else requested to speak. I have one more person requesting to speak. David, are you here to speak on R5S?
Forgive me, I didn't hear the result of the last one that you voted on 6-0, FIFA month. What was the result of that, please?
Eric, it's on the FIFA one. Is that the one you're talking about, the road closures?
Yes. Yes, what happened with that? Forgive me, it went so fast.
David, we'll call you after the meeting and fill you in. It was already voted on. Thank you.
We have one more caller, Michael.
Yes, am I heard?
Yes, on R5S, please.
Yes, I do want to thank publicly Commissioner Fernandez for really taking the side of the residents. And I hope, Commissioner Suarez, you as well, you could start taking his side and really push for the residents. We have voted you guys in, and you guys are supposed to be our voice and not the voice of a billionaire. Thank you very much for all those, and especially for you, Mr. Mayor Minor. I really appreciate you as well. And for the rest of us sticking up for the residents and to stop this bad bill and to stop the Fountain Blue from doing what they're doing. Thank you very much.
R5S. May I call the roll?
Call roll.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor. Commissioner Suarez is out. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is on April 22nd. That was item R5S.
R5X.
R5X is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 14 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Building Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled Construction Standards by amending Division 4 thereof entitled 2017 through 2026 Building Permit Reprieve Program to extend the duration of the building permit reprieve program for owners of single-family residential, multifamily residential, mixed-use, or commercial properties who have failed to obtain a building permit or who hold expired permits through December 31, 2028, and to amend the definition of existing buildings as used therein and providing for repealer, qualification, severability, and an effective date, and a sunset provision. It is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5X.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is extending the building permit reprieve period through December 31st, 2028, but this now incorporates a new element into whereby we are waiving the usual double and triple permit fees that get charged when work is done without a permit. And so this is an effort to give people some assistance, some forgiveness if they come to us and they tell us, hey, I messed up, I'm doing work without a permit. It gets them into compliance without having to face double and triple permit fees. I move my item.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Botter. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matil Salinas.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. Second reading public hearing is April 22nd. That was R5X.
R5Y.
R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property, Article 7, entitled Art in Public Spaces, Division 1, entitled Generally, Section 82-537 thereof, entitled Definitions to create certain defined terms, amending Division 2, Section 82-562 thereof, entitled Powers and Duties to modify the powers of the Art in Public Spaces AIPP Committee, amending Division 3, entitled Fund, Section 82-587 thereof, entitled Appropriations by the City to the Fund to amend requirements for an art in public places allocation to be implemented on the site of a city construction project and providing for repealer qualification, severability, and effective date. This is R5Y. It is a first reading public hearing.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, this is a very simple item, and Lisette can answer any specific questions, but basically, this is to reinforce the notion that the art that gets purchased to be displayed as part of these projects actually gets displayed in a public space, ideally, the majority of the time outside of the building, as opposed to, say, for instance, in the office of the manager of the property, which is technically a public space, but is not what this was intended, or in, behind the concierge desk that is technically a public space. But the idea of art in public places is that residents who would never need to set foot into that facility would still be able to get the benefit of the art in public places. Very simple, no money being spent, just encouraging people to make sure that when development agreements are negotiated, that this is how things are handled. And with that, I move the item.
Call the vote. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matil Salinas.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. The second reading, first reading, second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 22. R5Y.
R5L.
R5L is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 3 entitled Uses of Public Property by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending section 82-74 thereof entitled Plastic-Related or Metallicized Decorations Prohibited at Public Marinas, Marine Facilities, Parks, and Beaches in order to clarify applicable restrictions on the possession and use of decorations in outdoor public settings and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing, and it's item R5L.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas. This is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mateo Salinas.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing scheduled for April 22nd. That was item R5L.
C7AF.
C7AF is request additional office hours condo adjournment. I can never pronounce that word. Rick will say it from now on.
Commissioner Dominguez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Mateo Salinas and Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Suarez separated the item for the record.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a big condo town hall, and we actually had the condo ombudsman here, and I negotiated more time for the condo ombudsman to be here, either virtually or in person, at least once a week in Miami Beach, and that took a lot of time to negotiate. And I don't want to send mixed messages to the condo ombudsman on where we're at. So that's the only reason why I pulled it for discussion.
That's amazing news. I had no idea. And so then this item is moot. Yeah. I had reached out to the condo ombudsman. I have an appointment with him in like 2 weeks. It was impossible to get it. You, like everybody else on the commission, is probably on a daily, weekly basis, getting emails, calls, and worry from people that are getting condo buyouts. And we're just sitting there not able to do anything. And I had a meeting with the legal team here, and that was one of the suggestions that they gave. So if it's been negotiated, bring it out as soon as possible so that people can start putting it on their calendars, and we can refer people to the new hours, because right now it's only 3 a month.
Sure, Commissioner Dominguez. Just so everyone was paying attention, it's going to be the first and Thursday of each month in person, and virtually the second and fourth week of every month. So maybe we can expand those hours, but I think we want to just take it step by step and see, what kind of bandwidth they need, and gauge it over the next couple of months. And then Commissioner Dominguez, maybe you and I can work together after that and see if we need to get more. I'd be more than happy to co-prime that with you. Because I know you live in one of the condos, and which is also facing serious assessments, so, yeah.
Residents, I mean, if you are too, I'm sure, people in their 80s that feel that there is nothing they can do. And so maybe having a condo ombudsman here can guide them more than we can.
Sure.
Because we're not.
Let's revisit this in 6 months, and then let's see how good this now weekly meeting is, and see what else resources we can lend to condo owners.
So, Commissioner Dominguez, do you want to withdraw or defer
Yeah,
for
if
6
it's a
months?
moot point,
Withdrawn?
sure.
Okay, withdrawn. C7AF is withdrawn.
Great. C7J.
C7J, I believe, was done. But
Yeah, we did that.
Great. C7U.
C7U, allocate funds from Sterling Foundation donation for senior bingo program. C7U was separated by the mayor.
Yeah, so the reason why I pulled it out,
And I have amendments which you may like, so.
so I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. So the amendment is $3,000. For Federation, $1,500 came from Vicky Lopez, so that wouldn't come from us. I tried to get more, but I couldn't. So the $3,000 would be for Rebecca Towers. They've made that specific ask. The other buildings, we have not gotten that specific ask, so I just took it off the table. And if you remember, last year, Federation, Stella asked us for it, and I paid for it out of my ticket budget for them, and it really should be more under whatever budget
Right.
stuff gets done. So it's
Right.
3,000.
And originally it was 10,000? How much was the
I think it
original?
was like 7,500.
7,500.
Yeah.
No, and the reason why I pulled it is I like the item. It's just this comes from the mayor and commission's office. This comes from our budget, and the 10,000 that the grant that we're currently using it for encompasses a lot of fitness classes. I mean, I have a list here. I'm not going to read it all out, but I get concerned if we're dealing with a finite grant and where we're using the funds, that we would have to potentially lose some of that access, which is why
And I don't want any access
no,
lost.
and I know you do. But I have to make sure these funds go all the way as far as we can break it. And since so anyone listening, we're dealing with a specific grant given of $10,000. So this is how we have to utilize the money. And right now we're capped out. We're maxed out. So that's why I want to have this discussion to figure out what we do, because even that amount, the 3,000, is going to have an impact on some of these classes.
So I did check with several departments, because the seniors do get money from a lot of different pockets. The only thing that I got from the mayor and commission budget, there's no line items for seniors, but they were able to tell me that there's a promo budget that's 22,000. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe we leave this on if it's okay, and I work with Veronica on finding where that 3,000 can come from.
Okay, amazing.
So that nobody loses out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask a question, if I can.
Please.
So our office, because I don't understand our office budget, and it's fine, because whatever, Robert can tell you all about that at home. But we have senior activities and events that are paid for through our office budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this is specifically a grant that is given. You want to explain it, Erica? This is specifically a grant that is given to the city that we as a commission have to vote on and authorize accepting the grant.
Right, but then the expenditure.
Correct.
Okay.
We have no input.
Well,
Right.
if I could finish. Sorry. Okay, so what would be good is to get a briefing every once in a while, just to know.
Sure.
Just so that we know what's being done, because it's just good. I just want to be able to know what's going on. You have a great team. You have a very good team. People who really care about the elderly and want to make sure that, they're getting good services and good events. And it'll be just good since all of this is being organized, on behalf of the office of the mayor and the commission, for the commission to kind of be in the loop of what's happening. And not just with this. For example, for example, like the Georgie serves all of us. I don't know if one serves all of us, but it's good just to be kept in the loop of how we're serving everyone through these resources that we have available in our office.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a list. I'm happy to share it with you. I mean, it's,
Veronica can brief us
on
on it.
This is all,
It's great.
all laid out, and we'll share it with everyone here.
That's actually very good news. It's the most wonderful news.
Yeah,
that we
no,
can have.
it's broken out. I mean, I could read it, but it's gonna take time, so I'm happy to share it, make it public.
Yes.
So I mean, we're really dealing with a finite amount of money. It sounds funny. We're talking about sometimes millions of dollars, and here we're talking about $3,000, but we have to adhere to what the grant provides, and we'll figure it out. We'll talk about it offline, and we'll bring it back to the next commission meeting.
So does this come from the Sutnick Foundation, or does it come from the mayor and commission?
What was the question?
Where does the money come from for this?
Oh, Barry Sternlick donated $10,000, and since Rebecca Towers, the last time that we were there, asked for $3,000 for bingo, I asked that the $3,000 come out of the Barry Sternlick donation. Then Gloria came back and explained that they do yoga and other classes in those buildings, and that's above and beyond the senior yoga and Tai Chi and art classes that we do through the Parks Department. So she does those in those buildings, and she said, no, you can't use that money for the bingo. And then she emailed and called seniors to come in, worried that some of their stuff was getting cut.
Okay. So just sort of educate me, the Barry Sterling gave us a grant, and then it's under our purview how to administer the money?
It is, but the commission wasn't involved. Gloria handled it.
Got it, okay.
So, I mean, it's just more, I mean, obviously.
That's her
it's-
job.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Veronica's the chief of staff, and it's on their own, and I have a list here, which I'm gonna share with everyone, but it basically here, there's Zumba, yoga, and dance classes, $50 per class paid to the instructor, and there's Freedom Towers, 4 freedoms, and it goes through how many classes, how much that each cost. Arts, paid to instructor, Gabriella Esquivel Arts, AG Music, Entertainment, and Production, so.
And then yoga once a month.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's all laid out, and obviously we'll share. But I think, and I'll turn to Eric as well, but the Barry Sternlick grant for 10,000 was specifically earmarked for our seniors. So we
And that's
ha-
why I
yeah,
asked for
right.
that from there.
We have to use it for the seniors.
So Commissioner, are you
What's the problem?
deferring the item C7, you deferring it or approving it as amended?
Let's open and continue, because we're not done with it yet.
Yeah.
So C7U is open and continued to the April 22nd
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Very productive meeting, everyone. Thank you. Enjoy the holiday season that is upcoming in between our next commission meeting.